Good morning, everybody. You know, Playback had sent me like a strongly worded email saying that I like when you go into the other room, they don't talk about me and all of this stuff. And that's not true because somebody sent me something this morning saying that they were talking about me. So when is this going to stop? You know what I'm saying? If you don't talk about me, I won't talk about y'all. It's quite simple. And I am going to say whatever the hell I want to say within y'all guidelines. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. I mean, GBR can clip me all he wants. I mean, like, go ahead and promote the room, my guy. There's nothing here I say that I'm not comfortable saying. Everything that I say here, I'm comfortable saying to somebody's face. So it don't make a difference. I'm not a bitch, you know? So again, everything that I say in here, I am comfortable saying to somebody's face. So don't matter to me. But good morning, though, everybody. Um, the Lakers escaped again last night. That sucks. They keep on escaping, but their luck is about to run out. How the fuck are these dudes 12-4, bro? You know that the Warriors have had like four of the stupidest losses. We got like 9 L's right now, and we literally got four of these stupidest losses. How the fuck the Lakers keep doing this, bro? Like they're the 2 seed, and they're not even like a +5 team. You know what I'm saying? This shit's annoying as hell, bro. Just beyond annoying. Huh. Interesting. Just fascinating stuff. Fascinating things. Yeah, so the fact of the matter is, if it's topical, I'm going to talk about it. Simple. You know, if you don't like it, you can kind of do something about it. Topical, I talk about it. What happens on Twitter is not your jurisdiction. Just saying. uh, yeah, but I can't figure out the Lakers, you know, and it's been happening since last season. Like they are just winning games that they're not supposed to win, you know, and but it'll eventually catch up to them. Eventually, it always does. I don't think they're that good. You know what it is, bro? Is like they're keeping these games close enough, and then at the end, Luka Doncic is just is just better than most of the guys that he's closing these games against. You know what I'm saying? But when they actually run into a team that is like an actual team, then you kind of see what the difference is. The Lakers right now are ranked 15th in net rating, and they're the number 2 seed in the West. Make that make sense. I've never seen a team just fall ass backwards into shit before. They're number 2 in free throw rate. And then in terms of fouls given, they're the 7th best team in the league. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Oh, they're so fucking annoying, bro. But you know what? It's going to be fine. So I haven't been on in like a couple of days or whatever. I've been over Space Gang Lakers hanging out. But what's this thing about Steve Kerr? What is he saying? Does Steve Kerr sound like he has a clue or what? Why are they interviewing LeBron naked, bro? Like, can't they just wait? Why are they just being weird, bro? Jesus Christ. This shit is so annoying, bro. Hold on. Let's play this Kerr soundbite. You know, in August, I proved a point, and you know, I even got to the point where homie was on the phone apologizing. You know, he was on the phone apologizing. And you know, like in real time, I just wanted to just record it, just to hear y'all, or just to give y'all a sense in terms of kind of what I've been dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Dudes just spout off, and then they're on the phone copping, please. But it's all good, man.
Did Jonathan practice?
Kind of. I don't know where he's got to tell you where he is. I don't know where he did a few things. I don't know where he's got to tell you where he is.
I don't know where he's at. He has to tell me. Okay. Sounds like there's a communication issue. Sounds like there's a communication issue. Let me tell you something, bro. You know, I think every coach in the league understands X's and O's. You know, a lot of assistant coaches can draw plays and all of that stuff. I think you put like a Joe Verre on the coaching staff and say draw up a play. I think Joe Verre could draw plays. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a lot of people on Twitter. There's some sharp people on Twitter like Joe. I like Joe's stuff. Joe actually breaks down shit, you know? I feel like people can like draw shit up, but you see in terms of like a championship coach, you know, like there's guys that get Tiff doesn't know anything. Simp, he doesn't know anything. But in terms of like championship level coaches, right? It's almost like we talk about like players, like the difference between a star and a superstar, right? Like there's like these minute things that just kind of separate them because, you know, basketball is ultra competitive, right? And there's like these small things that kind of separate them. But when you get to like the Steve Kerr types, right? I think every coach in the league is good at drawing up plays, you know, X's and O's and the management of the game, you know, out of timeout plays, end of quarter plays, you know, fourth quarter plays, all of that stuff. I think all of them are manage the game pretty well. They manage the clock well, all of that stuff, right? But I think what kind of separates you when you get to that level is ego management, you know, keeping players locked in and all of that stuff. And I don't know, just based on my observation, I don't think Kerr's done a really good job at that, you know, the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I don't think he's done a good job at that. That's just my opinion. You know, in terms of managing players, I think when you look at Kerr, Steve Kerr is just focused on, you know, Steve Kerr is just focused on 3 guys, you know, or 4 guys or whatever, right? Mainly 3 guys. I don't think he really focuses on the other players on his team. Let me say 4 guys because he loves the fuck out of pods, right? But in my opinion, I don't think he really has a great relationship with the rest of the team.
Morgan Freebrand. Morgan Freebrand.
So I don't think he has like a good relationship, right? I don't think he has a good relationship with. I don't think he has a good relationship with the rest of the team. I just don't think so, right? So you look at it from that standpoint. You look at it from that standpoint. Is that good in terms of someone that wants to win a championship? I literally think he focuses on 3 guys or 4 guys: Draymond, Steph, Jimmy, and Pods. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he has a good relationship with anyone else. Honest to God, bro. I don't think he has a good relationship with anyone else. And if you don't have a good relationship with anyone else, I mean, and I don't know for sure, but I'm just observing. And I think some of y'all will agree with this. I think some of y'all will agree with this. I mean, Oak Tree, if you want to have that conversation, I mean, I can ask you the same thing. What is Pod's elite skill? You always say ball handling. He's not even a good ball handler. I mean, but he gets to play all the time. There you go. Is Pod's an elite ball handler? Okay. You always come up here and say ball handling, and then in a roundabout way, you always say that, oh, he should be in a starting lineup. I mean, he shouldn't be a starter. He is a starter, or he's getting starter minutes because of default, because the team is, not really that good. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of gets it by default. And in some senses, I think Kerr should just put Pods back in the starting lineup. That's what everybody wants, right? Just put him back in there.
Hey,
man.
good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Lee. Good morning. Good morning.
I was gonna say Posh should get the same kind of
Lee, I swear
possessions
to God, bro,
like Austin Reeves.
swear
We
to
need
God.
to increase his usage, bro.
Bro,
That's why we're not winning these games.
Bro, I glanced right and I made the mistake of reading his comment and I got sidetracked. But anyways, what I really wanted to talk about, right? Like I kind of wanted to talk about this. So let's watch this 2-minute clip and just kind of get on with it.
Did Jonathan practice?
Kind of. He did a few things.
Is he just
I don't know where he's got to tell you where he is. I mean, he didn't do anything. We did we didn't do scrimmages, but we did live drill work, and he barely did any of that. So not moving well. So training staff working with him, and I have no idea what he's doing.
It's been day to day for like 2 weeks now. What's the concern level that either he's not progressing or he's still not feeling the way he should be?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just talked to the training staff. They tell me it's day to day. So talking to JK, he said he's not moving that well. So I can't tell you what the outlook is. I think JK can tell you that better than I could. So he needs to feel better and be able to move better before we can put him out there. And so maybe we'll get imaging done on the knee, but yeah, we gotta figure it out.
They haven't even got imaging done yet.
You know what's interesting to me is has Steve ever did this when Steph was injured? Like, I don't know what Steph is doing. I haven't really talked to him. You can ask Steph about that. Has he ever did that? I can't recall that actually.
I mean, sure. Like he's given updates about that type of stuff, but I mean,
what I'm saying is he's giving updates. He's not even really doing that with JK. To your point.
because Steve, the coaching staff, and the vets, right, made it clear that JK doesn't fit with the starters, right? So if he doesn't fit with the starters, guess what? Get him up out of here, bro. Get him up out of here. The kid is clearly hurt. In that game that he played, like half the game, he was clearly hurt and he had tendonitis. So if he has tendonitis, bro, Jumper's knee, it's different for everybody, right? So if Jumper's knee is different from everybody, like, well, you just kind of got to wait and see. You know what I'm saying? So do the right shit, elevate and do all of that stuff. Ice it up, strengthen, and come back. It's really that simple. But you don't need him. He fucks up the flow, so you don't need him. So if he fucks up the flow and you don't need him, why is everyone complaining? Odds got you. Odds is the fourth best player. He got you,
He
right?
got you, bro. He got you.
He got you, man. He's the fourth best player, right?
You know what's funny about that whole conversation? I don't trust plus minus anymore, bro.
No, you should not trust it, bro. You shouldn't trust it.
I don't trust that at
No,
all.
you shouldn't trust it. You shouldn't trust it because Lee, let me tell you something, bro. Like
You got to watch the games
know,
to get the context of the
in my
stats.
former professional life, right? You know what I used to do, bro? I used to
What's
sit there and explain data. You know what I'm saying? And you have a prior period, you have a current period, you have a prior period. Sometimes we do 4-year analysis and all of that stuff, and we're looking at numbers. You're looking at patterns and usage patterns and all of that stuff, right? And sometimes you will see like a number jump off the screen, and you know what you have to do with that number, bro? You have to explain why that fucking number is jumping off of the screen. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it might be a geographical difference than in another region, right? So you'll see something hop off the screen and then you have to explain why that difference is. You know what I'm saying? And then within that data set, then you make your recommendations and you say, this is why this is happening. This is what we recommend. This is what we recommend in this particular geographic area. And this is what we think is appropriate for this, right? So this was my professional life, right? So I am more than comfortable doing that numbers wise, right? In terms of seeing something, seeing a number, going back, looking at it, doing some research, explaining, and then going to a prospective client or a retrospective client and saying, this is what I see. This is what my recommendation is. I did that all the time, bro. So I'm more than comfortable, following that pattern and doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I did that all the time. All the time I did that, right? So I understand all of this stuff, right? Now, when I see people use plus minus, right? I'm like, you're kind of using it in a disingenuous way. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like when people say, oh, he doesn't fit with the starters, right? Well, that's not what the plus minus say.
You know what I kind of look at it too? Like, you remember when Russ was getting all those triple doubles, but it wasn't leading to winning?
Yeah.
That's how I'm looking at this stat. There's other context you got to really account for,
bro.
besides just that.
100%. So that's how you have to look at the data. Like, at the end of the day, you can't just like look at the data. And this is why I was getting so annoyed with Sage, right? Because he's going on the timeline trying to spin a narrative, and that narrative that you're spinning is kind of fucked up. All right, so here is the real reason on why this team is struggling, okay? And let me tell you when it started. It started like 2 seasons ago, okay? It started with, matter of fact, it started even before that. It started with Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson, okay? Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson are kind of on the same level. Jordan is better at putting the ball on the floor. Klay Thompson doesn't really put the ball on the floor. However, his movement creates gravity, right? So in essence, his movement creates playmaking openings, right? Kind of like what Steph does, right? So when you're here talking about Klay, saying that Klay is not a playmaker, that's not true, because Klay moves around and he creates gravity. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. So that is Klay Thompson's, and a lot of people even now don't understand that, right? So that's how Klay created shots, right? So Klay and Jordan, Jordan puts the ball on the floor. Jordan puts the ball on the floor and better, right? Jordan puts the ball on the floor better, and Klay is a better off-ball player, right? Jordan can score off of the bounce and all of that stuff, right? So, but Jordan can also score off the catch. Like, he's a pretty good shooter, right? So, but not a shooter like Klay Thompson, but he's good enough, right? So you see that type of thing it creates chaos in the offense, right? So then you got to the situation where Jordan and Clay butt heads now. You know what I'm saying? Because they play the same position. You can't go to Andrew Wiggins and say, Andrew Wiggins, go to the bench, have Clay start at small forward, because none of them, Clay or Jordan Poole, is as good as Andrew Wiggins on defense. You know, there was a lot of so-called smart people that was saying back then that Clay should be starting for Andrew Wiggins. The defense struggled right off the bat. Cool? All right. The other aspect of it is that Draymond Green plays off of Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, and Klay Thompson, right? So when you have those three in the lineup, right, Draymond Green then can do things in terms of passing the ball. You know what I'm saying? Because Draymond, you know, say what you want about him, but he does make split decisions in the chaos offense. There's a lot of people that can't make plays in the chaos offense, right? So here's the problem now. Jordan Poole is gone. Klay Thompson is gone. And you only have Steph Curry as the target. You know what I'm saying? Steph Curry is the only target now. So Draymond is trying to do the movement stuff with Pods, Moses Moody, and Will Richard. None of those guys are Steph, Klay Thompson, or Jordan Poole, right? They just do different things, right? Even when you see Moses Moody come off of a pin down and he shoots, bro, he is lining up his feet. He's doing all of that stuff, right? So it's just not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And Draymond Green is in there. Draymond is not an elite finisher. He can't beat anyone off the dribble. You know, he can't break you down scoring wise, right? But he is just an amazing passer. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing to your point with Draymond, just a real quick side point. Those lanes that used to be wide open because you had the dynamic of Steph and Clay, they're not there anymore. Like,
yeah,
you see
so
like
100%.
Draymond's trying to fit these passes into these really, really tight windows, and he doesn't have the skill for that. He can make the decision, but just pure skill in terms of passing, that's not him, bro.
Honestly, bro, I don't think so. So he could get away with it back then because there was movement and there was chaos and all of that stuff, right? And Draymond, you know, like, he's gotten worse physically, but that's not what it is, bro. Like, Draymond never overwhelmed you with physicality. It was always IQ and skill. You know what I'm saying? The personnel has eroded around Draymond, right? And the people that they have, it's not that they're bad players. They just don't fit the Draymond dynamic, right? Like the off-ball Draymond dynamic, right? So here's the thing now, right? And this is why I, you know, and before you bring this back to the timeline, right? I wasn't a fan of Jimmy Butler because of the same thing that I'm talking about right now, because I understand this dynamic, right? Jimmy Butler is like a better Draymond, okay? On offense, at least. Like, I don't think Jimmy Butler is a defender that Draymond is. Like, he does like some backline stuff or whatever, similar to Draymond, but overall, nobody's Draymond, bro, right? But on offense, he's an elite playmaker and he can score the ball at an elite level. That's why his teams always ended up in the finals. He's really good at controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and all of that, right? But if Jimmy Butler has the ball, what is Draymond Green going to do? Is Draymond Green going to be in the corner? You know what I'm saying? So now you see Draymond just being left wide open constantly. And now the offense turns into, is he going to make the shot? Is he going to miss the shot? If he makes the shot, everybody's gangsta, all of that stuff. And we're celebrating Draymond. If he misses the shot, he's a donkey, right? And it turns into like a make or miss thing. So niggas are looking at this team now and they're saying, hold up, is it dependent on Draymond making or missing the shot, right? So teams
Can you explain why there are three? I'm sorry to cut you off for you cooking, but can you explain why the combination of Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph have a high offensive rating? Like, the three of them have like the best net rating in the league. That's why I'm like confused, because
no, you shouldn't be confused, bro, because with the three of them on the court, they're still really good offensively and defensively. Now, the problem is the other guys, the two other guys that are going to be out there with him, right? Draymond Green. All right, let me give you a non-Warrior example, right? Who has the best plus minus on the Lakers?
Oh, that's a good question. Who is it?
Is it Austin Reeves, right?
It's Marcus Smart.
Oh, okay.
Do you know why? It's real simple, bro. Marcus Smart plays defense. Okay? He was a defensive player of the year, right? You see, when you play a little bit of defense in this league and you get stops, plus minus is your friend. It's almost like a 2x multiplier playing defense in this league, maybe a 3x, right? Because what
Especially
happens,
if they score after stealing the ball, you're removing 2 points or 3 points, and then you get another 3. That's
you
like
see what I'm
plus
saying?
6. Yeah.
So playing defense in this league, there's like a multiplier effect with it, right? So when you play defense, it's literally multiplying your effect, right? So players like Marcus Smart, players like Draymond, right? They are going to show up favorably in the box score, right? It might not show up in the offensive. This is why, like, we've been good over the last couple of years, because we've been able to put guys out there. This is why me and Shadow come up here and we say Steph in defense, Steph in defense, Steph in defense, because we think that Steph can carry defensive players on offense, and they're going to put their impact on the game defensively, but you just got to keep them on the floor offensively. The problem now is that Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green essentially do the same thing. They're not really comfortable spacing the court. They don't even want to do that, right? And then the guys that are out there, Steph Curry, Will Richard, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Pods, all of those guys aren't shooters. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just like stand-up shooters. All right, in each set, they want to create options, right? So say they're coming off of a pin down, right? If the defense is leaning towards that shooter, the guy that's setting that screen can slip, right? So in every action they run, they want to create multiple actions, right? Or they want to create multiple avenues. That's what they want to do, bro. It's like a read and react thing, right? So if the defense is leaning one way, they want to go the other way. That's how they want to play. The problem with this team is that they don't have people that can create that gravity, right? You heard Butler say it last week. No one is reacting to any of these guys. The only person that they're reacting in those actions is to Steph. You know what I'm saying? You'll see Jimmy Butler draw a double team. That's reacting to the defense, right? So no one is reacting to no one else, and that is the problem with this team right now. You know what I'm saying? So Kerr is trying to create as much offense as possible. But the problem is that the people who are the trigger men, you know, like, and this is not even a Jimmy Butler thing. This is like more of like a Draymond thing. And I'm not really here critiquing Draymond, but I am pointing out what the problem is and the synergy between Draymond and the other guys that he's playing off of. You know what I'm saying? Now it's turning into he has to utilize Steph's gravity to get other people open, right? So it used to be like a 3x multiplier. Now it's a 1x multiplier or a 2x, depending.
So Steph has to work harder on offense and on defense because the team is too small on a defensive end, and now he has to run more to help people get their shots off. This is
Exactly,
stupid,
bro.
bro.
That's literally what the problem is.
This
You know what I'm
is
saying?
dumb as hell. Why don't we just
So-
change the offense to fit the personnel?
No. He's not going to change it because he doesn't it doesn't fit his philosophy. And I've been telling y'all this for years, bro. This is not the first time I've broken down this concept. You know what I'm saying? So why doesn't Jonathan Kuminga not work? Jonathan Kuminga doesn't work because they want movement out of that offense. And Jonathan Kuminga, his role oftentimes has to be, it can't even be like a playmaker role. It has to be.
But you know how dumb this is, Irk? We had Ryan Rollins on the team. talent like that
These
goes away
guys are
for the
not going to
sake
work, bro, because they're not going to
because of
work.
the offense.
Okay, all right.
Stupid.
Okay. They were prioritizing guys like, bro, this is why they should have just never let go Clay. You know what I'm saying? As annoyed as I was with Clay, notice I was always saying they really can't let Clay go. You know what I'm saying? They kind of need him. You know what I'm saying? Because of that thing that we're talking about. And this is why but Clay was just so miserable because I don't think Clay was getting the respect that he wanted. End of the day, this is what I heard. Clay just wanted a Draymond Green contract. That's what he wanted. You know what I'm saying? Management was not comfortable giving him the Draymond Green contract. You know what I'm saying? And they weren't even comfortable giving him the years because they're looking at him, right? And they're you know, like they do different things in terms of measuring like how this guy is moving, right? Like they have all types of, you know, analytics and metrics that they use to even measure how guys are moving. They wear like vests and all of this stuff, right? And they are recording and measuring and comparing how this guy is moving versus how he was moving before. They do all of that. They're doing stuff behind the scenes that we don't even realize, right? So when I said back then that I don't think it's a good thing that we're losing Clay, you know what I'm saying? And they brought Buddy in, and Buddy.
Wait, would you want Clay back for winning purposes or just vibes?
I'm not saying that I want Clay back. I think Clay is cooked, right?
You think that team's respect him enough where the offense can work because of that thing you were speaking, where the defense will react to Clay versus Pods being out there and someone else.
Exactly, right?
No
So
disrespect to those other dudes, but they just don't have the magnetism
yeah, so
on offense
I
like
think
Clay.
Clay is in Dallas right now, and Clay is struggling because, you know, that's not really what Clay does. You know what I'm saying? Like Clay don't do the thing where he like stands in the corner and he does all that nonsense. No. That's not what Clay does. Clay wants to move, but if no one is going to pass you the ball when you're moving, then what's the point of it? You know what I'm saying? That's where Draymond comes in, and Draymond is making like these instantaneous reads. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a function of where the roster is, right? So when I was sitting there and I was telling niggas like, y'all want this second option thing, it's not going to work. And I kept on telling people, this is what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? And niggas was like, Jimmy Butler, da-da-da-da. And I was like, all right, that's cool and all, but you don't have the right personnel to bring in these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you had Steph and Clay, Jimmy Butler, Draymond, you know, that would work. But guess what? Like, I don't know that Clay moves the same anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that he defends anymore. Right? Who knows?
You know, the thing is, Eric, we spoke about this the other day. Even if Clay was here, I think the product will still exist they did last year. Because teams don't respect him the same way as they do before 23.
No. It's not even a respect thing, bro. It like if you have Clay come off of an action, right? And I think with Clay too, some of it is mental because, you know, if you
Wait,
are
Urkel, Clay's been cooked, dog. They
No.
made the right choice, dog.
But
They
I
made
think
the right choice, bro.
I think part of Clay's thing is mental. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he was in such a negative place with the team and with himself that it just permeated all through his game and all down the roster. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was just so annoyed, like the whole time. But I'm not going to sit here and say that what he did didn't have like a compounding effect. And don't for 1 second think that these front office niggas aren't doing nonsense behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, Urkel, in order to appease Clay and fix the mental thing, it would have meant compromising the team even further. And
No.
But you said he wanted the Draymond contract, bro, and he wasn't worth anywhere near the Draymond contract. He wasn't worth that, bro.
Have you ever been with a girl before, and no matter what you do, right, she's going to be unhappy regardless of what you do? You could fund her lifestyle and you could fucking give her 40 grand a month. It's not going to fix whatever she got going on. Whatever Clay had going on was all upstairs, bro. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing that we could have done that was going to fix Klay. Klay was just miserable. Do you know why? Because Klay went through some really dark years, right? When he was hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like the man didn't even know if he was going to play again. And it wasn't about money. Klay made a lot of money. It was just about what he was and where he was at that point when he got hurt. It's super simple, bro. Super, super simple, right? So I feel for him, right? But at the same time, he was making us miserable, bro. You know? And we're not running a daycare, bro. We're trying to win basketball games. You know what I'm saying? So end of the day, you just got to fix up and do what you got to do. You understand what I'm saying? So you just got to look at it from that standpoint, right? So when you look at what we need, Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are running into each other. You know what I'm saying? Because there's only one movement guy that's out there. You know, there's one movement guy that's out there.
Well, I want to say go back to your point earlier though about Kerr only caring about the 4 guys, right? I was thinking, bro, like when was the last time, right?
Yeah.
A guy, especially a young guy, has had like a linear path of development, you know, on this team. And I was thinking about like the last guy, honestly, was Harrison Barnes, bro. And not say that Harrison Barnes was great by the time he left here, but that's the only dude that didn't have a regression within his time here.
Harrison Barnes,
bro. Every single young guy that's been on the team, bro.
Harrison Barnes struggled.
Harrison Barnes struggled. He struggled in the playoffs. But what I'm talking about, like throughout the 4 seasons, if you look at his 4 seasons in aggregate, from year 1 to year 4, like at least especially in the regular season, like you didn't see like massive regression.
So here's a context behind HB, right?
Yeah.
And HB, you know, there's always one guy that falls at the ire of the fan base. Harrison Barnes was one of those guys. I was actually a defender of Harrison Barnes, right? Because even back then I understood what the small ball thing was, and I understood having a big 4 out there, what it did for us on both ends. You know what I'm saying? Harrison Barnes is the prototypical stretch 4 in the NBA, right? And he's big and he can guard up, he can guard down. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he's the greatest in certain spots, but the key to Harrison Barnes is that Harrison Barnes did a specific role that not only carried on this team, but his impact actually carries on multiple team. A guy that is going to guard, rebound, and make threes. Otto Porter came here. Otto Porter was guarding, he was rebounding, and he was making threes. On top of it, he was adding a little bit of playmaking as well. You know what I'm saying? So what Harrison Barnes did, Harrison Barnes and a guy like him made the death lineup the deadliest fucking lineup ever. You know what I'm saying? They brought in KD and all of that stuff, right? But in terms of the heights that it got to, it's because he could guard as well. And he could guard, you know, the big players at the time. You could throw him out there and he could hold his own, right? And he helped out Draymond as well. You know what I'm saying? So that combination actually helped, right? Harrison Barnes did that. So now, do you have a stretch 4 out there? The stretch 4 is Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler doesn't want to stretch the court. Draymond Green doesn't want to stretch the court. The 2 guard, or sorry, the small forward is Moses Moody. He can't really stretch the court. You put Kuminga out there. Kuminga is not stretching the court, right? So you don't have like that dedicated 4 guy that is doing that, right? So the playmaking avenues for Draymond Green are not going to be there. This is why they're struggling on offense. And I see people showing me all this stuff, and Oak Tree is trying to like make a point and all of that, but you're ultimately wrong, bro. Like you're like King. Like anything I say, you're just looking for anything to disagree, but you're ultimately wrong. I mean, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The Warriors are 23rd on offense right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's That's kind of the problem. They're 23rd on offense right now. They're
I mean, it's
23rd.
pretty simple. Like Kerr's offensive philosophy worked because you literally had the two greatest shooters in the history of mankind
Well,
on the same
King,
team at the
I
same
say a lot
time.
of wrong stuff. There is not anything that you ever break down that's right. You know what I'm saying? You just go against what everyone else says and you don't actually break down anything. And please don't come on stage because I'm not looking to derail this conversation. You're a Laker fan, stay in the chat. I don't care for you. Not in the mood today. But the fact of the matter is that we're 23rd on offense. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So whether you want to talk about this combination or that combination, it does not matter. They're 23rd on offense. That's a problem.
What's up, y'all?
CJ, what's good, bro?
Yo, been kind of busy the last couple days. What we talking about?
We talking about or I was trying to all right. Let me play this thing through and through.
Did Jonathan practice?
Kind of. He did a few things.
Is he just any
I don't know where he,
sense
like, he's got to tell you where he is. I mean, he didn't do anything. We did, like, kind of, we didn't do scrimmages, but we did live drill work, and he barely did any of that. So, not moving well. So, training staff working with him, and I have no idea what he's doing.
It's been day to day for like 2
Yes.
weeks now. What's the concern level that either he's not progressing or he's still not feeling the way he should be?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just talked to the training staff. They tell me he's day to day. So, talking to JK, he said he's not moving that well. So, I can't tell you what the outlook is. I think, JK can tell you that better than I could. So he needs to, feel better and be able to move better before we can put him out there. And so, maybe we'll get imaging done on the knee. But yeah, we gotta figure it out. We missed it. We play in Miami with missing all our guys, and the other night we're tired. Like we need him, but he's got to get right before he can play. Obviously.
And it's still just the swollen, it's just the same issue it's been, the knee.
Yeah, I didn't talk to him today, but I was hoping that he was going to scrimmage today, but he didn't do that. So it's obviously worse than we thought. But I haven't talked.
So if he's not ready, he's not ready. Like I sort of don't see the big deal. I sort of don't see the big deal in terms of why are people so mad? Like if he's not ready, he's not ready.
But why is Kerr saying this?
Did you see what the doctor dude posted about how you could like re-aggravate it and stuff like that?
Bro, it's jumper's knee, right? It's tendonitis, right? So it's inflammation in your knee. So why do you have inflammation? Well, you have inflammation for a multitude of reasons, but something isn't right in the knee. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some type of imbalance that's going on. So until they can figure out that imbalance, why play him? Don't y'all want to trade him at the deadline? So if you want to trade him at the deadline,
yeah, if he aggravates it, you're not gonna be able to.
Wait, but why is Kerr?
Shit, guess what? You can't trade him. So why are people so mad?
Yeah, but why is Kerr coming out and saying, he's not moving well? Don't you want to trade him?
Because right
well, if he's
now,
not moving well. That's not even what I'm debating. But if he's not moving well, he's not moving well, right? But
if you're Steve Kerr, right, and every single time you get up to the podium, Kuminga this, Kuminga that, Kuminga this, Kuminga that, like, and this is gonna be something that they're just gonna keep asking about, and he doesn't even have that answer right now. Like saying it the way he did is a good way to get them to leave him the fuck alone. You know what I mean? For now, at least. And another thing that I think a lot of people aren't thinking about, and I see this happen all the time when guys are in like a contract year. And this is one of the downsides of, being on like a 1+1 team option kind of deal. Is like, okay, so say he re-aggravates that knee, right? And now he's just cooked for the season or whatever. Or maybe it's something that is career altering, because it does happen sometimes. The problem with that is they could just decline the team option. Now he's screwed. You know what I mean? Because it's like being in a contract year. So I feel like whenever there's any kind of thing, they're just gonna like take their time.
bro. No. On top of that, the Warriors have never operated in a sense where if a guy is half ready, they just throw him out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Has been pretty conservative in terms of how they manage players, right? Like you always hear them say, you rehab and then you get 2 practices in. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't get 2 practices in, I don't know what to tell you. If the kid is not ready to practice and if he's out there laboring, why should he go out there and just force himself to play? There have been guys that have pushed themselves and kind of fool the training staff, and then they go out there and then they get hurt again, and then we get mad at those guys. So if the guy is not healthy, why play him?
Hey, Urkel, we saw two franchises handle a hamstring injury completely differently, right? Like we saw Aaron Gordon play on one leg in a playoff series last year, while the Warriors completely shut Steph down and said, "Nah, we don't care, dog. Like you're going to miss a whole playoff series. You're not going out there." So it's just like it's. We've always seen the Warriors handle injuries completely differently than other teams. It's just it is what it is.
Banty, my thing is that and it's coming from like the Sage types and the OG Trays and people like that and King. Not even King. What the fuck are we talking about, King? King's not even a fucking fan,
bro.
Knowing ass nigga, bro. Anyway, so it's coming from people like that, right? And people are here saying Jonathan Kuminga not playing and all of that stuff. So why are people so pressed about Kuminga not playing? Because when we won the Spurs game, the 2 Spurs game, niggas was like, oh, the team looks way better. It looks way better. Then we lose 3 games in a row. And then y'all are on this kid's neck again. So what do you want? NTD, he doesn't fit the team, bro. So if he doesn't fit the team, why do you want him out there? Do you just want to say, oh, he's quitting, he's this, he's that? Like, is that what you want to say? If he's hurt, he's hurt. We don't like sit here and legislate to other players when they're hurt. If they're hurt, right?
Yeah, nobody's tripping about Al Horford now going to miss another week.
I don't hear people tripping about Al Horford, but you're tripping about Jonathan Kuminga. Why?
But it's like we're better without him, right? And they don't want him to play anyways.
Hey,
NTD. Muscle. Yeah, I think he has sciatica.
You are not,
to be honest,
a Kuminga guy. So why are people complaining about JK then? Wouldn't you just want to sit him? Anthony Davis could probably play right now, but they probably want to trade him, no? So if we don't want to play him, and if he's not good for the team, why are we even pressed, bro? I see so many people on the timeline just pressed about this.
Yeah, I don't know, Eric. Horford might be washed, man. I'm hoping not, but we'll see.
I think they said that the reason they listed he was out was sciatica.
Sciatica, that's just gonna be hopefully it's not a season-long thing, but from what I know, that
sciatica
shit is like
lingers, bro.
It lingers, exactly. Like that shit lingers. So like, I don't know, man.
But I mean, bro, what do you expect? He's like 40, 41 years old.
A 40-year-old having back issues. Who would have thought? Oh, by the way, we gave him a team option. I told y'all that shit was a mistake.
And then it's like we're putting him in lineups.
You mean a player option for Horford?
Listen. Horford, like, bro, Horford has a 40-year-old body. He's not like LeBron, bro. LeBron, who's like juiced up off of whatever he's juiced up off of. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a 40-year-old, bro. That's what happens, bro.
So how does it work?
If you're not in tip-top shape, you're gonna move and look like Al Horford.
So how does it work if, like, say he's just like stupid cooked or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And he has a player option. Couldn't he just like be like a cheerleader for a year and collect an extra $5 million?
Bro, we're paying him $6 million, bro.
Oh, $6 million, my bad.
We're paying, bro, CJ. We're paying him $6 million a cheerlead.
You know, like be the vet in the locker
Hell
room.
no, hell no.
Because the thing is,
He's not
people
even
are
on a
saying that
vet
he could just
min.
retire. But why would you just give up $6 million for no reason just to go retire? When you
Bro,
could just be on the
CJ,
payroll and just be with the
hell
team
no,
sometimes.
man. That dude is on a
Hey,
$6 million
but CJ,
contract.
I'm not too
CJ,
worried about the Horford thing because
CJ,
it's a small piece of puzzle. What's
one
up?
thing was good. Was good, man. One thing y'all boys even miss about the whole Horford thing, because I would think they're using his age to bring him along slowly. If they wasn't losing games, he wouldn't factor in every single thing, even though statistically it doesn't look the best. But he's also a new acquisition based on the concessions you've made to Draymond. Because if you have went away from Draymond a couple of years ago, maybe you get an ideal center. You don't need an Al Horford, or you don't need to depend on a TJD and a Quentin Post. But because you have Draymond, and because there's a conundrum in the front court, now you got to wait for a guy who's about to retire to sign at the last minute and hope Quentin Post and TJD can be beneficial. It's all going back to one root problem.
Bruce showering? It's crazy.
It's showering here. I'm in the kitchen, man.
Yeah, Brandon said you were showering. I thought it was funny.
CJ, that one, bro, I will be upset. Bro, yo, if Horford becomes a cheerleader, bro, I will be very upset, bro. No way we're about to pay this dude 6 M's a year to play 20 games and be a cheerleader, bro. Fuck all that, bro. You're not even on a vet min, bro. Cheerlead? Nah, dude, bro. They gotta force him to retire, bro. Get him out of here, bro.
Give the nigga Marquise Bolden from the G League a look. I'm gonna be honest, like, just going to the total Warriors conversation. I think that our problems are way bigger than just one singular person, though. Like, we could talk about Draymond or talk about JK or this guard or that guard, how old Al Horford is. But we got a lot of issues, to be honest. And some of it is like a talent thing, some of it is like a fit thing. Some of it is like an age and size. It's just so much to it. I'm just gonna be real. I think that we just got so many issues. Yeah, there's coaching, and when it comes to coaching, it's not all schematics. It's also like people management. You know, I just think that there's just so many issues that I can't just sit here and talk about one person or point to one person. I just don't think it's fair. That's why you don't see me bagging on pods. I don't even think pods is really a problem, to be honest. I just think that some of the stuff gets magnified because of the roster in this situation.
Bro, CJ, the roster just isn't built to compete.
You said it's not built for what, sorry?
It's not built to compete. They're too old, they're too slow, they're too small, and they're too unathletic. Like, usually contending teams, like, you're never gonna have the perfect team, right? OKC will kind of be that perfect team. They're young, they're athletic, they're big. But usually contending teams aren't perfect, right? There's a struggle. Either you're maybe a little bit too small, or you're a little bit too old, or you're a little bit too like unathletic. We are a perfect combination of all three. We're too old, right? And the young guys are too inconsistent. We're too small, so we can't guard anything.
I'm not even
right?
buying that inconsistent shit, bro. You have players in their skill set, and that's what they do. Okay, Steve, Steph, Draymond, and these guys, they want to do something that they were doing 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Don't have the personnel to be doing what they want to do, bro. That's just the fact of the matter, right? So you know what it is, bro? They're gonna probably have to play differently. You know what I'm saying? And here's another factor that no one is really talking about. Okay. What people are not talking about is that the league average offensive rating is 115.8 right now. Okay. Let me say that again. The league offensive rating is 115.8 right now. Okay.
Which is ridiculous.
All right. That's kind of crazy. Do you know why that's crazy? Okay. Let me show y'all something. The league average offense is 115 right now. Okay. Let me say that again. The league average offense, the average NBA offense is 115. Okay. The Warriors at the time, this was the best offense in the league. This was the 2018-2019 season. This was the best NBA offense of all time when the season ended.
Now it's league average.
This is the league average offense now.
Which year was this?
This was 2018-2019. This was like 6 years ago.
That's freaking crazy.
Okay, so you think this is not a problem? So we're running an offense, right, in the regular season right now that is not good enough. Right?
What is our offensive rating right now? I know that we're like really low ranked, but what are we, like 111, 110?
I can give you the exact number. So this is per Basketball Reference, by the way. So you will have differences between NBA.com and Basketball Reference. They do a slightly different calc. But right now, it is 113.6. So that means that we are -2 below league average. We're not even above average in terms of league offense right now. So we're a -2. So you want to know why we're losing games? We're losing games because we are a below average offense, right? So for us to make any noise whatsoever, we have to be at least above a 116. We got to be above a 116. Right. So if we can just play defense, right, and play like top 10 defense, and then have
where do we rank in defense?
Defense, we're like 11 right now.
Okay,
but we lost the game, so it's like whatever.
What is league average this year for defense?
League average, it's the same. It's 115.8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
we're a little bit above average on defense.
Yeah, so our only saving grace right now is that we are above league average in terms of defense.
Here you go.
I don't even think that's really worth it, though. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Let's go.
I'm not in the mood for your nonsense this morning, Matt. I don't know why you came in on a different account.
They banned me again. Don't be mean to me, bro.
You're not banned. So this is kind of what the problem is. The problem is that we are below league average. Stop kicking them off stage, bro. Like, it's fine, man. It's cool. Please.
So okay. We're about 2 points under league average on offense, and we're about 2 points above average on defense. So the problem is we're just like hilariously mid.
Yeah. I mean, a 113.6 isn't good, you know.
Because like being a low offense, you can afford it if you're a team with Steph Curry, right?
Yeah.
If you have an elite defense, like top 5, or at least there's like some kind of separation. But you're mid on defense too.
Those numbers are not accurate because people keep missing this point. Steph missed a full week. And so because Steph missed a full week, you have to take that data out when you look at what Golden State is offensively. And so the Warriors have offensive issues, but Golden State is a slightly above average offense when Steph plays. Steph's offensive rating is right at 117, which is slightly above average. Now, Steph doesn't play 48 minutes. But the Warriors the Warriors have offensive issues, but Golden State is a slightly above average offense when Steph plays. Those numbers are skewed because of the time Steph missed. Also, the defensive numbers are very misleading because even though Golden State has played a pretty tough schedule, you guys have played some atrocious offensive teams. You played Indiana twice, including Indiana with the G League lineup. You also played Milwaukee without Giannis. And Portland, even though Portland scored on you, Portland didn't have Drew or Shaedon Sharpe. But my point, I'm going to drop in about 30 seconds. Here's my point. It's these people like Sage and NTD, they're as bad as the people in the Democrats who have Trump derangement syndrome. Like these guys think that Donald Trump and Kaminga assassinated JFK. This is so dumb. I mean, this is the only fan base talking about a player who hasn't played in 2 weeks when your team's lost 3 straight games. It's just stupid. And my point is this. If you look at Golden State objectively, the Warriors have 3 main issues. 3 main issues. Number 1, there's no point of attack defense. Curry's getting cooked. Pods gets cooked. Will Richard gets cooked. And one player nobody's talking about. People are giving this guy a pass. Jimmy Butler's getting fucking barbecued. I'll tell you, Bruce said he was in the kitchen. I think Jimmy was in the kitchen with him, man. That motherfucker's getting cooked like a bitch. He's getting cooked like a bitch every night.
Yo,
now,
Brett
I think
got a
Jimmy has
software
value.
update.
Jimmy has value as a help defender, but Jimmy is getting fried defensively. And that's another reason Golden State needs Kaminga. Jimmy cannot play the 3. So Golden State doesn't want to play Green major minutes at the 5. That bumps Green to the 4, Butler to the 3. Butler can't play the 3. He can barely play the fucking 4. He can't guard anyone. He's 36. He moves like an older person. And Al Horford is not out because of his sciatica. Al Horford is out because the Warriors are being investigated for elder abuse, putting him on the court. He can't play basketball. And so what I'm saying is Golden State's 3 main issues are lack of point of attack defense. When Draymond Green goes off the court, the defense falls off a cliff. The Warriors' defense, you can't make the stat up. Golden State's defense is 17 points better per 100 possessions when Green is on the floor. That's Green's biggest impact by far in his career. And so Golden State can't defend when Green is off the floor. They have no point of attack defense. And final point, Steph's cooking. He's very good on the ball. But Steph doesn't have the same offensive gravity when he's off the ball because Steph is not moving as much or as effectively off the ball. And so the entire system, the motion offense with Draymond Green, a donkey who can't dribble or shoot having the ball, the Draymond Green motion offense isn't working primarily because even though Steph's still very good on the ball, Steph does not have the same offensive gravity. And Steph shouldn't need to carry dipshit rosters with Pods, Buddy Hield, Quentin Post, Moses Moody. But because the Warriors' whole roster is a roster of system players, and Steph's still playing very well on the ball, but Steph doesn't have the same offensive gravity. He's not moving as much or the same off the ball. The motion offense with Donkey Draymond Green having the ball, that model doesn't work. Steph has to drop 45 for Golden State to be competitive. And so the motion offense is broken. There's no point of attack defense, and Golden State can't defend with Green off the court. Those are the 3 issues. Kaminga's not one of them. All right, I'm out.
All right, I'm out. Cooked him like a bitch. You're cooked again.
Yo, Brandon got a software update. This shit's crazy. Bro added in freaking metaphors and shit.
Oh boy.
He had a couple of good points. I also saw OG Trey point this out, and it was something that I was pointing out in like the live watches. Something I have noticed in the past 3 games is Moody's been getting barbecued on the perimeter. Like in the Magic game, I think I pointed it out at halftime to you guys in here that the Orlando guards were just picking on him. Anthony Black and Suggs and Bane, they were kind of just picking on Moody. And the Phoenix game, there's so much going on. I didn't highlight it as much, but the Portland game, you could really see like they were just kind of burning by him. And so I mean, that's something I noticed. I think it's kind of tough when we don't really have anybody who can you could just put out there and you don't gotta go like compensate the whole defense to help them. I think that's a really big problem on our roster. And that goes really for like everybody, you know. Um, Moody's defense is very overrated. I mean, he does some things really good, but I do think that he's kind of like the out of the three young dudes or whatever, he's kind of like the one that gets the most benefit of the doubt. I think that Pods gets a lot of unnecessary hate. Um, like I get it. I get it for all these guys. I think JK, the frustrating part is like you know what he's capable of, you just don't see it all the time. That's really frustrating. But I think that while Irk, you're saying that we're running a below average offense, I honestly think our defense is the biggest issue, and I can explain how it compounds. Okay, so if Rev T made a good point to me the other day that if you factor out the Clippers game that we played, if you factor that game out because it was an outlier because it was a super low scoring game, we're actually 16th in defense if you take that game out. So our defense is really like mid below average, and our offense is already below average, and it doesn't really get affected much by removing that game either. And if you look at it, right, so what are some ways you can improve your offense? Well, there's a reason why OKC has a high level offense on top of having a high level defense. Well, they're getting so many turnovers, right, that they're forcing turnovers, so they're getting out in transition. They're forcing misses, like they're getting stops, so they're getting out in transition, getting easy buckets, right? And then on
Miami's
top of
fourth
that,
in offense,
you
or
said
sorry,
what?
defense.
What's that?
Miami's fourth in defense.
Well, I think a lot of these numbers are skewed because of the offense.
That's
I
wicked.
think that the only one that I would like really like actually take serious is OKC because there's like a significant gap. There's like a 7 point gap or some shit like that. Everybody else ain't really playing defense like that, you know? If I'm just being honest. I
Yeah.
think they have all the pieces, Miami, to be a really good defense. But like this year they're scoring, you know? Like that's their thing. They're scoring. They're like the Pacers or the Kings of the past few years. They're scoring. But I do think when it's go time to play defense, they have the personnel because you got a shot blocker and Ware, you got a versatile defender, backline guy, and Bam, you got one of the best perimeter defenders in the game. And Wiggins, you got a bunch of dudes who could hold up on the perimeter. You got one of the best defensive guards. So I think that they will be a legit playoff defense. But right now they're an offensive team. Yeah, Davion. Um, so so I think that when you look at the Warriors though and their defense, there's two reasons why our offense is bad. So for one, we're not getting points in transition like fast break points, things like that, you know, because points off turnovers. We're not getting that. And if you look, our rebounding is way down. Could you look at our rebounding numbers? Because we're usually like a top five rebounding team year in, year out the last few years. Um, if you look at our rebounding, even just in the general stats, like we're middle of the pack in rebounding. And a big reason for our rebounding, if you look, we're losing the offensive rebounds. Like teams are getting a lot of offensive rebounds on us. And the reason why is because we can't defend, so we're playing zone. We're playing more zone than ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually we don't start seeing a zone until like the middle of the year and the guys are just kind of tired, so they're just running a zone to like, you know,
So you
be
see,
like a gimmick. But when
bro,
you
you
run a
see,
zone, you can't find a body when the ball goes up, pause. You so guys are just getting in there and getting offensive boards. Like we got it was like a 23-9 offensive rebound discrepancy or differential, sorry, last game. They literally killed us on the offensive glass. Out rebounded us by 20.
you see when people were up there and they were talking about, this and they were talking about that or whatever. Like, I I sat up there and I said, you know, I sat up there and I said, if we're not going to be very good rebounding, we're just not going to be good. You know what I'm saying? And you see when people are just bashing Looney and they were like, Looney can't do this and Looney can't do that. Looney leaves. Horford is playing every other game. And then where's the rebounding now? Where is the rebounding?
Yeah, and it's bigger than Looney because our defense sucks. So like,
No, but Looney did do these little things though. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
And
You know what? A lot of people don't factor in. They'll be like, "Oh, Looney only got like 5 rebounds a game or whatever the hell he was getting." Like, yo, he was boxing out too, and he was a big reason why other guys were getting a lot of rebounds too.
yeah, so I mean, NTD, you can say about Loon all you want, bro. Like it's showing in the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a, as CJ said, like in the paint, we're clearly lacking toughness right now.
Yeah, and we're getting murdered in the paint. Like teams are getting whatever they want inside.
All right,
Because I mean, think
so
about it. Like you're running a defense where it's predicated on Draymond like roaming and being the free safety. But how can you be a free safety if like your back line is, pick a small guard, pick an undersized dude. Everybody's
okay,
undersized at their position.
the last couple of games have been a microcosm of why we are bad and why we're going to be bad. Last year we were 4th in total rebounding. Okay, that's last season. All right, this season, you see when you like take away these little things and people bash this guy and they bash that guy. Yeah, and this season we are 24th in terms of rebounding the ball.
24th? Oh my God.
So we were 4th and now we're 24th.
Holy shit.
You don't think
That's
that's a
worse than I
problem?
thought. I didn't think it
Bro,
was that bad. I
Boris,
thought we were like 15th or something.
I've been talking about it the whole time, bro. Yes. So I mean,
I mean, it checks out.
it does check out. 100% it checks out. So we're 19th in offensive rebounds. Where were we last season?
We
So
were,
here.
for a lot of the year, we were like top 5. I think after the Jimmy trade, our rebounding went down significantly, though.
CJ, they're gonna blow this shit up, bro. They're gonna blow this shit up. Okay, so last season we were 3rd in offensive rebounding, right?
Yeah, that was a big part of our offense.
So they're not getting these extra possessions anymore. So that is going to peel off. So we're not shooting the ball well, and we're not getting extra possessions. A function of why Houston is so good is because they get extra possessions. Last season we were 3rd in that stat, and now we're just not very good in that stat. So you see what happens when niggas just sit here and just cape for the stretch 5, the stretch 5, the stretch 5. I mean, this is
The
kind of
stretch
what
5 is nice if you have good rebounding forwards. Or
this
if
is kind of what happens. Yeah.
like if you have like big forwards who could rebound, it works. But it's a compound issue that we have going on here because for one, we can't guard, so we're playing way more zone, and 2, we're just too small. So teams are just out rebounding us and flat out, right? But then also we are old and slow, so we're using the opportunity when the ball goes up. That's an opportunity for us to get back, right?
Hey,
That's an
CJ.
opportunity for us to get back in transition so we don't get destroyed. And the problem with that is they go and get a putback, and now there's like one dude under the hoop still. And also there's a thing that they call stays, right? You can ask anybody on the team. It's called a stay. And this is when in transition or in between shots, who is in between either 3-point line, so the middle of the court. If you're in that area, that's no man's land. And a lot of the times, Draymond and Steph, they stay a lot, and it's to save their legs. I don't know if you guys noticed, like we'll get like a defensive stop, right? Draymond will get us a stop or some shit, and then he'll stay back, and then so we're running offense 4-on-5. It's kind of like a semi-fast break, trying to get some early offense going, and then you'll see him come up like it'll be like 13 seconds left on the shot clock or some shit, and then now he's finally getting up to the top of the key. So it's one of those things. I don't know if you guys ever played at the gym when you're older, and like the young niggas are just running and running, and you're like, so you just kind of play defense and you just kind of chill. You let them go score real quick, and then like now you're back on defense, so you don't have to keep running back and forth. Maybe that's just a me issue. I don't know, but that's kind of like what
It's
Draymond's doing right now because he knows that his energy is needed for defense. What's
hey
up, me? My
CJ.
bad.
Oh,
What's up?
you're good, bro. And
Wait, oh,
or
hold on. I'm going to make one quick point. I'm going to drop.
yeah, go
The,
ahead,
the,
Brandon.
so the rebounding issue and the defense issue, it's the same issue because you will never find a top 10 defense that's not a good rebounding team because
100%.
rebounding is mostly about position. It's not about size. So if you look at some of the best rebounders in NBA history, like Charles Barkley, Barkley is 6'4". But again, rebounding is about positioning more than size. And so the main reason Golden State was always a good rebounding team in the dynasty years is they were good defense. Now Golden State can't control straight line drives. So Draymond Green is out of place defensively, and he's the primary rebounder because he's playing the five more than any player in Golden State. And so the rebounding issue shows what Steve Kerr is saying is a lie. The main issue on Golden State is defense. And if you look at Portland, this is an amazing stat. Portland had almost as many offensive rebounds as Golden State had defensive rebounds. Why? Because Golden State couldn't control straight line drives. There's no point of attack.
That's a fact. I was gonna say, do you think it's time to make some drastic changes because the type of offense that Kerr wants to run, those players don't exist anymore to win
Um,
at a high level because like you watch these teams, they're way more talented than the Warriors. And it's if you're gonna have Steph run all these miles and then have to cook on ball too, like what is the point? I think we have to make some big changes in my mind. Like keep some of the same concepts, but play some of these play more simple offense. And I don't want to move off of Draymond, but I don't think he should have a higher the role that he had offensively that should be like reduced. They need to run the ball through Jimmy.
you know what they
What do you-
should have did the moment they got Jimmy? They should have this offseason, they probably should have looked for like, a high end front court player that would be good enough to allow Draymond to either come off the bench in the regular season or be good enough to survive like 24 plus minutes when he's not on the floor. Because now we're so. If you look at what's going on, right? If there's a picture being painted, whether it's intentional or unintentional, right? Doesn't really matter. But if you look at the picture, it says that when Draymond's on the floor, we're significantly better on defense, and when he's not on the floor, we're terrible, right? So that's great for like Draymond's individual case, but for the team's sake, what it does is it lumps us into this thing where we have to literally base all of our decision making around Draymond.
Yes, there's too many concessions for a dude, and it's like, oh, sorry, go ahead. You're okay. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So like if we're basing every decision off of Draymond, what it does is it puts us into this predicament. Damn, lose my voice. Puts us into this predicament where we can't play offense without Steph, and we can't play defense without Draymond.
We can't modernize our offense if Draymond's on the court.
Yeah, so I think it would have been nice to be because I look at it like this. In 2022, the last time we won a title, and I'm using that one as a scale versus the other ones because we were just outlier good in those past championships. But 2022 is like a little bit more realistic. But one of the things about those teams is that we were able to play a high end defense even without Draymond. He only played 46 games that year, but we had the number two defense at the end of the year.
We
And we
won a finals game with Draymond being benched. We won against the Grizzlies with Draymond being suspended for a game. These are playoff and finals games. That's how good that defense was without him on the court even.
Yeah, and we also had different things we could go to for offense, whether it was a roster fit or non-fit. Like there was a time where you needed a guy who did things that didn't necessarily go with the system. Like when you had Wiggins go cook Luca on an island, cook Jason Tatum on an island in the mid range. You know, like that's not system basketball. I mean, Wiggins is the epitome of like what we would need because he can fit in the system, but then he can also go and you could put him on an island against somebody and kind of target somebody and like get his own shot, you know?
Hmm.
But but what I'm trying to say is like that roster was able to defend without Draymond and they were able to run offense, albeit there's never going to be a better offense than Steph offense, but you had guys who can go get something without Steph. So what it caused is you had this unique situation where you get to the playoffs and Steph, Draymond, and even Clay, they're fresh. They're more fresh. What I'm worried about, I have no doubt that Steph and Jimmy, Draymond, they'll figure something out this year, and the schedule will lighten up, and they can scrape us into the playoffs at worst, right? But the problem is, are you gonna have enough juice at this age?
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think like we saw last year, they got there, but then that's when the juice ran out or
Hmm.
the body broke down. And that's my biggest worry. Like I know that these guys are still great enough to get us there, but the problem is like you used all that to get there. I'm scared that you know, um like for example, you see how Aaron Gordon had a hamstring strain in the what was it, the second round? And then now that hamstring is coming back
Hmm.
and he's been playing like some really good basketball if you've been paying attention.
Yep.
I'm scared that the way that Steph is going off, that we're kind of running him into the ground so early. And it's
Yes.
like it's beautiful to watch as a fan because it's like, ooh, Steph is killing it. Yeah, I get to push agendas on the timeline. I get to argue with LeBron niggas and shit. KD niggas. I get to argue. You know what I mean? But then it's like I'm looking at the big picture and I'm like, shit. Like I don't like it like this. But I know that like that's kind of like how we're built. The way we're built right now is Steph got to give us like 30, 40, and we need Draymond to play
And that's
just
to
to have a
barely
chance.
win. That's to barely win and have a. They can't kid tell you if
Yeah, the schedule
that's.
definitely factors in, Trey.
But I
But go
mean,
ahead.
like this, the schedule does factor in. I agree with that. The travel time and everything else.
Yeah.
But what I always go back to is this: is like they don't do good against bad teams, bad
What
athletic
the hell
teams.
kind of what agenda am I pushing right now? I'm literally just saying that we're too dependent on them. We literally
Um,
are.
is that OG Trade that said that?
Oak
Yeah, he
Tree?
says that I'm pushing an agenda, but
Just
it's like,
ignore him. Just
bro,
ignore
I'm
him
literally saying that the
because
roster sucks
yeah,
and that it's too dependent on Steph and Draymond on either end.
Hey,
ignore
so,
him
Where's the
because
lie?
he's he's I don't know what he's doing. So
I mentioned the
just
schedule.
ignore him.
I have a quick question, and it's not because Oak Tree just came up here and spoke in chat, I should say. But can we have an honest conversation about Paz? Because I'm confounded by his impact because all the numbers tell me he's having an impact on the court positively. He's a net positive on the court. But when I watch the games and look at our POA, we are getting destroyed. And teams like have guards who typically aren't, your classic James Harden types, Steph types, or Dame types. These are randoms going off on us every game. I mean, is that a pause issue? I know it's not just him. I know Moody can't guard on the perimeter because he's not really quick with his he doesn't really have good foot speed.
I think when
But
you like in the big picture, right? Like Pods
mhm,
is playing what 27, 28 minutes a game. And a
yeah.
large part of that is really the ball handling. But if you look at who's been getting like fried, like I'm not even I don't mean for this to sound like an agenda thing. Is I'm just basing this off of what I've been seeing the last few games especially. It's
Hmm.
really Moody who's been getting cooked. And even Will Richards been getting kind of fried on like on ball perimeter defense. He's good at like getting to the spots he's supposed to be in. Like I actually think Pods has been doing pretty well. He's been playing good basketball lately.
Hmm.
I do think that there's obvious limitations, but I don't think we could really say it's like a Pods conversation. I think
Hmm.
you really got to look at the guys who are like, you know, um, who where that's their
CJ,
role. You know?
Hmm.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you and L. This is a fact, bro. And again, people just gotta wake up and smell the coffee, right?
Yeah.
It's not even a Moody issue. Because if you look at it, Moody's guarding out of his
Oh
position
no, he's just
naturally.
getting magnified. It's getting it's like a
Correct.
magnifying glass.
Everybody's going to be under the magnifying glass until this situation is rectified. But even if you just look at the teams over the past few years, constantly being in the play-in, the usual suspects are still there. Steph is playing great. Draymond is doing his defensive thing. And now Jimmy Butler's into the fold. Jimmy Butler's, even if you like numbers, he's having, if not the second most efficient year of his career, right? But at the same time, as it relates to the others, again, I'm keep telling you guys, with Draymond and Jimmy stepping over each other, right? Essentially, both power forwards, both more impactful with the ball in their hands. You have other guys playing out of turn. So Moody is on another team. Moody wouldn't have to be guarding a 6'9" wing. He would be guarding a small point guard or a shooting guard. You see what I mean?
But the
And
thing
so,
about Moody is he actually probably needs to be guarding the wing and not the point guard because the point
well,
guards are the
well,
ones
that
that
is
are
a
frying
fact.
them.
That is a fact. But what happens is when you're putting Will Richard and you're putting Moody in there, and there's already a conundrum based off of who you're putting in after those guys and who the backline guy is and which center is available to play tonight, you're gonna always have these little issues because you don't have it defined. And I'll just be honest, me personally, I don't think them boys is good enough to be starters. I've made this clear. I know
Yeah,
Oak Tree might feel like I take shots at Podge. I don't feel like Podge is a starter in the NBA. I don't feel like Moody is a starter in the NBA. And even if you're just saying for happen's sake, let's just focus on what we have. I think you've watched enough tape and saw enough games and seen enough blow-bys to say, I don't think these guys are it to keep you in a game consistently, you know what I mean, for more than a quarter of the season. Like, we got to just face the music, bro. Some of these guys are just not good enough on the defensive end, at least. They're not.
yeah. So I think they made an adjustment by not starting pods, right? So you look, and then we still have the same issues. So now you
I think they
like
should
okay,
just start him.
who pods?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So this is why I don't necessarily disagree. Okay. And I'm not even like caping for him to start. I'm just saying it's like I don't think it's gonna be such a big deal if he did start. Because if you look, like you take him from starting, you take Kaminga from starting, you put Moody and Will Richard there, and you have the same issues. But then if you go and look at the lineup data,
CJ,
what's up?
CJ, is there any other team in the NBA that got a center that's 6'5" right now?
No, no, no.
You
The
see what I'm
closest I could
saying?
think of is like
So,
Yeka Kongwu. He's like 6'8", 6'9".
and you can't even mention Onyeka right now because even if you don't want to say Onyeka is the same level of defender that Draymond is, he plays defense and he rebounds so well, but his offensive game has went through the roof. This dude is shooting from every level, scoring from every level right now, right? He's essentially became, you know, a Marvel player overnight in Atlanta. That's not the same issue, right? And
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if
yeah.
there are lapses on the defensive end or whatever, his all around game is making up for that. And that's what I'm saying. Golden State been playing this thing on the mark, and that's my issue with Laker. Like, I don't have too many issues, but you've been like nickel and diamond for too long. When are you just gonna wake up and say personnel change has to really get better? We can't settle for a Damian Lee.
You know
We
what
can't
they
settle
needed to
for a
do?
Wanamaker.
They needed to get a superstar in their prime and then build around that instead of getting another old star. But I'm basically just lining out that overall, like what if we're looking at the big picture, like we have like several issues. It's not like a thing where I could just point at a single guy, you know?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna drop quickly. I've had this dumb debate with Dumbtree in the chat, and I've had this debate with Sage and Oak Tree for a while. And so when people say Kaminga's not a good defender, okay? So I watch Kaminga, I watch all the games, I review the tape. Here are the numbers with Kaminga, okay? And I know the numbers, and it's not, I watch the games, I review the tape, but the numbers show what's real. Here are the numbers with Kaminga, okay? These are the numbers if you're being honest, and people like Oak Tree and Sage are not honest, okay? Last year, full season with Kaminga on the floor, teams shot 2.3% worse from the field with Kaminga on the floor than off the floor. 2 years ago, with Kaminga on the floor, teams shot 2.2% worse from the field with Kaminga on the court than off the court. When Kaminga defended guards, guards shot 39% from the field. Okay? So teams shoot 2.3% less from the field, which, to put it in context, that means that Kuminga's defensive impact is in the 85th percentile. Kuminga's having a bigger defensive impact than 85% of NBA players. So guard shot 39% against Kuminga. That means Kuminga defends guards effectively, and Kuminga defended guards better than any other player on the Warriors roster. He has a defensive impact in the 85th percentile on this Warrior team. Final point. So the Warriors offense is 1 point worse per 100 possessions with Kuminga on the floor, but the defense is almost 3 points better per 100 possessions. So Kuminga's a good defender. All the numbers show that. The numbers are literally identical for the full season the last 2 years, and he's a net positive player. So when people say Kuminga can't defend, he can't defend guards, guard shot 39% against it. He's a good defender against guards. And I know, hold on, I'm finishing here. And in fact, Kuminga was Golden State's best defender against guards last year. So that's the data. So when these people like Oaktree cite data for pods, or Sage cites data for everything, I think he has data for how much he has sex at night, and then he ignores the data with Kuminga, it shows these people are being dishonest.
Wait, what did he just say?
Brandon, are you using numbers from when Biden was in office?
No, I don't use numbers when senile people who aren't mentally competent are in office, King.
I mean, you said it
All
was
right.
like those.
Anyways, I'm out.
Thank you, Brendan. So what I was gonna say is, right?
I'm out.
So Urkel, you said that they might as well start him. Well, I think that the way he's playing right now, and if I look at the team, I'm kind of like getting to a point where you kind of have to push the red button. It's like 911. We gotta try something.
Yeah.
He's remaining a positive, and if you don't even have better choices on the that's nice. If you don't even have better choices on the roster, anyways, like then yeah, you should start him.
You know, me
No, when I say
personally,
the red button, OG Trey, I'm just saying like we suck right now. You might as well try anything.
me personally, I think they're fried, and here's why I think they're fried. Looking at those rebounding numbers, you know, and you know,
You know
a
what I think,
guy.
bro? Maybe they should start their best 2 rebounders that are non-centers. If you're gonna put Draymond at the center,
I think when you take away, when you've eroded the team down to this level,
yeah,
and then you bring in this old guy, you bring in that old guy, and you start to bring in like the guys that Steve wants, you know, like Al Horford, who, by the way, going to be playing right now. This is the shit that I've been talking about. When you bring too many of these Steve Kerr guys in, and then you say this guy can't play, and that guy can't play, and this guy can't play, this guy doesn't fit what I want to do. You see, when you start to do stuff like that, eventually it's going to catch up. And I think it's kind of catching up with them now, you know?
yeah, because I just don't think we're good enough to be that picky.
I mean, we need Melo? No. Bro, like I don't think people understand it. The Houston Rockets aren't some great offensive team. But why is their offense so good? You know that they have the number 1 offense in the league? Okay, let me show y'all something, okay? And this is kind of what I'm talking about. And I talked about this, and niggas saying that I was glazing the Houston Rockets or whatever, okay? Look at where Houston is ranked. They have the number 1 offense in the league, right? Let me say it again. Houston has the number 1 offense in the league, okay? Where do you think that they're ranked in team true shooting percentage?
They're probably not that high because they're getting a lot of their own rebounds.
The Houston Rockets are ranked 9th in terms of team true shooting, right? So when I tell you it's like, I'm not saying that shooting doesn't matter, right? But everyone is shooting the ball well, right? But how are you slicing into the offense and doing something that somebody else ain't doing? They're getting extra possessions, bro. Look at what they're doing in terms of winning possessions.
Look at the gap.
Look at that, bro.
That gap is almost as big as the gap between OKC and the other teams on defense.
The gap's too big.
through the alley, through the
But
lob.
their greatest strength is their front court. Like Steven Adams has been coming off the bench the few games that I saw, and this nigga's getting like 10 rebounds in like 5 minutes. So like their front court has been a tremendous strength. I didn't think them
Chat,
boys would be this good.
chat. How long have I been talking about? How long have I been talking about this thing where? How long have I been talking about this thing where I was talking about possessions, and this is like the next. This is like the next thing that you have to do to kind of keep up. You know what I'm saying? They are 12 points above league average now. You know how crazy that is, bro? OKC on defense, and the reason why OKC is so good on defense is because they're 11 points above league average right now. You know how fucking bonkers that is? They're 11 points. Like a good year. Like I remember one of the best defenses that I've seen.
Almost 12 points.
Bro, almost 12 points. One of the best teams that I remember seeing was the 03 Spurs, right? The 03 Spurs was probably one of the best defenses relative to league that we've seen in the last, ever since they started to track all this mumbo jumbo, right? It was the 03 Spurs, and the 03 Spurs were like a +8. You know what I'm saying? OKC is damn near a +12. That's why they're winning so many games. It's not a coincidence, right? So if Houston is just doing the thing that they're doing, right? So we don't really have anything that we're leaning into. You know what I'm saying? And if you hear me say this shit fried, bro, like I'm looking at the indicators, right? And there's some things that we're not doing. So sure, on a few nights here, we can able to get a good game from Steph. But you see, once I was watching that Spurs game and I was just watching Steph go nuclear and everybody was happy, I'm looking in the trenches, bro. And this is the trenches right here. And I didn't like what I saw. You know what I'm saying? So
where does OKC rank in rebounding overall? Like if you go to the general stats, like the non-advanced.
The general stats, they are. This is all right. Let me look at per 100 possession. And let's look at their rebounding. They're number 2 in rebounding, bro.
Number 2 in rebounding. Interesting.
They're number 2 in rebounding. But look at what the Rockets are doing, right? But the rebounding rate is fucking crazy for the Rockets.
But you see, OKC's not a good offensive rebounding team, so they're prioritizing.
Sorry, I was looking at defensive rebounding. OKC overall on defense is like 12th on defense.
Okay, so total rebounding, they're 12th. So what I'm seeing is like there's a formula, right? You got 2 different ways that you could be a top level team, or really 3 ways, I guess you could say. Like you could just run a high level offense, obviously, like some of these teams are. But an indicator for me is you're either like an amazing rebounding team, like you control the possession battle. Yeah, we'll just lump it all to possession battle, right? You could get tons of offensive rebounds like Portland and Houston. And you could also limit turnovers and force turnovers like OKC. So that's like the possession battle, right? Their defenses are 2 different things, where you have like a backline heavy defense in the Rockets, and then you have a perimeter heavy defense in the Thunder.
So let me ask you something, right?
Yeah, they have POA, Brent. I'm not saying they're not.
Me and you were having this conversation. So you and I were having this conversation on the phone the other day, and you were talking about strategy, right? Now, do you think the reason why we're all the way down here from, so we're 24th, last season we were 4th, right? So do you think, because every game that I'm watching, bro, we're getting out rebounded by like double digits, you know what I'm saying? And that's not great. And that is putting more pressure on Steph. So you see when niggas were saying like second option. I was like, you know how you help Steph, bro? By winning the fucking trenches, dog. And we're not winning the trenches.
Well, that's why, like, my point is a little bit different than what a lot of people want to hear or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just feel like, okay, then you probably are going to need your best rebounders. If you look at the top rebounders on our team, it's JK. I think it's then Jimmy or Draymond, and then Pods. So that's your top four, and then it's like Al Horford. Everybody else is kind of very close together. And if you look at the lineup data that OG Trey keeps spamming in the chat, it shows that our best lineup is them four with Steph. That's probably going to be our best lineup. And I know that he's posting it to say that Pods is a positive incentive 7 to 10, and JK is only a positive in 5 of 10. But he's a positive with all of our best players, so it doesn't really matter how many. You know what I mean? Because he's a part of like the best lineups or whatever. So if I were to look at it, those five are probably the guys who should get the most minutes, and should play the most and should be leaned into the most. I know that Pod's his ceiling is very low. He's got a pretty good floor. I think he's been playing good basketball, and if we don't have many choices anyways, like I don't really think there's a huge defensive difference between him and Moody, just being real. Like I think that they're both like really all these guys are mid on defense, but between if you're just saying Pods versus Moody, right? I think we've had enough sample to see that it's not like a distinct difference, to be real, you know? And it's like I don't say that to like dunk on anybody or make any point or whatever or say anybody's right. It's more just kind of like a sad truth. You know what I mean? You completely disagree with me. Pods are too small. I agree that he's too small. Cats. I'm not even saying that he's big enough. Pause. It's more just like if you look at our roster, it's just like comparing right cheek to left cheek.
If
I
Will
don't
Richards
think
got the
either one of them. I don't
same
think either
minutes
one
as
of them is
Pods,
the guy.
he'll have way more rebounds than Pods.
Wait, say that again.
If Will Richard got the minutes Pods got, he will have way more rebounds. He got a lot of rebounds, and he only playing like 9 to 15 minutes a game.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I'd have to look at the numbers. I don't think that's true though.
9 minutes, 2 rebounds. 18 minutes, 3 rebounds. 22 minutes, 7 rebounds.
Maybe. I think it's kind of all over the place, to be honest, his rebounding.
True.
Because I think that the thing what's going on with Will Richard is he's spending a lot of time out on the perimeter, but then when he's not guarding the point of attack, he's not always crashing. It's one of those things you got to learn as a young player. Whereas, like I think with Pods, he's kind of like he's he's getting to the spot early to go get the board, which is valuable. Sometimes it has a cost. Like if there's like an offensive rebound, then we're scrambled. But I think that like rebounding is one of our biggest needs. So I mean, when I look at it, it's like it's kind of silly for people to say like we don't need Kaminga when he's our best rebounder. Like we can make the point of attack argument, but if we're gonna come to the conclusion that like we don't have any standout point of attack defenders, well, it's like okay, well, what is our biggest issue? Our biggest issue is literally rebounding.
Do you think we'll have more rebounds if we didn't run 3-4 guard lineups, had taller players out there, or it
Yeah,
ain't
for
about
sure. I actually have a hunch. It's more of like a conspiracy theory about the those lineups. Brandon says Will Richards' rebounding rate is 8%, which is very low even for a guard. And Ali says that JK has become an injury-prone player. I mean, to say injury-prone is kind of crazy. He had one season where he missed significant time. Other than that, he's played a lot of games, most of his games. But I think that that's just like a fan narrative because niggas are just like they're just pissed that they can't point the finger at him right now. But one thing that is alarming to me is that we are running Al Horford with GP2, Buddy, Pods, and Steph, and then we're getting upset about rebounds. That's one of those things where it's kind of like I think Al Horford's gonna look bad unless you put some size around him, like some wings. His third year missing significant time? No, he missed 8 games. And then he missed a bunch of games last year. That was the only year missing significant time. And then this year he's missed 5 games so far. So it's really just last year. Like the thing is, he could go like whenever he does come back, he could literally play the rest of the year. We don't even know that yet. Like that's not injury prone. He just had one bad year, and it was over like a freak accident. One thing that shows up in the numbers with Horford is he's been a horrible rebounder. Yeah, I agree. And the reason why he's a horrible rebounder, and if you look at this, is this is true for all these guys for the most part. These stretch bigs who live on the 3 point line, they're just spot up shooters. These guys, they're so far away from the rim, they're not grabbing rebounds. And then on defense, a lot of the times it's hard to find a good defender in these guys,
I don't even know why the fan base is tripping, bro. Like, I really.
especially when we're playing a ton of zone. Sorry, go ahead, Art.
I don't even know why the fan base is tripping.
What do you mean? Tripping like in general or tripping on a certain topic?
I mean, tripping about JK. Like, bro, we done established that he's not good. He doesn't
No, the
have.
flow's better without him, bro.
Yeah. I
We
mean, why
don't.
bother?
Yeah. I mean, people they said they wanted to see something. They wanted to see what would happen if he didn't play. So to me, I don't think too much has changed. I mean, we're not winning as many games. I guess. I mean, I guess either way, we weren't like winning a ton either way.
Yeah.
To me, all it just says is like you can't necessarily blame him because we still got all the same issues. Is it Kerr's fault that he kept giving him DMPs in the playoffs? I think it's between him and like the vets. I think when they got to the playoffs, they got a little selfish and they're like, we don't really got time. What's up, Just Blaze? We don't really got time to like work through his stuff. So like you need to push him to the side because, this might be our last chance at a playoff run. And it kind of bit them in the ass.
It did bite them in the ass.
Why Steph and Jimmy got hurt, having to play all those damn minutes.
Just like how it's biting them in the ass right now, because I'm looking at these rebounding numbers, and man,
We got to blame Kerr for that. Well, I don't even want to really talk about last season, but we shouldn't even been in the play-in. We should have been playing the Lakers that first round with a nice sweep.
Eh, there's a lot of like hindsight and this, that, maybe, another thing that kind of goes into that though is that for a lot of that time, not only was he like trying to figure himself out, he also didn't trust his legs under him. He didn't trust his legs under him. If you guys have ever had a bad ankle injury or any kind of like leg issue, uh, it takes a while to trust your legs under you, especially if you're like a high flying athletic player.
Cap,
And if
I
you
say
look
that's
at
Cap
his
because
recent,
when he called his number to get in the Minnesota game, he started doing his thing, going crazy, and still was getting
yeah,
low.
because he got to the point where he could trust his legs. That kind of thing takes a while, but it also takes like you gotta play through some of that stuff so then you could kind of get a gauge of what feels good, what doesn't. So I think that people they just had it out for him. They had blood. They had they smelled blood because they were just looking for somebody to blame. And I just don't think it was really fair. Nobody wants. No, he's not becoming an injury-prone player. We just talked about this, unanimous. You guys are just like the problem I have with Warrior fans, and they're a lot like Laker fans, is y'all niggas live like moment to moment. Y'all niggas can't look big picture at all. So like every moment feels like an eternity to y'all niggas. Bro, he's missed what 5 games this year? That's not injury prone. Last year he missed a lot of games. All the other years he's only missed a few games. Like that's not injury prone. Oh, 6, whatever. Yeah. But the whole point is, like y'all get so like it's like a freaking roller coaster with y'all niggas. Yeah, injury prone is Melton. Like, let's chill. Injury prone is Jimmy Butler. Like that's injury prone. He's been missing 20 to 25 games a year for like the past like 8 years. But I'm not gonna sit here and single him out.
No,
CJ, to
bro,
be fair, last year we all know they kind of hold him. He could return earlier 100%.
TJ, I'm gonna be
Not
honest with you, bro.
necessarily.
It's not just one thing that's wrong right now. It's like multiple things. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at
Yeah.
when again, like there's certain things I could hang my hat on with this team, and I'm still waiting for this rebounding thing, right? Like maybe they make some tweaks, they have more emphasis or whatever, right? But I think that they're playing entirely too small, and like bro, rebounders, sometimes they just have a knack for the ball. You know what I'm saying? And
Bro, you know what? You know what conclusion I'm at? I think you can only play Draymond at the 5 if you have like good rebounders around him. But the problem is if you play him at the 4, there's a very short list of 5s in the NBA that you could play next to him where it doesn't have offensive issues, you know? Like I think a big reason why post at the 5 works in the starting lineup, not the bench lineup, but the starting lineup. I think a big reason why it was working before is because you had Kaminga there. Because think about it. You put Moody in the starting lineup. He's like barely getting any rebounds. I don't know how many he averages, maybe like 2 or something. Maybe 3. I don't even think he averages 3. And then so then you're running small, whatever. But like you put Post out there, it's not like he's like a rebounder either. So you almost have to offset it by putting another good rebounder in there. So I think if they want to be able to play Draymond at the 4, you almost have to, start JK. Because I don't think there's a huge gap in perimeter defense, whether you start Hodge, Moody, Will Richard, JK. I don't think there's a big gap at all. I think they're all like in the same area. But the difference is you're way bigger. You get more rebounding, whether it's Pods or JK, but then JK gives you the size. You don't have the same
bro, I'm just
spacing,
talking
but it's
about the
like fuck
rebounding, right?
spacing.
So I'm just talking about the rebounding, right? But you see that Draymond at 5 thing, and then Jimmy at the 4. I mean, like,
It only works if you have another wing out there or more rebounding.
all right, cool. So we were talking about Harrison Barnes this morning, right? Like,
Yeah, correct.
is Jimmy Butler doing that thing that HB did? Like, there's some things when you go Draymond at the 5 that you kind of have to surround him with. You know what I'm saying? And bro, I don't think you can just go Draymond at the 5 and just have Jimmy Butler at the 4. I think it's like a compounded thing, bro. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying?
I think
And
Draymond at the 5 only works if you have like a versatile thing where it's like a bunch of size, like
yeah.
overall size, not like top end size, but I'm talking like middle size. It's like
Okay. All right. Draymond at the
length versus
5.
girth. I'm just kidding.
Draymond at the 5 flanked with guard, and guard does not work. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yeah.
especially when and I see, and this is the other thing that we're not talking about. Teams, what I've noticed over like the last couple of years, they have they've gone in other areas, right? So it's not like a constant thing that we're talking about. The NBA is like constantly evolving because this Houston Rockets thing, there's a reason why, like, when the season started, people were saying to me, "Oh, you're glazing the Houston Rockets." I was like, "No, I'm not," because I saw the trends that I saw where the league was going, right? And every year these coaches just look for every advantage, right? And then, some years you will have the personnel, some years you don't. You know what I'm saying? And some of the areas in which teams are leaning into, we don't have those advantages. All right, so so we don't have point of attack defense, right? Look at where the offensive rating is. You know what I'm saying? So we don't even have a chance on defense. You know what I'm saying? So look at where the defense is. So Draymond is there like doing his thing or whatever, but he don't have like that type of help that he needs. You know what I'm
Do you
saying?
think
So all
it's
that,
concerning that Draymond might be the most impactful player on our teams statistically? Like,
oh,
I'm
that's
not even like dissing Draymond. I just think for the limitations and how hard it is kind of like to build around him,
so what you're
I
saying is that
I
is
think it's
that
kind of concerning, you know?
so what you say is that I am a guy, I'm moderately fit, right? But I go to a gym where there's a bunch of fat people. I'm gonna look like the fit guy, right? But I'm like moderately fit. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
That's exactly what's happening, actually.
So I think it's great for like if you want to push like a defensive player of the year campaign kind of thing. It's like a great nucleus for that because it's like he's leading that team to this defensive rating or whatever. But it's like I also think where you do that for so long, it kind of gets to a point where you just can't keep you can't keep it up anymore, you know?
Yeah,
So I'm not even saying like, oh, Draymond is necessarily the issue. I just think that like it's an issue when you're that Draymond reliant. Because I just think that for
yeah,
one, it's gonna put too much on his shoulders. And two, like even with him on the floor, like there's just so many limitations that you have to build around.
yeah,
I think the natural progression of this team, they should have been got a front court guy that could kind of like, even if he's not the best defensive guy, he could kind of like be the front court of the future kind of dude. And then Draymond could fall back into like an Iguodala role, but then we have like our go to like things that we do, you know? Like I think that was like the thing that we should have eventually fell into. Because then he could be a cheat code off the bench. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean,
Clippers
that's
showing an interest in DeMar DeRozan. That's wild. Low key, I think the Clippers trading for DeMar DeRozan, the Kings could they might want like John Collins or some shit. I can't stand y'all with the power of 1,000 suns, but it would be disingenuous to not admit you guys have been fucked over by the schedule and your record reflects that. Yeah, I agree. The record's definitely like a big factor here, but it's also kind of exposing some of the like real flaws of our team. I think if we had an easy schedule, it would just be
so
like
you're telling me that the
covering
Orlando
it up.
game, you're telling me that the Orlando game, the Heat game, and now this game is a function of what exactly?
It was, I don't put it all to the schedule. I think a lot of people do that to give
Right.
like a cop
Let's go
out.
back to the Orlando game because there's some trends that I saw in that Orlando game. So let's go back to the Orlando game. Let me look at the box score. Right.
I think putting it all on the schedule is just a cop out, personally. You can
So
say that it plays a factor because we're old and small and whatnot, but like these are issues that have been there even when our schedule wasn't messed up, you know?
so look at the Orlando game, right? So defensive rebounds, we had 30. No, sorry, we had 36 and they had 43, right? So they out rebounded us by what?
7,
Math on that. 13? So no, sorry. So total
7.
yes, so 7. So they out rebounded in this game. Offensive rebounds, they got 10, right? So we had 6, we had 78 shots, and they had 85 shots. So they won the possession battle, right? All right. So next game, let's look at the next game now. The next game, Miami, that's a wash. Let's not look at that because we like to rest guys, right? So now we get Portland, right? 127 to 123. Okay. So look at this front line here, bro. This guy's like 6'10, this guy's like 6'8, this guy's like 6'8. This is a 7-footer. This is a guard, right?
He's a 6'6", that guard. He's built like a forward.
Right? So big guard, big versatile wing, versatile, you know what I'm saying? He's a playmaking type of guy. So this team is just bigger than us, right?
Nobody shorter than 6'6" on that starting lineup.
Nobody shorter than 6'6". And Shaden Sharp wasn't here. Shaden Sharp is like 6'6", right? So
Yep. Drew Holiday is their shortest guy.
So then
He's
you
the
look
only
at,
short guy on that team, actually.
and Drew Holiday guards up like I've seen him guard fours. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's a problem, right? So total rebounds 32, and then they had 52 rebounds, bro.
How many did we have?
We had 32 rebounds. So Steph shot 61% from the field, 53%, right? And he had 4 assists, but you know how it goes with him, bro. Like he had all types of assists, right? So here's some indicators that should fucking like frighten you, right? Okay. Steph had 38 points. Jimmy had his 20, right? Draymond Green had his 11, 7, and 5, right? And Pods had 20. You know what I'm saying? So the big four, right? The big four had 20, 38, 20, and 11. Pods is in the big four, by the way, because Pods is one of the best players that we've drafted over the last 10 years, right? So that's not me saying that. That's the timeline saying that. The timeline said that Pods is one of the best draft picks that we've had over the last 10 years. Okay? Maybe 15 years. Pods is one of the best draft picks over the last 15 years. That's established, right? Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we established that, Pods gave you your 20, 3 steals, 3 assists. Cool. 38, 4, 20, 5, 8. Look at these stats, bro. But we lost the game by 4. Do you know why we lost the game, bro? Because of simply because of rebounding and extra possessions. So they had 88 shots, right? And we had 83 shots. We lost the possession battle. This should win us this game, bro. Like, this should win us this game. And these dudes are playing 33, 33, 33, 29 minutes. And we lost this game? That's alarming.
Wait, say that part again?
Look at these stats here. All of our guys produced. We got 123 points. This should win us this game, but we gave up 127, right?
Yep.
And then
if they wanted to call out the rest of the roster after this game, it might have made sense. But when they kind of went to their interviews and supposedly called out the younger guys after the OKC game, it didn't make no sense. That's why I don't believe that they were talking about, JK and Pods. Didn't make no sense because they didn't show up in that game.
How can you call out anybody? How can you
They're
call
gonna
out
shop
anybody?
John Collins? Are they about to trade John Collins for DeMar DeRozan? That would be the most hilariously mid move I've ever seen. Yeah, I just don't think after that game they could have called anybody out. After this game, if you want to call somebody out because the box score says this or whatever, I think the most glaring things from these past couple of games is showing that, for one, we're super small, right? 2, we're losing the rebound battle. And 3, like, yes, we're kind of like in this conundrum where you kind of need Steph to have these, like, not outlier performances, but like he should not be having to drop like 35, 40 a game at 37 going on 38 to give us a chance to win a game. Like, if that's what it takes to win, even versus like a playing team, like, bro, it's gonna be a long year. And then it's alarming that after the game, Steve saying that the offense is an issue, which I think is true. He said it's the biggest issue. And then you have Jimmy and Steph saying, well, nah, the defense is an issue. And Jimmy saying, like, we're not guarding out there. So,
Hey,
like,
CJ.
when I look at all this, I just think, like, bro, when I look at all this, I just think, like, bro, like, there's too many issues on this team.
You think I don't know if it could be solved this season, to be honest with you. It's a talent thing. I don't know if I know you guys remember this in the OKC series in 2016. We were getting destroyed on the rebounds, but the reason why we beat them was because of the math advantage. We no longer have the math advantage because teams can make threes as bunches are better than we do because we only have one guy who can, bend defenses and he changed the game
Lee,
completely. And then on top of that, we're too short. We're not athletic. We don't have talent. The league is just better than the Warriors, bro.
Lee, I don't mean to toot my own horn here, right? But you see when niggas sit there and troll about this trade and that trade and this trade and that trade, right? When we sit here and troll and we do all these things, it's going to catch up with us in the long run, right? Because I'm going to be honest with you, some of those guys that we traded away, right? Like I think we did that thing where we played well in a short term and we kind of catch teams off guard and all of that stuff. I think there's some thing where like they prepare for us in a certain way. Jimmy Butler added like another dimension, but we were ignoring the glaring holes, and then teams had an entire summer just to kind of look at the shit and say, all right, like what's the trends of the league and all of that. And I'm going to be honest with you, other teams got better. They got better even strategically. Did we get better at all?
No.
Because that last game, right? And Portland is a team that gave us issues even in the preseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gave us issues in the preseason. And the alarming thing about that last game is that we tried and we tried and we tried. It's not like they weren't trying. You know, like some games where the guys like they literally try.
Yes.
I think since Klay Thompson left, right? There's been like an overall erosion of this team, right? And
But Eric,
hold on.
you could say
And instead of
that he was
adjusting,
here though,
right?
and erosion started.
Instead of adjusting to the current talent that they have and try to figure out a way that they can play this way, it's almost like they want to force what was before into this current form, and it's not working, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not working.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I always use this term or whatever. That sometimes like it has to get so bad that you're forced. All right, hold on. Sometimes it has to get so bad that you have to look in the mirror and accept that like what you've been doing that's worked up to this point, it's not serving you no more, and now it's time for a change. We've been at that point for a little minute, right? But I think like it has to get really bad before they're like, you know what, like something does have to change, because you try to kick the can down the road and you try to like do something that looks like you have when you have great players, all-time greats like we have, they can kind of they can
Yeah.
mask some shit for like a short term, right? Like a temporary. But it always is going to regress back to the mean. And even when you get Jimmy and we do all that winning and all that good stuff, like I think it was a temporary thing. They can't sustain that level of play over a whole season. And if they do, they'll break down.
Yeah. Portland is a bad matchup, don't get me wrong. Orlando is a bad matchup, don't get me wrong. But the fact that we cannot sit here and expect Steph to give you the Spurs game 40 times. You know what I'm saying? You just can't.
Yeah, bro.
Right?
And it's
So
like as a Steph fan, I could watch that every single night. But I know that like there's a price, you know what I mean? You pay a price every time.
So if I see these dudes struggle against Utah tonight, I haven't even talked about tonight. Last night, so we have the benefit of them being on a back-to-back. We have like 2 days rest. So we got to keep that in mind as well. And they did
but
lose
they lost that game and they're huge. And isn't Draymond questionable?
Yeah, so this might be another situation. This is a road or a home game for us. I haven't even looked at it.
It's home. It's home.
It's a home game.
We're minus 14.5 favorites, but the thing is, right, they have a whole bunch of size. They run this offense where like Will Hardy, he's actually a really good coach. It's just they're trying to lose, But they run this offense that can like really like they could get a 20-point lead in a hurry. You know what I mean?
Are they trying to lose? Are you sure that they're trying to lose?
Yes, they don't own their pick this year. OKC has it. They need to be a top 8 pick to get their pick. So they need to lose overall in the season. Obviously, like they're trying to like mix in winning habits because they're trying to build something. But I think like they're not gonna like go above and beyond to try to win the game.
Mm.
So there's that. But the thing is, if they get like a 20-point lead, like obviously they're gonna be happy with that. They're gonna try to win the game. So the thing is, like if we come out and we're like, oh, it's just the Jazz, and they just like lay a pounding on us, like early, it might be kind of hard to come back. That's one of the things with these kind of teams. It's one of those offensive output kind
Happens.
of teams.
I think if that happens, we're gonna start hearing some conversations.
If we lose against the Jazz, it's gonna get nasty, bro. I might
Yeah.
literally take a break. They'll tank after they trade Lowry. Yeah, I mean, I do think that if there was a year to trade Lowry, it's probably right now his value is super high. I do think like there's gonna be an issue with there's gonna be a seller's market. So I think like across the league, unless you're like an outlier player, like the trade value is not gonna be what it should be. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lowry to Detroit.
Too
Yeah, I've heard
low.
about that.
Hey, CJ, just Brandon's point, he's been mentioning it a few times that Steph doesn't run as much off ball. Are we moving into the Kobe era of Steph now? Where
Well,
it's
I
gonna
mean, if you
be
look, bro, his usage is high as hell right now. It's like I think it's like the second highest of his career.
yeesh.
His usage is ridiculously high.
So if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna the offense completely changes if he's not gonna be off ball primarily. So
You
you're
know
gonna
what
need
I
some more
think? I
talent.
think Steph's scoring needs to go down and his playmaking on the ball needs to go up.
The only thing is with the playmaking, like if he's on the ball, you risk injury. If he's off the ball, you risk injury because he's gonna be running so much.
Yeah.
We
Well,
need
just
more
I'm just
talent.
saying, like he kind of needs to just like milk his gravity, at least to like in spots, like even
Yeah.
more than ever.
Yeah.
Like he needs to milk the gravity, like run a high ball screen, or do it. Just set yourself up in spots where you're getting the ball coming off of a screen, and you know that two are gonna jump at you. You're gonna have to milk that a lot, in my opinion, at this stage. And maybe his scoring will go down as assists go up, but like I think it's gonna help other guys get easy offense, and then it's gonna enable us to play some lineups that are a little bit uh more physically. Damn, I sound like Jim Park right now. I'm not saying to do it all game, but I think that this is the reason why I'm saying it. And maybe the way you do it is different than what I'm saying. In 2021, he was averaging like what, 32 point something a game, like 32.7 a game, points per game.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
when we won the title, his points per game dropped all the way down to 25 and some change, 7 points.
Yep.
I think that Steph playing and that was the highest usage of his career. The only year higher usage than this year was 2021. And when he dropped his usage down, we won a title. Obviously, it's not all linked to his usage, but I do think in order to maximize the roster, you're gonna have to turn his usage down. You're gonna have to put the ball in other people's hands. Like I think Jimmy over Draymond kind of thing is what I mean by that. There's
Yeah.
obviously a lot of things that go into it, but I do think his usage has to come down, not because he's not good enough, but because that's how you're gonna help make the other guys better.
But CJ, like all these things are great, but they're just band-aids, bro. Like when you
Yeah,
just
yeah, I
watch
agree with that.
just
We
watching the
probably
game.
need surgery. We need a
Yes,
transplant.
100%. Like when you see
Yeah.
them, when you
Yeah.
see them,
A little
yeah.
bit.
When you see them play against like OKC, Houston, don't it look like we just are outmatched from a talent perspective?
Yeah. Yeah. We need damn, that's crazy. You said we need a BBL?
Bro, I'm telling you, like, I'm just looking at the roster right now, bro. And bro, they want to go small with Draymond with guards. That's a losing combination, dog. That's a
Mhm.
losing combination.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, when I watched them against the Nuggets, and they had Steph, they had Pods was out there, they had Kuminga, they had Jimmy Butler, they had Horford, they had Draymond. When they had like that combination out there, I was
I was like,
looking
yeah.
at it. I was
Bro,
looking at it, I was like, oh, this is great. You know what I'm saying? Because we can cover up multiple things defensively. You know
Right.
what I'm
You're missing you're missing the point, bro. We're like a bitch with big titties and no ass. We're top heavy. We
Yeah.
need a BBL.
There's too many guards on the team.
Way too
And
many.
and this is what I've been warning about for a really, really long time, right? I warned y'all about this, right? I said, if you allow Steve Kerr to get his way and to get the guys that he wants, this was going to be the result of that. Okay? Because I warned y'all, I was like, because I watched it happen before. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, if you allow Steve to get his way and to get the high IQ guys, you were going to run into problems like this. Okay? There is no reason why half of these dudes should be on the team, right? And you see when you say, oh, this guy isn't a warrior guy, that guy isn't a warrior guy, this guy is a warrior guy, then you end up with the Steve Kerr guys. I've been talking about this thing for a very long time.
Do
And
you
now
think
So
that Steve would be a better coach? Like his coaching would look different if he didn't have to coach around some of the
no,
limitations on this
no,
roster, like
because
Draymond?
he was doing this with Team USA.
nah, bro. I
We
watch the
even
same type of nonsense.
he was coaching Team. You know, when he coached Team USA,
Because while
he
I
had
think you guys got a
Anthony
point,
he
I
had
do think
Anthony
that he's like the
Edwards.
best coach for Steph, though.
He had Anthony Edwards on the bench at times. They'd even meddle, bro.
Bro.
He was doing that small ball lineup then. This
But
is
I
just
don't
who
think
he
any of those
is.
guys. I don't think any of those guys on Team USA fit the kind of players that Steve is best at coaching, though.
Bro, you know what the Warriors remind me of? It's kind of like everybody knows there's this one girl. She looks horrendous, but has the highest expectations. Like my baby, you're 6'4" and you're 800 pounds, bro. You better settle with fucking Draymond Green. We have the highest expectations, and we want the best role players. We want the best players, but we don't have anything. What are we gonna trade? People are
Wait, are
talking
you
about, oh,
saying that the Warriors is
bro, they're
a
the big.
28-year old
Listen,
girl with three kids and two baby
28-year
daddies and wants a
old.
6-foot
You
dude
have
with no kids and good
3
credit?
kids. You have 2 baby daddies on child support. This shit's cooked, bro.
But you want a 6-foot tall
You
dude
want to find
with
true love?
good
It's not gonna
credit and
happen.
money and no
Yeah,
kids?
come on, exactly, bro. It's not gonna happen, bro. It's not.
They want a high value man? Is that what you're saying?
You can't get a high value man. I'm sorry.
Red pill DK.
You can't. You got to settle for what you got, bro. And what my biggest fear is with this whole JK thing is once the free agency, like, because JK is due to get traded, like January 15th. That's when his contract's like you're able to trade it, right? I feel like we're gonna get the same type of trade offers that we were getting in the offseason. So that's the Royce O'Neal and the Devin Carter and the protected pick. That's the Nick Richards or whatever the fuck. It's not going to change because Steve Kerr doesn't want to change, So it is what it is, bro.
If we're going
to
bro, CJ, if we're a small team, right? And we are sitting here, we're sitting here saying that guys with positional size aren't going to work and they don't fit and they don't do this and blah, blah, blah. And we're coming up with every excuse in the world, right? And earlier, I was telling y'all how you have to make multiple concessions on both ends, right? On both ends for guys, right? It's going to be a problem. Curry needs help. I heard you was talking crazy, homie boy. I talk crazy regardless. What are you going to do about it? I say whatever the fuck I want to say. What are you going to do?
What's a homie boy?
I don't know. I talk crazy regardless. And that's cool, though.
So like,
He's talking
this is
crazy.
my thing, right?
Playback. This is the type of thing that I'm talking about. So I'm going to ban this individual, right? And I hope they stay banned. This is the type of shit that I'm talking about. Playback. Anyways, go ahead.
So this is like a thing that I think a lot of people aren't thinking about. It's like, okay, so you got all these things that you got to say about JK or whatever, right? If you're Joe Lacob, you're in front office, etc., you see what's going on with this team, with them, without them. Are you looking at it like JK is the issue and we need to flip him for somebody and that's all it's going to take? Or are you looking at it and you're thinking like this nucleus that we've assembled, it's not good enough? Like, because personally, I'm looking at how we look with them, how we look without them. I'm seeing the same issues. And while he's probably in a way your best piece to trade, he's also not your best piece because everybody in the league knows like what's going on. So it's like, are we gonna get to a point where they're like, look, I got you Jimmy Butler? You know, I'm kind of scared of that. Another thing is like, if we're not really that good, are they gonna be willing to make some kind of Hail Mary trade? Because I think that's what it's gonna take. And then another thing, if these like internal things are going on, right? Like you could literally see it. What's gonna happen if JK is like, this is my opportunity to get out of here and does some shit to like force his way out or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, bro, Jimmy Butler took him under his wing. What if the thing he learned from Jimmy Butler is how to get out? Like, I mean, I don't know if anybody's thinking about this, but if he forces his way out, are people now going to blame him for trying to get out when you guys wanted him out the whole time? And if he forces his way out by doing whatever, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But say he did, you know, I hope people don't think we're going to get something good back. Because when you force your way out, the only time you get something good back in those trades is if you're a superstar. So you could say, "Oh, I think the Dubs want to trade him anyway, so it doesn't matter." It doesn't mean that you're going to get something good back. Everybody's going to come to the table and say, "Well, you don't want him anyways. So let's just match salary and call it a day. We'll take him off your hands." You guys worry too much about a return that's unknown? I agree with that. I don't think you're going to get a very great return back. You could say his contract is very team friendly, but it's not, because any team that wants him in a trade, right? They're gonna have to ask him first. Hey, are you gonna resign here? Are you gonna resign a long term contract here? If he says no, he's a rental to them. Yes, there's a team option, but that's a 1 year rental. You guys got to understand the business of the NBA. So it's like, it's not a team friendly contract, because what's going to happen is you're going to get him and you're going to rip up the team option and do a new deal. That's literally how it works. So you're only getting him if he's saying like, yeah, I'll stay long term. If you think him being and expiring at 23 years old is a good thing, that's not a good thing. That's a loss of talent. That means he could walk. You can't get him and say you're going to flip him again. You only have 1 year. It's not a good business move in the league. Like, it's about retaining good talent. It would be one thing if he was like 32 on an expiring like Buddy Hield. If you're trying to shed salary, you don't get 23-year-old dudes that are potential type of players. Like, they're more of like you're banking on potential. Like, he's more of like a buy low kind of target. He's not like oh, he's an expiring salary, we could just let him expire. That's just dumb. That's bad business. It'd be one thing if he was like 30 years old. I don't get how people don't understand that. I mean, I get it if you just don't like a dude. It's about the business, not the sports, for a team acquiring him, unless it's a bottom tier team. No, you're trying to use big word, or not even big words. You're just trying to use certain words to make it sound like you're saying something, but you're not saying anything at all, AZ Dips.
You're trying to do the Tommy Gunn thing where you use big words, but you ain't even saying shit.
Yeah, and then NTD is like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you want him traded or what? Take a position and stick with it. You're flip flopping. I don't care if he gets traded or not, NTD. See, your problem is you want people to stand on either side of the line and just fucking yell like with like a I don't know at the top of their lungs. Bro, that's what people do when a civilization is at chaos. People just pick a side and just trade him, fire him, blah blah blah, burn it down, whatever. Like,
bro,
bro, you're never gonna have like success like that, bro.
bro. Don't get me wrong. I like Jimmy Butler. This is not like a Jimmy Butler thing, but when you make a trade and you get rid of certain elements that, was kind of foundational to this team being good, when you get rid of those elements, and I'm not saying that those elements that they got rid of were perfect. They weren't, right? But there were some things within that we got rid of. So it's almost like we got better in this area, but with the trade, we got worse in that other area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
And
feel like they needed to trade. They probably needed to trade J.K.
Ali,
and like Looney Moody
Ali, I
or
hear
not
all of
Looney,
that, right?
Looney
I hear all of
GP2.
that. But are we any better today than we were during that time, based on what you see? Are we any better?
Right now, we look how we looked last year around this time. I think, I think we looked better after the deadline because we always look better after the deadline.
Okay,
I do think
so
that Jimmy helped a lot, though.
so right now, the only person that's not on the court is Jonathan Kuminga. We've established that Kuminga ain't good, right? So when they were doing all the things that they were doing, and now we're in a situation where we lost 2 games that we were literally supposed to win, bro. And Steph actually played well. It's one thing if Steph didn't play well, but he played well. And then you're just watching like the cracks in the foundation around him, And it's not like, oh, this guy isn't scoring or that guy isn't scoring. No, people are actually playing well, but we're still losing the games. Something that's alarming, bro. If people are playing well and we're losing games, if we're getting 20 points from pods and we're still losing, something is fundamentally wrong, bro. And I haven't even talked about this in like a couple of days because I've just been so annoyed. You know what I'm saying? I've been so annoyed, but like, you cannot have Steph be having those types of games and we're losing. That is a fundamental problem. That's a big, big, big problem. That's a massive, massive problem. I don't think people realize that, bro. That's what I'm saying. All right, CJ, thank you for tapping in, brother. But I don't think I really don't think people are understanding that part of it. You know what I'm saying? And all that grandstanding that I watched people do last year, like, like bring in Jimmy Butler who's going to solve everything. Nah, bro, like Jimmy's actually playing well. He's playing well. And you got these problems. All that second optioning. Jimmy Butler is a second option. And I heard you niggas say Jimmy's not a real second option. What the fuck is he then? Bro, the nigga took his team to the finals, bro. What are we doing? He's like somebody that took their team to the finals, right? Like, is a legit second option. What are we doing? And it's not like he's playing bad. He's not playing bad, but when you're going to do things, they didn't fix the roster irk. I mean, give Lacob a pass. Hey, when you add a guy for $55 million, right? And then you have to sign back Jonathan Kuminga. Guess what? You don't have a lot of room to make moves. The only move that they could make was minimums. Okay? The only moves that they could make was minimums and a mid-level exception. And you want to know another alarming thing too? Every person that they signed back, right? Melton, not usable. GP2 looks horrible. And Horford, how does Horford look to you? Those are your 3 moves that you made, and they're horrible. And we're losing. When I tell you we're in fucking trouble, bro, we're in fucking trouble. They're in deep shit right now.
Didn't make
Dog
GP over Steph. Didn't no sense.
You know, in
Horford
2022,
39. Like I don't see why
yeah.
people thought that was a good pick.
So in 2022, right? We hit on every move, right? We hit on Belly. No one thought that Belly was going to be good. We hit on Andre Iguodala did his thing or whatever, right? He wasn't a big factor, but he did like the vet thing. We hit on Otto Porter, right? So every guy that we brought in, they damn near contributed. GP2, massive hit. You know what I'm saying? I think Horford is hurt. I think when Horford is out there, he looks okay, right? Horford is cool, but he's hurt right now. And he's been load managed. You know what I'm saying? They're load managing Horford, right? And when I tell you, like, the shit that they're doing with Horford behind the scenes to get him activated and all of that, like, you know what I'm saying? Once I heard that, bro, I knew they were fried. So they're going to have to figure out, like, how the hell they can get through an entire season because the indicators don't look good. I'm not saying that they can't recover or they can't, like, get to a spot or whatever, because I think they can beat a team in a night in, night out basis, right? But it don't look good, bro. In terms of the goals that we have, I don't think it looks that great. I'm not saying that they're just going to fall off of a cliff, but the levels that we need to get to, I don't think we're going to get to those levels. I'm going to be dead honest. Like, you know, there's a lot of years I can see, like, the good. I was like, all right, if we do this, we do that. I'm not even seeing that shit. I'm not seeing it. I don't see it, bro. I don't see it defensively. Last year, I could hang my hat on and say, all right, cool. They had like the 6th best defense, right? All of that stuff. But I'm not seeing it. Like, I don't see it. They're losing the trenches. They're losing everything, bro. And it's like, then you have Draymond at center. Okay, all
I feel
right.
like they need to trade some people and use our picks. All the guards salary dump their ass and use some of our picks to go get some tall people with wings or beards.
Nigga, look at the last 2 games that Steph had, bro. Like, Steph had an amazing game. And nothing, bro. Bro, when I look at this team, it's a small guard, small guard, small guard, small guard, right? And then on top of it, we're sitting here and we're saying that we're making every excuse in the world saying that Jonathan Kuminga don't work. You know what I'm saying? Every fucking excuse we're making saying that, he doesn't work. We should play this guy over him. We should play that guy over him. Then that guy gets in there. He's a bum. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what? We're going out of our way not to play $22 million a year. So the mid-level, Horford is on the mend right now, right? And then we're finding every creative way not to play Jonathan Kuminga. So now he's a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? But then when he sits, when he's injured and he's out, then you see what it is, bro. It's like small guard, small guard, small guard. And niggas will sit up here and tell me that Moody is a fucking small forward. In what fucking planet is Moody a small guard or a small forward? Niggas is going out of their ways because we're trying to have Pod start at the 2. What? You're going out of your way. You're putting Moody at power forward. Bro, he's not a small forward. Bro, he can play the 4, right? But he's not supposed to. He can play the 3, but that's really not his spot, bro. It's like guard after guard after guard. I mean, I don't know what to tell y'all, right? But when I tell you that they couldn't afford, and I don't care what the fucking plus minuses and all of that bullshit looks like, you know what I'm saying? When you're going to start guard after guard after guard, it's a problem, bro. I'm telling you. Winning what chip? Are you out of your fucking mind? By scapegoating 6'8" people, bro. We need these niggas on the court. You ain't winning no championship with 3 and 4 guard lineups, bro. What are we saying here, bro? You think we can win that way? Honestly. You think we can win with 3 and 4 guard lineups? That's what you honestly believe, that we can just roll out 3 guard lineups out there. Get murdered on the glass by like plus 10 every game and win. There's no fucking way, bro. So they're not elite at shooting the ball. They're not getting extra possessions. So how the hell do they have a path at this high level offense? They don't. And offensive rating is up? Are you dumb? Offensive rating is up right now. And you think that this is good? No. League conditions don't favor us, bro. This don't favor us. 115.8. This smells mid. I think we're just going to be a mid team all year long. And if I get booted off here, I'll just be back on Spaces. Point blank simple. I'll be back on Spaces where they can't fuck with me. So it's really that simple. Continue to snitch, please. Report some more. I'll just go back to Spaces. No skin off my nose. Y'all didn't do me any favors. I did y'all a favor. Just saying. It's not, bro. It's not just the record, bro. It's like the other stuff, right? It's the rebounding. It's the defense. It's the overall size that we got. You know what I'm saying? So when people at the end of the year, when we went Steph and Pods and Jimmy and Draymond and we did that thing, you see what we're doing, bro. You see the thing that we're doing. Those aren't great indicators, y'all. They're not great indicators. They're just not. I'm sorry to break it to y'all, but it's not great. NTD, you can come up and ask the question. Please come up and ask the question. Let's have a conversation. I'm not avoiding. I don't avoid anything, bro. Do I look like you've been talking to me for years. Do I look like the type of person that avoids anything? I want all the smoke, bro. I'm going to ask you a question I asked earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't see your question. Can Kerr be a better coach minus Draymond on the roster? I mean, if you take Draymond off the roster, they're going to have to look differently, bro. They've been really successful with Draymond under the Draymond template. But it's not simply just Draymond. It's the things that you put around Draymond, right? It's the Steph Currys and the Klay Thompsons and the Jordan Pooles and the Kevin Durants, right? That can make him stick on offense. You need the Draymond Green out there, but you also need things around him to operate. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, he's not, Benjo. Stop. Y'all's situation isn't worse than the Clippers, at least. Yeah, the Clippers are in a tough spot. Don't get me wrong, bro. Like, Steph and Draymond and Jimmy are good enough to bring you to a certain point. But what I'm worried about is that we're going to have to do this thing for another 5 months, 6 months, or whatever. So what? December, January, February, March. We have to do this for another 5 months. And I'm afraid that, say we even trade JK, right? You know that teams are telling, teams are hoping that we bash JK. This is why the JK bashing irritates me, because, you know, we're not even going to get anything good for him, because teams know that we're in a vulnerable spot. They're just going to try to get him for pennies on the dollar. Here's what's going to happen, right? Let me tell you what's going to happen now. At the deadline, we are going to take a suboptimal offer, or we're going to get offered a suboptimal offer for Kuminga, right? Because he looks so bad, and he's bad, you know, the damn bad African, right? And what's going to ultimately happen is that Kuminga is going to get devalued, and a team is going to take some bullshit offer for him. They're going to offer us some bullshit thing. The Warriors are going to get backed up in a corner and say, "We ain't trading him. We're not trading him." That's what's going to happen. We're just going to wait until the summer, and by that time, it's too late. That's what I'm afraid of. You see the problem here? So even if they get offered something, it's going to be a problem. He's going to go to the Suns? Ha! You don't want him going to the Suns.
Want to extend him before the season over, or give him a guarantee. Kurt gone.
If they put him on the Phoenix Suns, right? If they put him on the Phoenix Suns, he's going to excel, and everybody is going to look dumb. Let me tell
Okay,
y'all
what
that.
did I miss?
You know what I'm saying? If you put that nigga on the Suns with that Suns team, with what I'm seeing as is right now, and they make a trade and they trade for JK, and they have more athleticism and they have more speed and they have more size, guess what's going to happen? He's actually going to play well. And all of that nonsense that people are saying, you're just going to look stupid, bro. Because
You're saying if JK got traded to the Suns?
Yeah, like say he got traded to like the Suns or whatever, right? You see what they're doing over there?
Oh yeah. The thing is, like, I think, like, another thing that people kind of they just gloss over, or they don't want to like think about. I do think that he would look better on a different team, because they don't have like a he don't have to play within like the confines of like a system or whatever. Obviously, there's going to be limitations that still show, because he's not like a perfect player. But I do think he would look better in most other teams. I think the Suns kind of they kind of need a guy like him, low key. Because what they're doing is not sustainable.
Phoenix was dead to rights, bro. They traded away KD, right? And look at them now.
I mean, they loaded up on a bunch of, young dudes who have size, athleticism, and defense.
Dog,
like, look at all the dudes they went and got. They got Jordan Goodwin, Rasheer Fleming, Malawat, Jalen Brooks. They got. I mean, yeah, there's Jalen Green, but they haven't really got to see that yet. They went and got Chris Dunn, or Ryan Dunn, sorry, a couple seasons ago. Like, that team, low key, is going with where the NBA is headed. You know what I mean? He's kind of like if you look at it, he's kind of like what they need in a sense, because he's a dude who brings the scoring in a different way. You got a bunch of dudes who are like catch and shoot 3-point shooters over there, but then you have a whole bunch of like athleticism. So it's like you won't even need to ask him to be the top defender, but he's somebody where in that kind of nucleus, he'd probably fit in pretty well. So I think that the Suns, they're probably not as good as they show right now. Like, I don't know if it's sustainable, But I do think that they'd look better with Kaminga than without him, if that's what you're saying. The problem is, what if they end up looking better than we do, record wise? I don't think that would happen, but what if? Nah, it's showing the Wi-Fi symbol for you, cats. When you load up the app, click on view all at the top right corner, and then join.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. So I was gonna say, I think like the people like NTD and others who talk about Sage, NTDs, the people who talk endlessly about Kaminga. And it's interesting because they claim to be Warriors fans. They don't really understand why the Warriors roster is what it is. This is a classic example of a violation of separation of powers. The government works when you have three separate branches: political, judicial, and legislative. When you eliminate those three branches, you give too much power to one person. And so this is the real reason the roster is garbage. So when Steve Kerr first became head coach, he was not that involved with personnel decisions. And so Golden State didn't just bring in system players, dipshit non-athletes who can't create their own shot. Golden State brought in players Golden State brought in players like Barbarossa. They brought in players like Andre Iguodala. Steve Kerr would have never brought in Andre Iguodala if he was in charge of personnel decisions, because Andre Iguodala in Philadelphia was an athlete. Now, Iguodala changed his game when he came to Golden State, but he was only 30 when he came to the Warriors. Steve Kerr's not bringing in a player like Iguodala from Philadelphia. Iguodala in Philly was an athlete. And so what has slowly happened in Golden State is that as Steve Kerr has won championships, he's become much more powerful in the organization. And so even though Steve Kerr's title is head coach, Steve Kerr runs this team. Mike Dunleavy is a yes person for Steve Kerr. Mike Dunleavy is a yes person for Steve Kerr. And so Mike Dunleavy brings in system players like Buddy Hield, like the idea of DeAnthony Melton. They draft players like Pods. And so what has happened is that there's a violation of separation of powers. Steve Kerr is too involved with the roster. Steve Kerr and Draymond Green have veto power over any major roster moves Golden State makes. And so Draymond Green likely did not want Lauri because Lauri's not a defender. But the other thing is, if you add Lauri Markkanen, Lauri's not playing off the ball. Lauri can play off the ball. He's a good shooter. But if you're paying Lauri $45 million a year, he ain't standing in the fucking corner while the donkey runs the offense. If you're paying Lauri Markkanen $45 million, he's on the ball. He's not off the ball. And Draymond Green knew that, and that's part of the reason why Green likely vetoed a possible trade for Markkanen. And so what has slowly happened in Golden State is that as Draymond Green and Steve Kerr have won titles, they have had far too much power in roster moves. And so what's happened is Mike Dunleavy's just a yes man for Steve Kerr. And so Steve Kerr has done a LeBron. And it's fitting King's on stage for this. LeBron does everywhere LeBron ridiculous goes, at this point. He destroys the roster. LeBron destroyed the Cavs roster by making them overpay players like Tristan Thompson and J.R. Smith. Kyrie wanted out because he didn't want to be there with LeBron. LeBron destroyed the Lakers trade. LeBron destroyed the Lakers roster with the Westbrook trade. And so Steve
what we're doing is lying.
Steve Kerr has done. I don't hold on. Steve Kerr has done a LeBron. Steve Kerr and Draymond Green have too much power, and what they have slowly but steadily done is they've reduced and destroyed the Warriors roster to what it is today.
Okay, Brandon, I'm gonna cook each one of your points, starting with your Lauri Markkanen point. How much money does Jimmy Butler make?
Jimmy makes right around $60 million a year.
So more than 40, if my math is correct. I'm not good at math, but 60 is more than 40, right?
Yes.
And what is that nigga doing?
How's who
standing
doing?
in the corner? What is Jimmy Butler doing? Standing in the corner for Draymond? No.
Yeah, no. My whole point is
Okay,
Golden
so
State would have
next
been better
point.
with Laurie than
So
Jimmy.
So now that we got past that line, let's go to the next line.
Wait, hold on.
That,
That's
that
not my
doesn't even
point.
make any. What are you?
No,
What is
hold
your
on.
point right
So
there?
if you're saying that Lauri Markkanen, hold on, you're saying if you pay Lauri Markkanen $40 million, he would not have stood in the corner for Draymond Green, but Jimmy Butler is making $60 million and standing in that same corner for Draymond Green.
You're missing
That
my
is called
point.
a lie.
What is this
That's called a
dude?
lie.
Speak up on
That's
that.
called.
What?
What is he
Like,
saying?
what is he
That's
talking
retarded.
about?
Are we
Even for
talking about the
somebody
Lakers
on
right
the
now?
left, that was retarded.
What is
Wait,
he
hold on.
talking?
Let me
Or-
Why are we
explain.
acting like that doesn't make any
let him get
sense?
off. Let him get him off. Let him get off.
So you're saying
No. Anyway,
What is this nigga even talking about?
let's move
Wait,
on.
hold on. Let me just very quickly clarify my point. What I'm saying is, I believe the main reason Golden State did not trade for Laurie is Green knew if Laurie came to the team, that would be the beginning of the end for him, because Golden State would have ran their offense through Laurie, who is a 4. And remember, Draymond Green does not want to play major minutes at the 5. He wants to play around half the season at the 4. Green doesn't want to play major minutes at the 4. Green does not want to play major minutes at the 5. And Laurie is a 4. He's not a 5. And so I believe the main reason Golden State didn't trade for Laurie is that Green essentially said he didn't want him.
Yo, King, I am just not in the mood to have you come up here and do the King thing where we're up here and like you just derail the conversation. First of all, you're a Laker fan, right? You don't know anything about the team. All you do is make blanket statements and you don't know what you're talking about with this team, right? So if you want to make these statements elsewhere, you can go and make these statements elsewhere. Go and make them elsewhere, bro, because I'm really not in the mood to have you.
Well, I don't understand what his point is. Like, my whole point is Golden State would have been better with Laurie than Jimmy, because Laurie can score 30 a game. And my point is that the main reason
He's saying Jimmy sit in the corner and he make more than Draymond. That's what he's saying.
Right. I'm saying the players, Golden State could have gotten Siakam, but they didn't. But again, Siakam didn't want to come to Golden State because he knew Golden State would have turned him into a 5. But my main point is that the main reason Golden State didn't get players like Laurie is the Warriors have given Green and Kerr far too much power over roster moves, and that has prevented Golden State from upgrading at the 5 or bringing in athletes and shot creators who aren't system players. The main reason the roster is what it is because Draymond Green and Steve Kerr have too much power over personnel decisions.
That is a fact. They need to angle.
So I don't like when he's saying Jimmy would play off the ball. That has nothing to do with my point.
Jimmy not feeling that though. Jimmy coming for that. Jimmy not feeling that. I think that's why he was talking about Dre that when they had that little interview.
I'm just not in the mood to have King just derail the conversation this morning. And half of the time, King kind of doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If it's like a Laker issue, I'll make it rock. But we aren't talking about the Lakers right now. If we're talking about the Lakers, I'll let it rock. But you're not a Laker fan. Or you're not a Warrior fan. You're a Laker fan. So I'm not letting that rock. You feel me?
I asked this on Twitter. How many games in a row do you think for us to lose before Kurt get fired? They said it ain't no amount.
I just want people to push my agenda. I've allowed you up here so many times to spout off nonsense. This morning, I'm just simply not in the mood to listen to you do the contrarian shit. You know what I'm saying? So you and half the time you're not even making any sense. Matter of fact, I would say 80% of the time you're not making any sense. And I'm just not in the mood for it. So start up Space Gang Lakers. I mean, I'll make you a mod over there. You can go talk to yourself. Capiche?
I do wonder why some people don't just start up their own rooms.
You can. I mean, everyone is free to do whatever they want. I mean, you might get pushback from some people, you know what I'm saying, like certain types. But I mean, I am an advocate of anyone starting up their own room. I mean, me personally, I think that this app needs a shot in the arm, you know, and if we don't like get more people in here, more talented, creative people that can convey an idea, I think the shit is cooked. You know what I'm saying? And that's always what I wanted to promote. I wanted to promote multiple people starting up rooms, and you bring in an audience over here and you do your thing. That's always what I was wanting to promote. Like, I think we needed a lot of people in here, not just one room dominating everything, you know? That's
Shit,
why
I
you
tried
see
to
me
start a
like,
fucking room because your ass was going to sleep hella early during the season, but I couldn't get.
yeah,
I
bro.
didn't know you motherfuckers on there.
No, 100%, bro. And I completely understand that. I don't tell anyone that they shouldn't go anywhere because I get it, bro. Like, you're up late at night, me and y'all ain't on the same schedule. You start up, you on talk or whatever. Sure, that's cool. But I wasn't always in favor of just like one room. Certain people are, but not me, bro. Like, start up your room, do your thing. You know, I'll even help you fucking promote it. Like, I don't care, you know? And I've done that for multiple people, but it is what it is, bro. It won't allow you to comment unless you donate. Appreciate you, free Matt, whoever that is.
So I came back because I had a meeting and I missed what was going on. What are you upset with King about?
No, King is just going to come up here and they're talking about me pushing an agenda. I mean, you are literally a Laker fan. What agenda are you talking about? I mean, it's one thing if you were a Warrior fan, but you're not a Warrior fan. You are a troll. And so I don't get what agenda that you're pushing. We both know the issue with the team. You're not a fan of the team. So your opinion means nothing to the 154 people that are in here. So what are you crying about? So what agenda am I pushing? Like, there's no agenda, bro. I'm literally telling you what's wrong with the team. You know, if I sit here and I tell you, oh, the team is going to be great, you niggas are going to say, oh, I'm just a shill, I'm this and that. And when I'm telling you that we've lost these games and we've lost these games in an alarming fashion, right? Y'all are going to say, oh, this, that, and the other. You're pushing some agenda. What agenda am I pushing? They've lost the game with niggas playing well. That's alarming. You don't think that's alarming? The issue is Mike and Lakeup. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Steve Kerr's trying to do something that ain't working. Is he trying to win games or is he trying to push his philosophy?
Is it crazy to say that I think that you can't just point to a single thing though?
Bro,
Like
CJ, have we
I
pointed
don't
to
think
one
Mike
thing
and
in here?
Lacob have helped. I don't think that what Steve's doing helped. I don't think the roster construction helps. I don't think that like some of these things that these vet guys are doing helps. I don't think the limitations of our younger guys helps. Like, bro, like up and down this
CJ,
shit, you're looking. There's just issues upon issues, bro.
how many times have we said that I think the front office are just giving these dudes just a bare minimum?
Yeah.
How many times have we said that?
Yeah. I had to. No, I mean you said it. You said it. I mean shit, a
Yeah.
few of us have said it.
They're giving them the absolute bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
for them to help you, you kind of got to show them something. I don't think they've showed them anything. I think they just look at this team and they're like, oh.
I mean, okay, I kind of understand why they're like hesitant because like I think that there's been this like tug of war going on between them and the front office for a few years now, where they're looking at it like, Draymond punched this dude, he threw away this season, and you don't want to play these younger guys that we're trying to build up within the team or whatever. And so it's like a difference of ideals. I'm not saying which side is right or wrong, but I think like when you look at like them not being aligned, now they're getting to the point where it's like, what's the point of unloading all these assets and going all in if it's not good enough at the top, So it's like, I don't know. I just think it's like a situation where you can't really blame just one party. I don't know. I just think they're just not good enough in general.
You blame Steve Kerr and you blame Draymond because they're the one that made the last 3 years we've been trash and they've been doing the Steve Kerr way. Draymond kicked off 2 great players on our team. He the one who's messing up the offense. Like, it's on Draymond and Kerr. They both need to go. And the real thing is Kerr about to be gone. He said he only stay until Steph. He can't keep riding Steph coattails and not bringing nothing to the table. So why would we mess up our younger guys just for Steve Kerr, who ain't gonna be here in the next year or so? They better not give him an extension. So it is on that. You still see Steph is playing at a high level. We could have won last year. We could have won with the Chris Paul team if they would have put Chris Paul in the right position, running the second unit, not on the starting unit with Curry. Like, it's on the coach and Draymond at the same time.
I'm gonna be honest.
Draymond's contract is $26 million. That could get us a power forward in the center.
Let me be 100% honest with you, right? If we are in the same position, right? If we're in the same position that we were last season, we're gonna have problems on our hands. Okay? I think we're gonna have massive problems. We're gonna have massive problems. Because there's no way that we make that trade and now we look like this. That should not happen, dog. It literally shouldn't happen. That's a problem that we make that trade and it didn't fix. Bro, like that trade was just a Band-Aid to me,
Yeah. And I don't like the whole, like, I get we went, we went 23-7, etc. But the thing that I have to say to that is, like, we look the same right now, right this year, that we looked around this time last year. Maybe a little worse, actually. But I get the schedule has differences, but around this time last year, the schedule was really tough too. Well, a little bit later, like towards December. I think it is kind of concerning that you're seeing this happen this early. I'm hoping that December looks a lot better for us, but I also know that, like, if we're very, like, Steph dependent with what we have right now, right? Like, okay, you fire Steve Kerr, you fire Mike Dunleavy, Lacob sells the team. Like, it's not gonna change what's going on right now, But right now, I
There ain't
also
no
think
coach
that
before guard lineups. Coaches don't do that.
yeah,
So it will
but
change this coming.
listen, bro. It's like we're losing the lineups where we're playing proper, proper size and etc. Like, we're still losing in those lineups too. Like, I'm not saying the 3-4 guard lineups aren't bad too. I just think that you reach a certain, like, peak with what you got, right? And I think we're kind of like tapping on the ceiling. We're wondering why we can't break through it, because with what we're running, it's kind of hard to go around all the limitations. Not only at the top of the roster, but even at the middle and bottom of the roster.
Bro, I gotta say this, man. I love Jimmy Butler. Don't get me wrong, right? But this roster has so many holes that we covered one hole and then we created another, That's literally what you see going on right here, bro. Because when I was looking at that lineup of, and don't get me wrong, it was a positive last year, but you had Pods, Moody, Steph. That's 3 guards right there. I know everyone wants to say Moody's a wing, but he's not. Then you have Jimmy, and then you have Draymond. Jimmy at the 4, right?
Even if you say that, like, Moody's skill set is more like a wing, right? Which is true. He's still the size of a guard.
Bro, I don't care what none of y'all say. He's a guard, bro. He's a guard. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's Moody's size and weight, he does have a long wingspan. That's going for him. But, on both ends, there's limitations there. I like him as a player, but there's some limitations there. Like,
If you would have put Moody at the 2 and bring Kaminga in that lineup, I think
bro,
that shit would have did way
I
better.
remember I was having a conversation with somebody. This was like 3-4 years ago, right? Somebody on Dub's Twitter. And me and this person was in the DMs, and we were talking, and we were watching Jordan Poole, right? And Jordan Poole was like a guy that put the ball on the floor, and he was like off ball. So he was like Jordan that year, honest to God, he was like a poor man Steph. You know what I'm saying? That's how good he was. When you have Steph and then a poor man Steph, you know, and then you have like the playmaking around them, yo, like that's a crazy, that's going to be good. You know what I'm saying? And then you get like some rebounding and you get some playmaking, and then you can run the different types of defenses that they want to run, like the zone, the semi-zone. They're doing all types of shit, and they're dynamic like that. And I think it's like, one, we don't have that personnel anymore, and two, you know, different years the league just emphasizes different things. And the biggest indicator to me with why I don't like what's happening, and anytime I see this trend, I get concerned. Okay? Let me tell you something, bro. You see when offensive ratings look like this, like when they're like a 115.8 and they look like that, not great, bro. It's just not great. Not great. It doesn't work in our favor because we're not a team that is going to be, you know, we're not going to be 120 offensing our way there. You know what I'm saying? And even when we won the title, do you know what we were ranked when we won the title on offense? Bro, we were like 17th on offense. So we can't run that type of offense that we want to run, right? We can't run that offense that we want to run and outscore teams. The Lakers right now they're not even outscoring teams like that, right? They're not even good enough defensively, but they have that thing where they're sticking around and you're just happening to win games. That's what happened in the Utah game, right? They're just like kind of sticking around. And a 115.8 offense, right? Let me go all the way back when this was the number one offense. Let me show y'all something, bro. I talked about this morning, but in 2019, all right, 2019, the average NBA offense was a 110. Right now, it's a 115. So the best offense was a 115.8. We are running the same offense with worse talent. No rebounding. The defense has eroded, and we got a bunch of small guards out there. This is alarming. It's alarming.
Yeah. That's why I feel like, you know, even if you go and trade Kuminga, I don't think it's going to change too much.
I'm
I
not going
think that they
to.
kind of need to. I mean, maybe they trade him anyways. You know, it's probably best for them to break up or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's
If they're
best.
gonna hold on to
They're not going
their
to get anything
the
back,
same
bro. That's the
nucleus.
problem,
Yeah. So
bro.
like
When I
maybe they
see
end up having to
people,
get rid of him either way.
bro,
But I do
when
think
I see
like they're
people on
gonna
the
approach
timeline,
the summer and they're gonna have to blow it up.
when I see people on the timeline parading that he's not good, right? I know there's a lot of different type of people that hang out on the timeline. So if they're looking at these main accounts and these main accounts is saying JK is trash, right? He's trash and he doesn't work and he's good and he ain't good, right? There's a lot of people just on the internet and on Twitter. If they're looking at y'all and they're saying, or us, and they're saying, oh, you don't think he's that good? What are they going to do, bro? They're going to offer us dog shit. And then it's either we're going to accept it and just cut our losses. And at that point, it's going
It
to be
ain't
a
even just
massive
that
race.
though. Even if like that didn't matter, right? It's also like it's no secret. It's the worst kept secret in the NBA that there's friction with him and like Steve Kerr or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, or like that there's not a fit, you know, like these things work against you because it's like they're just gonna say, well, hey, he doesn't fit. Hey, you don't, you know, you guys don't get along. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, etc. So why should we give you anything of like real value? You know, you're on a on the clock to trade him, if this is how it's going to be, because if y'all don't come to a negotiation this offseason, he's going to walk for nothing. Which is that's the downside of doing a 1+1. Another downside, I should say, because then it's like also with the injuries on a 1+1 team option, guys are gonna like prioritize health, you know, especially when they're younger. But then also it's like when it comes to like these trades, you're not gonna get max value because, you know, for one, the team that you're going to, like they have to make sure that you want to sign there long term. Otherwise, what's the point of getting you when you're a young player? You know? And then two, they know the situation and they know that time is only working against you.
Bro,
You
I'm
know,
telling
so it's not like teams are gonna rush to get you. They're gonna use the time against you.
So an anonymous source says Kuminga is one of the best trade assets in the league. I mean, a part of why he's one of the best trade assets is because
He's the best buy low trade asset.
exactly, precisely. You can get him for, I don't know, like 40 cents on the dollar right now, right? So that's why, you know, that statement, that tweet should probably alarm people, because if you have a guy and you can get him for 40 cents on the dollar, right? Like that means that, you know, somebody's going to take a L, you know what I'm saying? And guess who it's going to be? It's going to be us.
Yeah, I think the word expiring contract, people like they inflate its value. Expiring contracts is only important when it's like a veteran player, you know, or like a player who's going to be out of the league, or you know, someone that you could just waive. Expiring contract is good for when it's expiring and you're just going to let it go. You're doing that when you're trying to clean your salary cap, not when you're looking for a player that you want long term. He's only 23 years old and he's talented. He's not a fit with the Warriors. Doesn't mean he's not a good player. So the expiring part doesn't really matter because any team getting him is going to want to negotiate a new deal so then he can be there long term. So they're going to want to rip up the team option and do a new deal. But if he don't
So
want to
let me
be
ask you
there,
this, right?
if he doesn't want to sign to that team, like say it's the freaking Pelicans, you know what I mean? Like who's going to say that he would want to be with the Pelicans long term anyways? So if he tells them, "Hey, I don't want to be there. I'm not going to sign like an extension with y'all." Well, why would they even want to trade for him? I mean, I don't think they would want him in particular anyways, because they got Zion and Trey Murphy's better than him or whatever, right? I don't think that they would really want him anyways. But say he says to a team, "I don't want to sign there long term." Well, now they have no reason to trade for him. Like this is more difficult than people think. If the Pelicans offer him $100 million, he'll take it. I think that's what you don't understand. Bro, why would they pay JK $100 million when they have Trey Murphy, who fits better with Zion? It makes no sense.
Even if they get Trey Murphy, right? Like it's not about, there's a lot of 3-and-D guys that you can get in this league, but I don't think the Warriors are interested in a 3-and-D guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think
Yeah.
like I literally watched players like Andrew Wiggins have a ramp up time to kind of find his place on these teams, right? Like the only people that I've seen just hit the ground running are people who play a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And there's not even a lot of those players. It's players like Jimmy, players like Sean, players like Andre, guys who, you know, like they read the game in terms of like pass first and they play defense and all of that. Those guys fit because then you can just make decisions off of Steph. You see when it's like a guy that even if he plays defense, right? Like if it says like a 3-and-D guy or a guy that 3-and-D plays defense, he's a scorer type. He's not necessarily going to work on this team. But if it's like a playmaker, and I'm telling you, a lot of those guys don't exist anymore. If it's like a dude like that, you know, Jimmy Butler fit right off the bat because Jimmy Butler is like a playmaker. You know what I'm saying? Like Jimmy Butler, you know, high IQ guy wants to make plays. But the problem with that is that there's just not a lot of those dudes. The other problem is that he's expensive. And I think the league punishes you more when you sign bad contracts now more than ever before. Like you just can't make one, you can't have dead contracts on your roster, and you can't make contracts mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So you look at like James Harden, look at what James Harden is making. Look at what these, like these other guys are making. You just cannot make mistakes. When KD signed, what did KD sign for the other day?
I think he got 2 years 90 or something like that.
What? He did?
Didn't he get like 2 years 90? Like 45 a year, something like that?
So he got 45 a year? So he signed an extension and he signed for 45 a year?
Yeah.
You see the issue that we have though, bro?
I'm gonna double check it, but I'm pretty
So not
sure.
only does he sign for less, but that's a problem, my guy. Like that's a huge problem. So you think that every dollar matters at this point. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, 2 years 90 mil. And it's a player option on the second year.
oh my God. Jesus.
But like I think for him that's like a solid deal given like what he is and what they had to give up to get him. Kind of makes sense. But that's way less than 54, 56 mil.
We don't have a lot of flexibility, dog.
That's like a whole high end role player difference,
Urkel, you said you would take Laurie at 46 over Jimmy at 55. Yeah, that's a $9 million cushion. So not only I think Jimmy is like what he should make, based on his age and all of that stuff, I think Jimmy should be making in the mid 40s. You know what I'm saying? 40 to mid 40s. That's what I think he should be making.
If you got Jimmy at like 45 mil, right?
I would feel
That's
much
That's a 9 to 11 mil difference, and you take that plus like Buddy Hield. That's a whole $20 million in players. That
Yeah,
you could you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a
That's like a whole PJ. That's a whole PJ Washington.
Yeah, bro. It's a tall order when you are paying two guys that number. That's first option money. You know what I'm saying? And when every dollar matters, and one guy is making probably, I would say, 12 million more than he should be making, it leads to like a compound effect on the team. And don't get me wrong, I like him as a player. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just saying, like, based on where the constraints are with where his contract is, and then you look at you look at what other guys are making. I mean, it's kind of a problem,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like eating out when you could have made food at home. Like you
Yeah.
satisfy your hunger, but you had to pay more money for it.
Vooch at
So,
home.
given our situation, we had to pay more money, and that's just
That's why. So that's why last season when people was like Vooch, 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 I was like, first of all, he's not that great on offense for you to be saying Vooch, and he's not good defensively, right? So I didn't see the point to it,
Yeah.
If it was like a center that you could funnel to, but he's not a center that you could even funnel to. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
not like
or if we had like a team full of like a team full of a whole bunch of like wing defenders, and we had a like strong point of attack.
Yeah.
And we just needed like we needed that kind of player. I think
Yeah.
it would have been fine, but I think this kind of roster would magnify
Mhm.
his deficiencies. I think a lot of people don't think about stuff like that. It's kind of like Laker fans where they just think of names.
Mhm.
Like honestly, I think that our issues are just we kind of need like a gut and rebuild kind of thing, like a retool, not rebuild, retool,
Yeah.
where you kind of like build it a certain way. But the thing is, like the players that you need are just so hard to get or so expensive. I don't know if it's necessarily possible.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. Like like the last game, right? Like we're doing a live watch, and we were just in here, and people were saying like, "Yo, and we were carrying on and whatever." And I stayed quiet. If you notice, I wasn't even playing the soundboard the last game. I wasn't saying anything, and I was just fucking observing, bro. And I was like, I think something shifted. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard for me to say that sometimes, because then you look at you know, this team can flip a switch, right?
Yeah.
And maybe there's a switch that they can still flip, but they were playing well. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they weren't playing well. Jimmy Butler was like trying to win the game. Steph was trying to win the game, but you know, when you're missing like these little things, man, and you're missing the athleticism, you know, this is why, like, I think analytics have destroyed fans, because fans don't use numbers in the proper way, bro. I work in numbers, right? Numbers can lie to you. That's why I think people like Sage are dangerous to the timeline, right? Because they throw numbers out there and they lie with numbers. There's this book that you can read about how you can lie with numbers. It's actually a really good book. And Sage just lies with numbers all the time. And you see, because Sage sounds like he's smart, he's actually not. Like, he's actually, you know, he's actually being really destructive on the timeline. You know what I'm saying? So when he's doing that and he's just lying with the numbers and he's saying this guy sucks, this guy sucks, next thing you know, we're out there running 3-guard lineups and we're getting annihilated. You know, it's not even like our guards are athletic. You know what I'm saying? Our guards are not really that athletic relative to the guys that they're playing against. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what the problem is. NTD, Sage is wrong, and he's pushing an agenda. He's wrong, bro. He's wrong. He's wrong. I know y'all want to shit on the kid, and that's cool. That's cool. But when your alternative is these guards, right? And then you're gonna push some trade that don't make no sense, and that you know that they're not gonna make. How does it make any sense? You need size to win. You need athleticism to win. And when you're bashing the thing that we need to win, it doesn't make any sense. Your alternative is going to be small guards who are unathletic. Just saying. OKC got their guys that are 6'3", 6'4", and they're athletic and they're strong and they can guard up. You know what I'm saying? And they're not worrying about running their offense through Draymond Green. They're running the shit straight up. And they're cooking. And they got shooting, and they have spacing, they have rebounding, they have all of that. Y'all don't see the problem? No problem, I guess. But continue to listen to Sage, right? When he's there telling you about Trey Murphy. Like, why would they trade for Trey Murphy? You go and say Trey Murphy for Jonathan Kuminga, right? And then they're going to ask for 3 first-round picks. There's no fucking way our team is making a 3 first-round pick gamble on the team looking like this. There's no way. Not realistic. So come again. What are you going to trade him for? I'm all in favor of trading him. You going to trade for Anthony Davis? I'm old enough to remember what Patrick Ewing looked like at his age. Anthony Davis makes $54 million this year. Then he makes 58. Then he makes $62 million this year, or in his final year, which I believe is a player option. He's 32 years old, and he's injured. He's been injured a lot. Okay? I started to notice the erosion in Hakeem Olajuwon when he was around 33 or 34. You know what I'm saying? That's when I started to notice the erosion in Hakeem, when he was right around 33, 34. AD is like 32 or 33. I'm a JK fan, but you agree we just need to let him go. Yeah, no. He's not going to be a good fit, bro. I don't acknowledge that, right? But what I am saying is that we're going to lose on that trade. And when we lose on the trade, it's just going to bring in more of these Steve Kerr type of bullshit guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think Royce O'Neal is helping us? That's the type of guy that we're going to get, bro. Like Royce O'Neal. Like, are you fucking serious? Did people watch Royce O'Neal get fried in 2021? It's 2025, 2026. Did you watch him get fried by the Clippers? A 6'4" power forward. Royce O'Neal was the small forward or whatever guy he was in Utah in 2021 with Rudy Gobert. Y'all remember that? There's no size on the team, but you need some type of size. You need some type of athleticism. They don't have that. So if anyone is here telling you on the timeline, oh, you can piecemeal this shit together with guards, bro, that's not going to work. You're watching it get obliterated right now. Maybe you can get away with it if you have like a certain type of big, you can funnel, you can play a certain type of defense, but it's not going to work. Draymond got to be at too many places all at once. And in this NBA, you're just going to be an average team if you're just going to sit there and just try to outscore teams. As much as you see like the Lakers doing their thing or whatever, the Lakers are an average team. They'll come back down to earth eventually, but they're an average team. Every number says that they're an average team. They're an average team. Damn numbers will even out. You saw it when they went up against OKC, bro. Like, they didn't even put up a fight. You know what I'm saying? The Lakers are 15th. They're winning right now, so they're 12-4, right? But they really should be like, say, 9-8, 9-7, something like that. You know? So currently they're like 15th on offense, and their defense is 14th. So they're just right in the middle. You know what I'm saying? They're okay. And every Laker fan is over there. Look at the numbers, bro. The numbers won't lie to you. So unless you see them really boost up in offense, which is not going to help them, but they also have to get better defensively as well. Does that team look like they're putting up any resistance? They're not putting up no resistance, bro. They suck. They suck. It's a bunch of mid that we're watching, bro. You understand? Offensive rating, defensive rating. Everybody's just in the middle. The Warriors are like 11th on defense. The Lakers are 15th on defense. Huh. If you think that's good enough, all right, cool. I'll agree with you. Look at a team like Miami, bro. Miami is a 4th-ranked defense. We have no fucking excuse, bro. This is why I'm just getting annoyed. Look at this shit, bro. Like, Miami is the 4th-ranked defense right now. Miami has defenders. You know, like what stabs me in the chest is when I look at Miami fans talk about Andrew Wiggins and how they talk about Jimmy Butler. Have you seen those tweets? And it's not even like Jimmy's playing bad, bro, but they're kind of looking at us like, you know. Jimmy's making more than more than double the money that Wiggs is making. I just want to see the narratives, because this team is not looking great, bro. Again, I saw somebody put up like the heights of this team in OKC. And it's like, bro, like sometimes we just got to be honest, bro. A lot of us are not honest on this platform, man. The point of attack does matter. In this league, when the shit's on the perimeter, it kind of does matter. You know? There's so much rotating on defense that you can do. You can split the difference, do all of that shit. But there's so much of that you can do. There's so much of that you can do. You can sit here and say point of attack don't matter and this don't matter and that don't matter, but it does matter. You need versatility on defense. You need multiple things, and we don't have that right now. Who's our POA? Moses Moody? Rebounding matters, bro. Rebounding is like a big deal now, a massive deal. Extra possessions matter in this league, bro, where teams are like looking for the next thing in terms of, you know, layers on offense, right? I was talking about this earlier. The Houston Rockets got the #1 offense. You know, let me back it up, show y'all something. Right? Let me go back to 2023. That's when offense started to get crazy. Right? So look at Sacramento, okay? Look at Boston. All right? There is a correlation between these teams, like shooting and offensive rating. Okay? Shooting and offensive rating. Like it's almost like a 1-to-1 correlation. Sacramento shot, they were the best shooting team in the league. They had the #1 offense, right? The next year now, I think Boston was up there in terms of offense. Boston, 123 offense. That's kind of crazy. They shot the ball the best. They had the best true shooting. Cool? All right. The next year now, right? Cleveland, a 121 offense, they had the best offense, right? Cleveland, 60% true shooting. So they shot the ball the best as a team, and they had the best offense. All right. Right now, still early, and I'll fully acknowledge that. I'll acknowledge that. Houston has the #1 offense, right? So offense is up, and look at where they're shooting the ball. So 124 offense, and they have a true shooting of 59, and they have the best offense in the league. How are they doing that? How are they doing that? What I showed you before, there was like a 1-to-1 relationship with the #1 offense and true shooting percentage. They have they're 9th in true shooting, but yet they're #1 on offense. How are they doing that? They're doing that because of rebounding. They're getting extra possessions. They have the #1, bro. They're destroying the possessions. And you know who look at who's second. We played Portland. And that's the second time we've played Portland, and they've destroyed us on the possession battle. They were the #2. This is what I was telling y'all about them. I was like, they are the #2 seed. They're the #2 seed last season, and they added KD. Their shot making is going to go up. Last year, I believe their true shooting was at like 56 or 57%. They had a damn near top 10 offense last season, right? And their true shooting was like somewhere around here, damn near. This is where their true shooting was.
That's no. That's no.
6'7".
That's no. That's no.
6'7".
2 Chainz. Oak Tree.
That's a problem, y'all. That's legitimately a problem. It's a problem. That's a big problem. That's what I'm looking at. And these indicators don't look good. I think we're going to be okay in the sense that we're just going to win some games, probably go on a few 3-4 game win streaks, and everybody's going to feel fine. But teams are going in another direction, you know? And we can't sit here and just pretend like this offense is just going to carry. I'm telling you, you're going to win like a few games or whatever, and everybody's going to feel great, and, you know. But, yeah. Don't expect much because the indicators are not on our side. And, again, when we are losing – last year we were 4th in rebounding. Let me go to per 100 possession. Last year, in terms of this stat, we were 4th. This season, we're 24th. So unless I see this number improve and we start to play bigger somehow and we're not getting murdered on the glass like every game, because every game I break down the stats and I look at the rebounding, and every single time we're damn near losing the rebounding battle. I don't know, bro. That's a tough one. Let me hear what Paul Pierce is saying.
On the court,
listen to this.
Always in the right spot.
I think Draymond is the greatest defender of this new era of the type of basketball.
Sure.
Because of the switching, because he can go all 5 positions. I don't think you can put Draymond defensively in any other era to where he'll be an all-defensive player. But when he has to switch on to Shaq, Alonzo, Dikembe, KG, with that switch, you gonna have to do a show. That's why people show. That's why people trap. Now, when you can switch on non-post presence players now, it's easier to defend. But when you have to switch on the dude, we're going to go to this every time down on this switch. Every time down, we're going to the dream, Shaq on this switch with him.
Okay, to say that Draymond Green would have trouble guarding Hall of Fame on the court defensively.
Listen to this.
Do y'all agree with him? I mean, if you switch, if you put Draymond, you know, I used to observe this in like 2014 and I'm 15, right? People would try to do that thing where they would put, you know, have Draymond guard like a big or whatever, and he would annihilate him. You know what I'm saying? He really would. Like, he would annihilate him. Like, they would throw like a big out there, and then he would do like some slick shit. He would like strip them and all that stuff, right? And he would pick their pocket, and next thing you know, he was going back, and they were getting a bucket. You know what I'm saying? So I guess you can make that argument, but if that were the case, why didn't you just go big? I mean, I've watched them play Denver, right? I watched them play Denver, and Jokic is out there cooking, right? But that there's another thing that you have to guard with them too, you know? So it is interesting. It is interesting. That's a bad take.
I'll do what I want. You're cooked again. Cooked him like a bitch.
JK not moving well. Trade him, man. Get him up out of here, bro. Because we don't need size on the team, bro. We don't need wings. We're anti-wings out here, bro. Wings don't work for us. I don't care what nobody says. Draymond is one of the best defenders ever. Point blank, period. If you're playing defense in the hardest era that there is to play defense, yeah. It's hard to play defense in this era, bro. It's not easy. The way that people are utilizing space and the multiple actions that you can guard, I mean, he's one of the best defenders I've ever seen. But if you say like, oh, he couldn't guard Hakeem, he couldn't guard this guy, he couldn't guard that guy, you know, offenses back then weren't particularly good. You know what I'm saying? But he can generate stops like no other, bro. That's why he's still a positive. As much as I can't stand him half the time, he does generate stops. Can't hate him. Cannot hate him. Cannot hate the guy. But so chat, what do you think? You think we should do more spaces, or do you still want to hang out in here? Here? More spaces. Yeah, we need to find a chat, bro. Yeah. Spaces is dead. No, it's not dead. I just don't do it. We'll figure something out. What's good, Jay?
Hey, Mark. How you doing? Not much. Just working. Got to take a minute to say hello. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's well. Happy Monday. Thanksgiving week, everybody.
Yeah.
So, hope everybody gets good food this week, sees family, all that good stuff.
Y'all don't play a back-to-back, right?
No. We're off tonight. We play Tuesday, then we play because we have the 2 cup games this week. So they have us playing Tuesday and Friday because the cup games they're getting them in this week.
Yeah. Jay, I don't think we look great, bro. We don't look. There's a lot of holes.
We're +3. You guys are +0.
Yeah.
To help you out, L. Sorry. I'm messing with L. Not you, Urkel. Sorry.
Nah, bro. I just need to get my off and not get fucked with, bro. Like it's really that simple. You know?
Understood. I'll talk to you offline about something I did this morning. So okay.
I just need to get my shit off and not get fucked with constantly.
But you know what's actually hurt us, Urkel? Our team specifically, we'd be a +6 right now if it wasn't for the first quarter this season. We've been bad in the first quarter. We'd be +6 if we were just neutral in the first quarter. So, yeah, it is what it is.
I don't think either.
And we're the best clutch team in the league so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you have Luka and the ball is in one place and he's controlling the tempo. I mean, yeah. I mean, and don't forget, you get those free throws as well. You know?
Hey man, I'm an advocate of free throws.
We have the best player in the fucking NBA. That's
okay, Matt.
Is he supposed to be on here?
Not right now. He just needs to chill, bro. Chill out, bro. Got to just have some self-control, bro. Like minimal. Huh?
Who just kicked him right now?
I don't know, but I did it. Matt, you got to have self-control right now, bro.
I left. That's not my name. I leave when I want. I love you. Bye.
Did you kick him, Jay?
No, he's doing it himself.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Oh my God! What?
Nobody's kicking me. My name is Andrew. Bye.
No
You're under surveillance.
God, he has no self.
You're under surveillance.
You know, I tried to help this dude this whole morning while I'm working, like a second job. Like, never mind.
Bro, it's literally like
It's like a
handling
fucking-
a child, bro.
It's like I don't even understand. And I told him, I said, I love you like a little brother, but I'm like taking care of, like, I'm old, bro.
No, bro, it's like literally handling like a fucking 4-year-old, bro. He's hilarious. We gotta have characters in the shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Matt's a character. Benjo's a character.
I don't want to tell you what I laid out for him, but I did do something super professional for him this morning.
See, when
That guy be going crazy, man.
When you got to lay out and set this rule and set that rule and it starts to get punitive, then the shit's not fun anymore, bro. The shit needs characters. It needs flavor. You know what I'm saying? And when you sit
They're
here,
fine with the character.
yeah, but when you sit here,
They're
you
fine.
talk about one thing every fucking day, right? And you can't like just lean into like the fucking characters, like the Benjos and the Brandons and the Titty Gibbs and guys like that, right? And you get a sense of people's personalities and they're saying goofy shit and we're just here BSing. That stuff is entertaining, not like sitting here talking about Warriors rebounding for fucking 4 hours, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you little bitch.
You know what I'm saying?
That's one of the funniest lines right there. That's one of the funniest lines ever. How loud it is. It's so clear. It's so clear. That's one of the more clear ones.
I could clean up the audio, bro, but I haven't want to work that hard. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
it's fun, man. I mean, it's fun when you can, and these people they're not like putting up no act, bro. Like this is them. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's what makes it funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're gonna shoot a lot of threes against y'all tonight.
Oh, Utah?
So, yeah, they're gonna shoot a shit ton of
I mean, it
threes.
might work out in their favor. You know what I'm saying? Because
I mean, they go with the mean. They're trying to lean in the mean of, hey, it'll work out math wise. So, I don't know. I mean, we held them to 106 points when they're averaging 118 this year. They actually have a high offensive rating, which is kind of crazy. They also give up a ton of points. So, or some weird shit like that. They have a weird offense.
Hey, so did I give anybody anything to report this morning or no?
I didn't listen. I was in here, but I was also not listening fully, if that makes sense.
I want people to just report the room every friggin' day. Like anything that you think is out of bounds, just report it. If you think it's out of bounds, just report it. Go ahead, man. Let's bog the stuff down. Let's really, really bog it down now. They don't have enough things that they have going on. They don't have enough things that they have going on behind the scenes that you're just going to try to bog this shit down even more. You know what I'm saying? So just keep on bogging it down. You're creating literally a inefficiency because you hate your boy. You know what I'm saying? Like you're literally creating an inefficiency. So keep on doing it until they're just ignoring you. That's what I'm striving for. So keep on reporting so they'll eventually ignore you. Send all the clips that you need to send. Let's really do that shit and try to get me off the platform. I mean, I'm not going... Listen, I can take this shit up and just go back to Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was doing it before. Don't make a difference. I mean... So go ahead and report. Won't make it.
They're better than though.
I'll take this shit right back and go back to Twitter. But I do like the platform. I mean, it got a chat. We can sit here and vibe and watch games together and stuff. I do like the technology, but my God, like the weirdos have followed me over here and just gone with the reporting stuff. Lord Jesus.
You down, brother.
No. It's not just Warrior people, bro. It's the Laker people too. So continue to report the thing, bro. Please, I beg. Let's just really bog it down.
I would say that the people that are staunch listeners of both rooms, I'll say, I don't think they're doing it. I don't even think Laker fans are. I think the Laker fans in our room.
It's probably that jerk VR.
Well, let's not say his name.
Yeah, whatever that dude, that weirdo's name is. Did you see
I
that
mean,
thread he had the other
bro,
day?
if people can't like just look at that thread that you sent me last night, Lee, and just like see what's going on, come on, man. Like y'all are smarter than that. And the weird thing about that person is that you try to block them and you can't block them. You know what I'm saying? I've literally tried to block it.
Brandon's funny.
Block the person.
Don't want to talk Steph's FS. I'll do a little thing later on this evening. I'll talk it over.
So I mean, people can just say whatever, bro. Like it's fine. No problem going back to Twitter.
Luke, I am your father.
I think we're gonna have to start really banning people, Eric, because those weirdos are following you. They're just gonna gaslight on the TL and just report.
No. Like I want them to report. Just keep on reporting, man.
But
Just
what I'm telling you is, even if you go
no,
into
because what it's
different-
going to force people to do is it's going to actually force people to investigate, right? I'm over here just minding my own business, and I'm getting like just reported constantly. You know what I'm saying? And it's just stupid.
But the thing is, Eric, Twitter, they pretty much like killed that account. You should have more than 12,000 followers. And that's a very liberal platform in a sense. You almost could say anything on there and not be, your influence will be completely diminished like it is on
what
here.
platform?
Twitter,
What platform?
or X, whatever it's called now.
I mean, they don't really care what you say anymore on that platform.
They don't, but I mean,
No.
in terms of just the tweets that typically would go out in the past versus now, because that account has been reported so much, it's not really popping like it should. So my point is this: like, if that's happening on Twitter, you go to other platforms like Discord, and these same haters follow you, the same thing is going to happen there, but to a higher degree. No,
I've tried to explain that concept like multiple times. You know what I'm saying? But it's like people just don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
Because I'm like, gotta regulate some of this,
bro.
Some of these
Like
trolls.
earlier on, right? I would watch somebody go to Twitter and then send playback tweets. I was like, what does playback have to do with Twitter? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that one account I mentioned. That's what I'm saying. It's not just it's
right,
like,
and it's like it's not even anything crazy. You know what I'm saying? They're just like sending them tweets.
But
I was like,
you remember that other group chat we saw? They put a bounty on trying to find some information on you. They really try to deep dive and like, what is the phrase that they call it? They can't even think right now. But they try to hire people to try to find information.
bro, they were trying to hire people to like legit dox me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was like doxing. I was like, you're gonna dox me? So all right, so say you post my address and you do this and you do that, right? What are one of you gonna do? Show up at my house? I wish one of y'all would show up at my house.
But
this is Arizona, by the way.
But folks in the chat, they
you know what that means,
right? They literally had people like say, "Gotta find something on that nigga. Gotta find something. I'll pay that person to find something." It was like
what are you gonna find?
Like a villain from a James Bond film trying to dox. I'm like,
what are you gonna find, bro? Like seriously, like what are you gonna find? You know? I've had people like post like my mom's address. My mom lives in fucking Jamaica, bro. Like, post address.
But that's my point, Eric. Is like, if these folks, if you don't do it, I'm doing it. I'm banning like that weird account. because
No,
this
no,
is
you ban,
ridiculous.
but it's like then you ban him and then he like unbans himself somehow. You know.
I saw that like time, like that particular like sequence of tweets, and I was just disgusted, bro. I'm like, this is
I have a different
crazy.
strategy, Urkel. I'm not going to talk about it up here.
What strategy? We shouldn't have to do no fucking strategy. We shouldn't have to do no strategy, bro. It's stupid. What strategy are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, just, you know. Why? Because I didn't. Hold up. Why? Because I thought a second option was stupid? Is that why you're mad? Come on, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You know what's funny? You know what's really funny too, Irk? Like those
Yeah.
same people, if let's just say we got what they wanted. Wiggins gone at 21 and got rid of all the athletes. You know
Yeah.
how bad we would be right now if we had Jakob Pertl and Chetty Osman on the
Man,
team.
let me tell you something, bro. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like Andrew Wiggins was no perfect player, but we did win a championship with him. You know what I'm saying? It's yet to be seen if we can win a championship with Jimmy Butler. Until then, kind of a failure, you know?
Yep. They're gonna tell you the league has changed. That's what they're gonna say.
Well, somebody made the wrong decision then. You know, and bro, don't get me wrong, bro. Like, I think Jimmy Butler is kind of what we need, but you need other stuff around that shit, bro. Like, if
Jimmy's what we need, but we just paying him too much.
We need other things, bro. We need movement shooting so Kerr can get his system off. Like, if we don't have that, you know, then you're just putting a bunch of imperfect guys out there, bro. Like, in the starting of the season, I was watching this thing with Kerr and Jimmy. They're on the sidelines, right? And anytime the Warriors and their media people want to get something off, right? If they want to get something off, what they do is they just promote like a particular clip, right? And I saw Kerr talking about Will Richard. You know what I'm saying? So Will Richard was supposed to be the next Kerr prodigy. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, I think Will Richard is good, but there's also much that we can expect from a rookie. I know he played some years in college or whatever, but there's also much that you can expect from him. He's starting and he's playing like 10 minutes a game. You know what I'm saying? So now we're treating Will Richard like Lindy Waters now. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's the same nonsense that we were doing last season, you know? Now we're back into the same nonsense that we were doing before. The same nonsense. We're doing the same nonsense now.
Yeah, you little bitch.
Well, you said it too.
Yeah. You boy, you little bitch. Yeah.
But you know what the problem is to me is it's two things, but we can't get rid of them. We need a major overhaul, bro. The league has changed.
Yeah. And the fact that Kuminga doesn't work, the fact that, you know, the best outcome is Pods, bro. Like, bro, if Pods is, listen, let me tell you something. If Pods is our best draft pick in 10 years, right? We got a big problem.
What are you talking about, Eric? He's the future, man.
If Pods is the best draft pick, yo, we've had what, like 3 lottery picks during that time? And if Pods is the best draft pick,
it's worth it, Eric. What are you talking about? It's worth it. What are you talking about, bro? Did you see him get the 8 free throws the other night?
Dog, that might be a problem, man.
Are you sure? Look at the plus minus stats, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, if Pods is the best one, man, I'm telling you, that might be a problem.
And cats right there, that's the issue, bro. You'll get talent and don't know what to do with it. Like,
Pods is a problem, man. Pods is a problem. Pods is a problem, and it's not like Pods in a vacuum is a problem, but Pods with everyone and what this team actually needs, bro. If Pods were like fucking 6'8" and he could do all of those
It'd
things,
be perfect. It'd be perfect. But the
like,
thing is, Irk, is too many concessions we have to make for him and Draymond. And
yeah,
that's what's causing the team to look so bad too. Before in the past we could
Do you
pinpoint it
think
to
if you
one
had
thing.
another coach, Kaminga will fit better?
Yes. Yes.
Well, we know what the
See, I'm
problem
worried.
is. Yeah.
Lee, I'm
Yes.
worried, right? Because we went Draymond at center, right?
Yeah.
Like now
That's breaking glass. We're doing it now.
yeah, bro, we're doing breaking glass with like 20 games in, and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And now that we went to that and that didn't work, and Kerr's like, all right, let's go big. If we got to go from Draymond to now going big, this is like 9-1-1 now, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond was always the best center,
Yep.
And if you're saying that doesn't work, and now you have to put Draymond at the 4, and Draymond, so it's Draymond and Jimmy is like the 4 guy, right? So now you got to go Jimmy and Draymond, and then maybe Quentin Post. Then you're gonna have, bro. Ultimately, I think it's gonna look like it's gonna be Steph. It's gonna be Steph, Pods, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and then Quentin Post.
You think Draymond was better than Bogut?
Oh yeah. I do think Draymond was a better player than Bogut, but it's not about like him being better or not. It's more so a function of what can he do in terms of in terms of what he can do. Can he do everything? You know what I'm saying? Like Draymond is good when he's doing everything, like when he's roaming and he's doing all of that stuff. But you see, when you're asking him to now guard the rim, you're asking him to box out and rebound and do all of this
Asking
stuff.
him to make a layup, asking him to make a jumper.
Yeah, bro. Then it starts to get nasty now. You know what I'm saying? Because now he's doing too much and he's old at this point, So his body has eroded. So you'll watch him in stretches or whatever, and he'll do some amazing things, right? Like you'll see him guard 2, break up plays and all of that stuff. And he knows what a team is going to run before they run it. And he'll break up plays like that.
Oh, defensively, he's good.
Yeah, bro. Like sometimes I watch him and it's like, dog, like we can't rely on that, bro. We can't rely on that. But when I watched him in that Minnesota series, the fact that we got Jimmy Butler and then we had to pivot back to JK. Think about how much of a disaster that was, bro.
Yeah.
Like we sit Jonathan Kuminga, right? He don't work. And then Steve Kerr says, I'm going to play Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and TJD, bro. You know what I'm saying? He played TJD, right? So TJD was out there. And then in the front court, you had, I don't know who you had in the front court, bro. And it looked nasty. It was nasty, bro. Just a nasty, nasty lineup. And you saw how that worked.
Nasty. It was fucking nasty. Nasty. It was fucking nasty.
Right? And you watched how that worked, bro. And it was just, you know what I'm saying? And then you had to pivot back to JK, and then
JK, he got a job. He got a job.
He gets a fucking job. He gets a job. Going against midgets.
Come on, man. Don't ruin the show, y'all. Don't ruin the show, man. It's funny. It's funny, man. I'm telling you. It's funny. Sometimes I'm playing these clips and I'm laughing my ass off. That's how I know this shit's funny. I'm laughing at the shit that I'm doing. That's how I know it's funny. Don't fuck it up, bro. Don't fuck it up. We can still curse, right?
Probably not.
Oh my god.
You a bitch.
Lee, I saw this, bro. I saw this this thing the other day, and I was laughing my ass off, bro. Look at this. Look at this skit right here.
Oh yeah, that's him. Let's get it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
What y'all guns? What y'all got guns for? What y'all doing?
Oh, my ops is right there. We about to kill him.
Oh, we about to do nothing, nigga. Hey, I'm planning on having a career and shit. Drop me off the street.
What the fuck you talking about? You coming with us?
You coming? Y'all must think I'm one of them friends that just jump off a bridge because y'all jump. Nigga, drop me off the street, nigga. I know my
you already
rights.
did it.
No, I already did what? Nigga, I ain't do shit.
Look.
Y'all the ones thinking about that shit. Y'all going to jail.
Hey, Mark Phillips, stop!
Oh, shit. Damn.
Yeah!
God, what the
It's
fuck?
me, Mark Phillips.
Mark Phillips? Nah, I ain't do. That's not me. I don't know what y'all talking about.
that nigga in cold blood.
I need to be locked up. I do it again. I did the crime, and I do the time.
God.
That's not me.
Yes, it is. Nigga, I made this shit just in case you gonna be a bitch.
Bro, if I'm gonna be a bitch, that's my decision, bro. I shouldn't have to do this.
Man, you doing it, no? Come on, nigga.
No, I'm not doing it, bro.
Put that shit on, man. Put it on and we gonna send it to Say Cheese, nigga.
No, please.
And the Shade Room. No choice, nigga. Slide on this nigga, bro.
Man, I don't want to slide.
Fuck you
No, I
talking
never
about?
told y'all I was the type of nigga slide, bro.
Come
My
on,
mama
man.
told me not to hang with you, nigga. Please. Fuck out. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
No, I got a career.
Bro, I saw that yesterday, dog. I was crying, bro.
Where you like,
My fucking Uzi and little bitch.
hey, L-Dot. Yes, sir. When Urkel do that sound effect, don't it seem like Home Alone when he put the clip on to scare the bad guys?
Yeah. That's where I was from.
Oh no, this is too much, man.
2 Chainz.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's too much, bro. I saw that clip, bro. I was crying, bro. I was like,
They
yo,
got Shador starting for the against the Niners.
Shador.
Yep, he just said he's starting.
He's starting. So he has a week to prepare, right? He has a whole week to prepare. All right, okay. He's like one
Practice
week.
back on Wednesday.
Yo, I like Shador. I'm down for the cause, but I have to be honest with you, bro. That post game thing kind of rubbed me the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
His post game stuff kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, dog, like we're trying to
He
have
gave
you
it
play
up to
the
God. He gave it up to his line. That was like the last few seconds of the interview. But he gave it up to God, gave it up to his family, gave it up to the O-line. Said he couldn't have did it without him and shit.
Yeah.
I felt like he was just talking shit a little bit at the end.
Sometimes I really
Yeah,
don't
but it's
know.
like, come on, bro. Like we're trying to get you to play, man. And sometimes in the sports shit, like it's more than your performance. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these people, they can humble you, bro. They can humble you real quick. You know what I'm saying? They can make your path just way harder, you know? That's the crappy part about this sometimes. That's the crappy part about this. So I just want him
too
to
much
just
more.
do his thing and just not be on any type of pressure, you know? Yeah, Bruce, he's definitely buying into the primetime moniker, but there's certain things like a DB can get away with, and there's certain ways a quarterback can operate. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just not the same, bro. They're just not the same position. They're not the same
And no
responsibility.
more. He wasn't around. He ain't been getting no reps. They already did all they could do to him. Now we gotta let us play talk for himself.
Bro, I'm just saying, like, I don't know, bro. The shit just rubbed me the wrong way yesterday. Like that last part when he was like 1 week, I was like, all right, dog, relax. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're rooting for you, bro. Like, we're literally rooting for you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just haul it back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let's just haul it back. All right, okay. Let him talk his shit. But bro, I just know how the shit works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just know how the shit works. You can't like operate with like having everybody be your ops, bro. Like you need some supporters, bro. You know? That's all. So Steph was saying when they didn't pursue Caitlin Clark, that kind of sealed the faith.
I think it started right with the Trump stuff with Kevin Plank.
Yeah, I think that's when he started because Steph was talking strong back then, you know?
Because our mutual connection was like at that point during All-Star weekend, Steph literally almost signed with Jordan Brand.
Mm-hmm. He was frustrated that Under Armour couldn't land Caitlin Clark. I think it's been going on for years, bro. Like, when was that Kevin Plank stuff? That was the first administration, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first administration. So that was shit. That was like 4 or 5, more than 5 years ago, no?
Mm-hmm.
It don't seem like it.
Been how about his advertising, they don't really do shit for him, no campaigns. And be mad that Nike ain't letting this man get no foul calls.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is,
Lee, did you watch that video that I sent in the GC the other day?
Yeah,
I sent you a video.
I watch that guy all the time. He knows his stuff perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah. So
he's top notch when it comes to that.
You kind of saw what he was saying, right? And he did make a point. And this is what I'm afraid of, bro. Like Nike got a ton of people, you know, and you know, he brought the prospect of Steph starting his own brand.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it was really good. The point he made about Nike going in and investing on him now makes a lot of sense because of his age and injuries could come up to play.
Yeah.
So the most likely scenario would be him signing with a Chinese brand, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
I think by him, like wearing Jimmy's Wing Ning stuff, like that kind of may give you a sense of where he may go. It's not really my choice, obviously, because those companies
First shoe was Nike's though.
It was, but like the thing is, he wants his own thing. I don't think he really cares about influence like that to a degree, like maybe LeBron does, unfortunately. And I think that's why he's probably going to choose them. I personally would rather have him sign with the Swoosh because I know in terms of marketability, like they're the best in the game because they got the capital. And they got the best people who could design some really dope shoes for him. And I'll wear all his stuff. So
you don't think Nike will give him like a Jordan brand, but it'd be like the Curry brand?
See, this is where I don't agree with y'all, right? Here's where I don't agree with y'all because y'all are looking at it like, you know, Nike and what Nike's going to do from a storytelling standpoint. Mm-hmm. I think we're beyond that, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate for me because I think in one sense y'all are right. I don't think Under Armour really did him any favors. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Warriors Twitter did a better job of pushing the 2022 agenda more than Under Armour did. You know what I'm saying? I remember when KD had like a commercial ready for him, like right after. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get anything like that, bro. Like I was in San Francisco in 2018. You go into Union Square, you go into the fucking Nike store, bro. Like they made it seem like Kevin Durant, like it was his city. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of understand like what Nike was doing. You know what I'm saying? And that same guy, Lee, the thing that I was sending you, he was talking about when, you know, for him to say that, he used to work for Nike too, and he was saying like, yo. During that time period, from like 14 to like 16, right? He was saying that Nike was fucking sweating, bro, because you know, if Steph had won the title at that point, you know what I'm saying? With the, you know, SGA just won the title, right? But you don't get like the earth ain't moving,
right?
The way that Steph was making the earth move, bro. Like Nike had to somehow slow that shit down. And people think like we're doing the conspiracy theory thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But the man was making the earth move, bro.
You know that year, like,
bro, if Steph was signed to Nike, he would have got those Finals MVPs. I really think like they playing a bigger role in Steph downfall, like not getting foul calls, obvious shit. That's why I want him to sign in Nike, because I feel like they'll start pushing him. He'll get the calls he deserved.
It's too late for that, Cam.
It's real quick. Another thing too, in 2016, to your point, Cam, he was outselling KD, Kobe, and LeBron combined, and Kyrie combined, basically. Like, his shoes were on a trajectory of that. Nike saw that, and I remember when the two lows came out, the all white ones, and people online were going hard on those shoes. They were like trashing them. And I think behind a lot of those accounts was Nike. I think they saw that rise. They were looking at how Steph was being talked about was like Jordan in the 90s. And they were thinking to ourselves, oh snap, we see a threat here, because this is what happened to Adidas in the 80s. Like, Jordan came up and Nike swooped them and they overtook Adidas. So Nike was looking like, oh snap, they're about to do the same thing to us we did to Adidas. Now we gotta stop that. And I think part of the reason why KD went here was a part of a Nike psyop too. So they can like stamp out that campaign, and UA never recovered. They never had the money to. So
yeah.
So imagine if he signed with Nike now, like that'll put extra. I think that'll put extra years on his career. I
How
think
much
they'll
money
really
do you
push
think
that
Steph
agenda.
lost off of this shit, bro? Because Steph had to lose some money, bro.
Dude, he lost money on his stock.
That's what I'm saying. So okay, like, I don't know how much money he got, right? But fuck, if the stock is at $50 and now the stock is at $4, bro, you can make an argument that he lost billions. You know what I'm saying? I don't know like what the stock options were, but if a stock goes from 50 to 4, I mean, bro, you lost a shitload of money.
Yep. But
so he got 75 million in equity, right? So if he got 75 million in equity, right? And it goes down to $4, like shit, what is that, bro? You think he sold the shares?
Probably sold them all by now, but he should have been with the swoosh. Like,
sometimes those shares are restricted and there's all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? So who knows?
But I think if he was with Nike at the time, they would have pivoted to him.
I don't think so, bro.
I say Steph outsell, not Jordan, but he outsell anything LeBron ever did if he signed with Nike.
Bro,
Steph first shoe at Nike at 37.
Bro, I think y'all underestimate how much LeBron dick sucking happens at Nike, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because Steph wasn't with him. If they had Steph, I think they would have pushed Steph harder than LeBron.
I think so too. I think so.
Nah,
too.
bro, I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
You know this on authority.
After all those championships, him beating LeBron, those commercials would have been legendary.
Yep. Because the thing is, KD wasn't winning to the degree like Steph was. And like KD don't have the marketability, he don't have the cachet with the fan base, and most importantly, he doesn't have like the casual eye, the very casual viewer of basketball. He doesn't have their eye. Like, I always used to say this on the TL about Steph. My grandma would call me about Steph. They weren't doing that about Bron. The last person who did that in the basketball sense was probably Kobe or Jordan.
Dog,
so that kind
I
of
watched
like,
what happened on the timeline, bro. Nike, not only Nike, but Bron was behind this too as well. Like, they were doing, and people try to clown me like when I say things, right? But when I say shit like, all right, I was talking about the Ja Morant thing yesterday, right? And every time I see one of these like dweeb YNs, right? Like try to talk to champion, it fucking irritates me, bro. It irritates me because, you know, I don't look at things in a micro, I look at things in a macro, right? And when I see something like Ja Morant, you know, frothing off at the mouth, talking to Klay Thompson, I was like, Klay Thompson is literally a legend and a champion, right? And when you see Ja Morant, who by the way, it's not like he's up there winning championships. I would get it if he was contending and he's winning championships. but his team is a 5-pack of ass right now. He's on the sidelines in street clothes. They're wanting to trade him right now. They want to get rid of him, blow that whole situation up. And he's talking. How the fuck y'all let that happen? But you know why that happens? Because I see people in the comments say shit like, Ja Morant is a guy. Klay Thompson was never a guy. What the fuck are we talking about? So before we get to say that Steph won because of Klay Thompson, but now y'all are saying, and there's a lot of people that's saying that. Now you're saying that, oh, Klay Thompson don't matter because he wasn't a guy. You see how these arguments shift back and forth? And you know who started that shit, bro? LeBron. That's who started that. LeBron started.
And Clutch. Bron and Clutch.
LeBron and
You
Clutch.
know what? Green culture was always here, but Bron and Clutch culture wasn't. And
When
what
niggas
ruined
wasn't winning
basketball.
championships, that's when this shit happened, bro.
Yeah.
We sat here and we said, even though LeBron was losing, he's the best player. You know what I'm saying? And the only time we made that shit look stupid was in 2016.
Kenny, you're just lying, bro. You've been lying like the entire
Don't
time.
pay
you've been
attention
in
to
the
him,
room.
bro. Like he's
But this is
he's
for
a part
the
of the
people in the this is for the people in the
Ignore
chat,
him.
not necessarily to him. People don't remember the Clay day when Clay came back the first time to the Bay and people were all wearing his hat. Like, dude, the women love him out here. They love Clay more than Steph at times. Clay never received any slander to the very end of his tenure here. So I don't know what he's talking about. But
Listen
yeah.
to me. We need to go back, right? We need to go back. We need to go back to a time, right, where Ja Morant is getting clowned for not winning shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what needs to happen. Instead of us attacking Klay Thompson, it's like, sure, Klay is at the end of his career, whatever, right? But Klay was a part of something, a big part, I might add, of basketball being changed, right? And people are trying to pretend like the shit didn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I told y'all we were in a dangerous spot. Anytime I see where somebody wins and we're saying this guy's better and that guy's better and this guy's better and that guy better, nah, bro. You go through and you win a championship and you're the dude, you should be celebrated as such. When we're sitting here and we're saying that guy's better and this guy's better and Bron is better, I was like, no, he's not. If he was, he would be winning. If LeBron is as great as y'all say he is, right?
You should have at least 6 rings.
He should have at least 6. Because he's been given the most. It's really that simple. He's literally been given the most talent. And the fact that he's fumbled over and over again, you know, and now you're watching him and he can barely grab the rim, right? But like
Did you see that? You see that lob last night?
yeah, bro. It's like I was like, all right, bro. Stick around, you know, like sure. But you're watching Luka out there and he got Luka Doncic on his team and you see his fans like parading. And the pathetic part about his fans is like they're actually trying to pretend like they're supportive of him or they're supportive of Luka, but they're not really supportive of Luka because Luka's just phasing that nigga out, bro. Like phase him out, please.
Well, let me say this. We're 12-4 like it's 1984. So let me just say that again. We won a championship then. We'll win a championship now. So let's rock it out. We're winning. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. No choice, right? Me? Hey, they are unbeatable. But you know what? We're gonna pull off a Cleveland Cavs against y'all.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna do.
I am all in favor of phasing LeBron out because I think LeBron and the shit that he's done, like literally promoted losing and has destroyed the fabric of basketball. And when I say anything that you think is adjacent or not even adjacent, right? But is way different topic than the topic at hand, it is somehow related to LeBron because LeBron has created this culture of losing and y'all like jerking off the stats, bro. You know what I'm saying? Anytime I see nothing where niggas are jerking off the stats and they're trying to clown losing, I attribute that to LeBron James because that's literally what I watched over the last 15 years or so. Once LeBron started to lose, niggas started to make excuses for why he was losing. And then when he lost, y'all say, oh, it's because of this and it's because of that. It's because of this guy, it's because of that guy. And the only time I watched the nigga get his ass beat was in 2011. That's the only time y'all spanked him for losing. Other than that, he could put up these little fake stats and lose, and y'all would say, oh, no. Jet, if I'm talking about LeBron, if I'm not talking about LeBron, you come in here and you listen anyway. Jet, I got you in the palm of my hands, bro. I got you in the palm of my hands. I can get you to listen and hate and do all of that stuff, and you're here listening regardless. I got you in the palm of my hands.
He's a freak.
I got you in the palm of my hands, bro. Believe it or not.
He's a freak.
All you do is slob a KD.
LeBron James has destroyed the fabric of basketball, bro. Believe it or not.
No, he'll be gone soon. The conversations are getting better. NBC's back. Wemby has the right mentality when it comes to hooping. He's
Urkel,
the future.
when both are gone, Urkel, the discourse will be 100% better.
Yeah.
You guys will be gone, and it'll be back to basketball.
No, I'm a Warrior fan.
Get LeBron the hell out of
here. I'm a
Get
Warrior
LeBron
fan,
the hell
bro.
out of here,
I'm
bro.
from the Bay. I literally was talking to Kalina on the
I
plane
know.
yesterday.
Lee, you are, but isn't it suspicious? Isn't it suspicious?
I agree with you though. There's going to be a lot of fans who are going to disappear on the TL. I agree with
They're
that
gonna go to
100%.
Wemby, man. They're going right to Wemby.
But I'm gonna be here.
That'll be interesting to see who's going to be around because this is coming to an end.
Yeah, but Nigerian just try to scam me. On
It is
Twitter.
coming
That's
to an
crazy.
end, right? So that's going to be the thing. Like, who's going to be around from who's not going to be around? You know,
Yeah.
there's certain types that I know are not going to be around, and I can't wait to see.
Yeah.
There's certain types, man. There's certain types I can't wait.
Nobody get that reference anymore. That's an old musty one now.
I can't play that. It might get reported.
You're under surveillance.
Yeah, you little bitch.
Hey,
man.
Hey, chat. When you sit here and you report and you do all of this stuff, it takes away from them fixing these little glitches. You know what I'm saying? So
You're under surveillance.
it's inefficiency that you're doing. It's
You're under
inefficient.
surveillance.
Oh, absolutely.
You're under surveillance.
It's inefficient what you're doing. So keep on reporting, man. I mean, it's wildly inefficient, right? So when people just gotta go through this and report this and report that, it takes away. It's a small team back there, bro.
You're
You
under
don't got
surveillance.
people working, man.
You're under surveillance.
Oh, I'm well aware. You're taking away from the fun. You're taking away from the administrative thing that people are doing, bro. So you know that helps no one. Take that shit out, my chat. Not interested. Bye.
Who is AZ Dips? Is that someone? Is that another account?
It's probably somebody that got blocked.
Oh.
There's like 3 people on the block list right now. It's
hey, you talking tough there, boy.
yeah.
Tough talk there, Titty Gibbs. I know, JD, you saw that. I was like, oh my goodness gracious.
That's a tough insult, Titty Gibbs.
They're addicted, Drew Blue. They're addicted.
Why are they so thirsty to be in here? I don't know, bro. Hey, Jublu, people follow me everywhere I go, bro. They follow me
6'7",
everywhere I go.
Six-
Everywhere I go, bro.
6'7".
This is y'all can stop winning MVP if he keep putting up these big numbers.
No.
Yeah, bro, everywhere I go, they just follow me, dog. It's wicked, man. Kate Cunningham got Curry, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, and Shaq.
I like that list.
Yeah, that's not a bad list. I would probably move Bron though, and probably put like I don't know,
KD.
probably KD. Yeah, I'd move Bron and put KD in there.
Are you doing Slav KD?
All you do is slob a KD.
I remember when they said that. I remember the day when it was out. I almost threw my phone.
Yeah,
You're under surveillance.
I know.
You can't say nothing.
I can say whatever I want to say, bro. I say whatever the hell I want to say. Like, oh shit.
Dude, that Tom Brady tweet was hilarious.
Shit. Damn Tom Brady tweet.
Yeah. Him in blackface.
Oh, that was funny, bro. You saw that they have Chauncey Billups for like
Definitely play 65 games.
he's on bail for what, $5 million?
Cool.
Chauncey Billups.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow.
Who the heck is this?
It don't make much sense. Well, I'm just gonna have you just come back on, just make multiple accounts and you just keep on coming back. Just ban you. Just make multiple accounts and just keep on doing it over and over again. Just ban you.
These people are weird, bro.
Telling you, bro.
Do they have? I wonder if they have anything going on in their life. Like, bro, it ain't that serious,
bro. I don't think.
Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Playback hasn't like realized like what happens with me. Like I don't even, you know what I'm saying? People say shit and I respond, and then when I respond, I'm the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like mess with people, but if I see something, I'm gonna respond to it. You know, what should I do? Not respond? Nah, bro, I'm gonna respond. Like, that's dope as hell, bro.
Yeah.
Did they?
Excuse me.
Did they anticipate this happening? Because obviously they have a time lapse thing on it. So did they do this on purpose?
Yeah, I think so. Just to promote a book or something, right?
Bro, they obviously have a time lapse thing on it, right? So if they have a time lapse thing on it and it's promoting a book and it did. That's the wickedest marketing ever, bro. If they actually did that on purpose, or maybe they saw it and I was like, oh shit, that looks pretty cool. That's crazy. Which game we got tonight?
We are playing Utah, right? Playing Utah at home.
Bro, I'm gonna ban you every time, bro. I don't want to be bothered, dog. I don't want to be bothered. Leave me alone, man. Playback, you see how the weirdos follow me, Playback? They're literally following me, and then they report me, and then y'all don't say shit about that. People literally, they're weird about me, bro. I don't know why, but they're weird with me.
Us? Who's us?
All right. Wait, say us, King. Yeah, King, I'm fucking banning you, bro. I'm sick and tired of this bit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're banned. He said us. I'm sick and tired of that. You're banned.
I'm the most feminist nigga in here.
You're banned.
I'm the most feminist nigga in here.
You're banned.
I'm the most feminist nigga in here. Oh my! I did not know what I was talking about. I'm the most feminist nigga in here. Oh my! I did not know what I was talking about.
You're banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, you little bitch.
Oh my God.
This man literally said we. Bro, anytime I see you do that we shit, it's an auto ban.
Irk, I'm mad that we were right about the beginning of the season, bro.
Yeah, it sucks, man. Lee, but you know, when these things end, bro, they don't just phase out, bro. Usually ends bad. And I don't want to have the year be ruined, bro. So I pray to God that I'm wrong, bro.
Right?
It don't look good, man. It don't look good. It don't look good. I don't want Matt and J&M to be right, bro, because
I know. Dude, it's been hard the last few weeks.
Urkel, it's the history of sports, bro. You're fighting against like history, Urkel. It never ends well, bro. I'd hate to tell you.
It's not even history because we shouldn't even fucking be through. It's
to be honest with
coach
you,
doing
right?
dumb shit.
Yo, if the Lakers would have stayed on course with AD and Bron, they probably would have looked around the same. But bro,
100%.
They got a shot in the arm, man. Like we just didn't get that shot in the arm. You know what I'm saying? They did. And it's like a tough thing to overcome, man.
Urkel, I do think there was a time. I don't know. I wonder if like what because they know they called Milwaukee, okay?
Yeah.
The Warriors did, right? And I just wonder what they offered. I keep just asking myself that. Like what they offered for Giannis.
I'm pretty sure Pods is off the table.
I mean, who knows, bro? Maybe, just maybe, we might get that shot in the arm, you know? Maybe we might get that shot in the arm.
How much do Giannis make?
But Irk, the way teams play now, like it's a 9-man roster in the playoffs. Like 2 superstars. I don't think that's enough.
How much do Giannis make?
Well, it's you guys are really. I feel like you guys have like 3 NBA players on your team right now.
Not 4. Pods is not NBA players.
Not starters. I think you have 3 NBA starters, and that's it on the squad right currently.
Nah, I would argue Pods is in there, bro. He's franchise.
He's not a starter, bro. He is Jamaican. So you're right. No, you're right,
bro. Anytime you give him touches, right? Anytime you give him touches, he produces. It's kind of like Reeves, bro. Like if Luka and Bron dominate the ball, you know.
Okay, you got to stop her.
No, I'm serious. If Bron and Luka dominate the ball, Reeves is gonna struggle, bro. Like that's why Pods is struggling.
Urkel, he's still averaging over 26, bro.
Yeah, because
he's averaged over 25 in every game he's played this year,
himself, bro. He literally had the whole offense to himself. If you give Pods the whole offense,
Urkel, but since he's come back, he's averaged 27.
Man, Reeves is just Pods with more opportunity, bro.
I mean, it's cool, bro, but
listen,
he has the best. I mean, Pods does have a great layup package.
Listen, I've said this multiple times, right? Me personally, I think that Pods is the best draft pick that we've had in over 10 years. You know what I'm saying? You look at every draft pick, I think Pods is the best one.
He's even better than Ryan Rollins, bro.
Pods is the best draft pick. He's been better than everybody, bro. Better than everybody.
I understand, Urkel. So, Urkel, I understand you got to support your fellow Jamaican, you know, because it's, you know, country over everything else.
Yeah.
But I get it, bro.
You know, I know. I shit you not, bro. There are like very few white Jamaicans in Jamaica. I think I know all of them.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I know every white Jamaican. Every single one, bro.
You know that story, but you've seen the story about that Russian girl that came over to Jamaica, right? And grew up there.
Yeah.
And the way she talks now? Yeah, okay. She's from Russia. She's not from America. People thought she was from America.
No,
but she's from Russia. She's from Russia. Yeah.
She's from Russia. There was this other girl that lives in Portland. And there's like a video of her too, right?
Right.
If I play the video, y'all are not going to understand what she's saying, but like when I tell you, it's just immaculate what she was saying, bro. I need to find a video. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. It might be on a timeline. Let me see if I can.
There's a guy that says he doesn't understand, but when he saw the one girl from Russia, he goes, I don't know why, but I'm so fucking attracted to her. Because it sounds weird. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Your brain can't function because it doesn't match.
No, but she's actually Russian, though.
Yes, she is Russian, yes. But she came over, and that's how she learned to speak English.
Here's a girl. All right. Here's a girl. This is like Pods right now. Hold on. Because Pods is Jamaican.
Oh, no, I get what it says.
So after me go shop and sit and come and come back to go share too. No. Somebody share my food, please. Me walk away at the sign of fear and shift it back between and to any bag. Every and now enough me after.
Do y'all want me to translate what she's saying?
Bro, that's crazy.
Okay.
What did she say?
So what she's saying is that she went to the store, right, to buy all of this stuff, and everybody cooked, right? Everybody cooked, and now she wants people to make her a plate now. That's what she's saying.
Oh, since she cooked?
Yeah, so she went to the store, right? So she went to the store and brought all the stuff back, right? And they cooked, right? Uh-huh. And nobody made a plate for her. So she's mad that nobody made a plate for her. Hold on.
So funny, and wrap it around and dirty now. Go burn up if I do that. The pot come out shiny. So after me go shop and sit and come and come back to go share too. No. Somebody share my food, please. Me walk away at the sign of fear and shift it back between and to any bag. Every and now enough me after.
Wassy, no people in Wassy.
After I'm tired. I'm tired.
Yeah, so the Wassy Jamaican white girl people wanna be an ask about. I say how she talk so. She talk the sweetest Jamaican language more than any one of us. So come give me a look at your language. And the people know your features.
My language is Patois and English. That is my first
Oh, so the people always ask about Jamaican born.
I was born in Jamaica. I was raised here. I went to school here.
People can understand. Tell the people them where you're born and grew
up. I born and grew up Portland. I was raised here. I go to school here. Everything. I travel. Yes. My parents German, so I am bilingual, right?
Yes.
Yes, so I can speak German as well. Ich kann auch Deutsch reden, wie die Melodie, weil sie ist auch Deutsch.
What?
So yes, I can speak. We can chip on Pato, don't do that. Yes. And I can also speak standard English. I can speak very good English. So yeah.
What else can you do?
Everything.
Everything else. What I know.
Wait, say Adolf rolling in his grave right now?
That is crazy. I saw them in Adolf rolling in his grave.
Yeah, bro. But when they talk sometimes, and what she just said, like when they were in the river or whatever, if you're not really locked in, you're not gonna know what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because she's talking fast and all of that stuff, but you're probably not gonna understand what she's saying. That's hysterical, though. That's Pods, bro. Pods met his little Jamaican girl, bro, and it's like now he's hooping. That's how it goes, bro. I'm locked in with Pods, man. Pods is hooping, bro. I'm telling you. You give Pods reps, he's going to score. Pods is averaging like fucking 18 points a game in the last 3 games. If you give him reps, he's going to
Urkel, Brandon pushing your LeBron stuff in here. I don't care, Brandon, as long as we win games.
Brandon said what?
He's talking about LeBron's defensive rating. But, you know, in the 2 games that we played overall with LeBron on the team, we've had 2 back-to-back our best defensive rating games of the season. 3, yeah. So, I don't see it.
5 games, right? Pods has
It's actually got...
In the last 5 games, Pods has averaged like 15 points. And he's only playing like 59 minutes. So 15 points, and he's on like 11 shots. You know what I'm saying? 40% from 3. But I'm telling you, he's hooping. Pods is hooping, man. I'm telling you, Pods.
How much is he giving up a game?
Oh, I don't know. Nobody cares about defense, bro. I ignore that.
What's defense?
Ignore that, man.
I mean, at least Steve does. Steve thinks it's the offense, dog. So you're right.
Ignore that.
Who needs call guys? Who needs call guys when you could have munchkins and belugas?
Right, Pods the last game had 9 points. Sorry, he had 9 shots, but he had 20 points, bro. And y'all say he can't do the Austin Reeves shit. That's proof that if you just give him the touches, he's right there, bro. Told y'all. I said it on the timeline. I was like, you give him the touches, he's going to give you the numbers. 20 points, 3 assists, 3 steals the last game. Told y'all. The best draft pick in 10 years. Pods. Believe it or not. Ignore the small guard thing. Ignore all of that. We need basketball players in here, not athletes. We need basketball players. Basketball players, non-athlete basketball players, high IQ. That's what we need in here.
Urkel, do you know how many rookies you guys have actually given an extension to and not let their rookie contract go out and just kind of like sign them for another year?
How many?
0.
0 guys?
0 guys since 2016.
Yeah, I'm afraid that Pods is going to get ran through the mill as well. They're going to have him go to restricted. Yep. But I do think that's a function of oh, no. That's wrong. Moody was extended. That's right, Brandon. You're right.
Oh, that's right. He was. You're right. Right. Moody was extended. You're correct. I lied. But they got him on a nice budget deal too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Poole too. You're right. But they traded him immediately.
So hold on. Horford. So how did Horford miss 3 games of sciatica and Bron missed like a month? How does that work? How does that work?
Wait a second. Who is? Draymond is questionable for tonight? He's playing.
Yo, Pablo Torre is a rabble-rouser, bro. I hope he's like walking with security. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he's talking about the Knicks now?
Look, I'm not... So I'm from New York. I'm born and raised in Manhattan, not that far from the Garden, actually. And so, like, the number one thing people on the street tell me if they recognize me is, like, lay off Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, that should be, like, New York law.
Like, stay away from him. He's our beautiful, large adult son, or moderately sized son.
I mean, well, and most of the experts felt like the contract was an overpay
at the time, right? So, by the way, so I will admit this: when Jalen Brunson got signed to that deal with the Knicks, I was like, "Yo, he's an incredible Honda Civic."
Oh shit! Exactly.
Stable, reliable, like just trustworthy, but not a superstar, not a luxury vehicle. So it'd be hypocritical for me to say. And all along, I knew that he had a secret deal with his dad, who was an assistant coach, and the age. But like the story of the Knicks, by the way, it's an organization run by a guy named Leon Rose. He used to be an agent at CAA. And look at who Leon Rose represented. Look at Rick Brunson, the dad of Jalen Brunson, and the job that he got. And you will notice that some things in the NBA, by the way, it's funny, what can you spend on if you're a billionaire? Coaching staff salaries and front office staff salaries are uncapped. Whatever you want, and they're also not published.
Right.
So it's very funny to be. So I have like empathy for athletes, right? Like you get to look in the paper and see, yo, I am watching your tax returns right now.
Right.
That is not true of like the GM of the team. So how and why they could pay Jalen Brunson, like purely theoretically, they could pay him lots of different ways through employees, namely his dad, who's already on the payroll. It wouldn't be that complicated. But I don't know what they're paying Rick Brunson.
See, and that's my issue with Pablo. It's not that there's something happening to make you suspicious. Your eye just spots windows.
Isn't it suspicious?
So, all right. Let me hear what Joe is saying, because I think I agree with Joe.
Where of opportunity for this to take place.
And then you start digging and find out, oh shit, something is there.
Well,
but it
rich
wasn't
people-
nothing that
Right.
put it on your radar.
And my point is because it's everywhere, if you look anywhere, you'll
you're gonna
find it.
Yeah.
So two things are true. One thing is I have been shocked at how often when I start digging there is something. I'm like, either I'm pretty good at this or this is a very dirty world we're living in when it comes to like what people are hiding.
dirty.
It's both.
It's dirty.
I think there's column A and column B. But the other...
Wasn't Rick Brunson on the Knicks before Brunson got there?
Yeah, they signed him before the year before he was going to be a free agent.
Okay. So what? Rick Brunson shouldn't have an NBA job now because his son is potentially a free agent, and now.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Okay. All right.
Literal.
Consideration, I think, is
there's plenty of guys that played in the league that are now assistants and lead assistants and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Guys get promoted all the time, bro.
I don't know. Like I'm a guy with a podcast with a small staff, and if I could investigate everything, I would. But I got to make choices about what to cover, and so
Start at home for sure, and not Brooklyn.
Not Brooklyn.
Stay right in the garden.
Look, but at the same time, what I suspect happened with Jalen Brunson is fundamentally different from what has happened with Aspiration. I don't know what's happened there. Again, part of like what I need to keep doing also to be lame about this is that like I've realized that when I say something as a matter of, I'd like to do that. People are like,
you said
"You're
that
all
at
right."
the end of the Kawhi shit, antennas went up. Well, next I'd like to see what Jalen is. Wait, what the fuck?
What happened was fucking Dan Patrick had me on his show, and I love Dan Patrick,
Love
and he was
Dan.
like, what else are you looking into? And I'm like, well, this Jalen Brunson thing's interesting. And then suddenly people on the street are like, yo, you fucking touch Jalen Brunson, I'm gonna...
Because that ain't like Kawhi. Kawhi, go ahead and have your fun. We home.
Why not investigate LeBron? Let's do that. There's plenty there, bro. Let's do that.
He actually did.
Did he find anything?
He couldn't find
Seriously,
anything.
Find anything.
Yeah.
He couldn't find anything. He said he did.
Right. Okay. Because I know about them black
That
trucks.
was, you're under surveillance.
Know about them black trucks.
You're under surveillance.
Well,
Man, Lee, I don't know how this shit's gonna work, bro.
what would be your panic? I think you guys will win tonight at home. You guys are good at home. What would be your panic meter if you were to lose tonight?
Meter for me is already like at a 10.
My
don't
panic
see
meter is already like up there, bro. It's like an 8 or a 9 right now, you know?
I don't see any
And
resolution.
Jay, when we lost the Pacers game, when we lost the Milwaukee game, it was more like a function of they just tossed the shit. You know what I'm saying? But you see when Steph is playing well and Jimmy's playing well, and you just watch like the lineups that are being put out there, and then you look at the options and all of that stuff, it's like, oh my God. We do have you know what I'm saying? Like, and I know people think that we can do it with the guards. There's some people that think that we can throw guards out there and we can have like a decent team. But to do that, what you're doing is that you are ignoring one, how bad these guys are, and two, the teams that do it, how talented those other guys are. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not going to make JK work and you're going to just go with the guards because they fit better and they flow better, but you're going to have these other problems, you're going to run into where you're just going to be up and down all season long. I'm not saying that they're going to fall totally off of a cliff, you know, unless we have like a big injury, God forbid. But outside of that, I just think we're just going to be just mid. I mean, I think we have enough sample size now over the last, since Clay got back, we've pretty much been playing 500 ball in the regular season. You know, we've been playing 500 ball in the regular season since, you know, if you exclude 2022, the first half of the year, if you exclude that, we've pretty much been a 500 team over that stretch. And I mean, I think we're the type of team where we can get into a playoff series and the conditions are right and we can beat this team and we can beat that team. But outside of that, yeah, we've just been a 500 team. I've just seen too much, bro. It's been way too long of a time period for me to just ignore the shit now. Like, it's there, bro. You know, whether they're coasting or they're doing this or they're trying to get there, I mean, the fact still remains they're a 500 team. And this is the very first time that I've literally seen them try, like literally try, and they just look mid. You know, and that's the alarming part. They're trying. They're actually trying. You know, they missed a game here and they're trying. And you know, if y'all see that next gear that they can get to, I want y'all to show me, because even though they were doing certain things last year, they were doing they were still like rated highly, because that's why last season drove me crazy, because I was looking at the numbers and the numbers, they were just doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? The numbers, they were, but now the numbers don't look the same. So let me get some more sample size. I could be overreacting, but I'm not positive. I might not be this time.
Interesting.
I might not be.
Urkel, I guess the big thing is like my fear, if I was you guys, would be like,
oh God, here comes
how much you're running.
Here
I'm just saying, running.
Here comes the J shit, where I'm gonna act like I'm fake concerned. All right, go ahead, man.
You're not. You're not concerned about them running Stephen Leroy? Or no? Okay.
Go ahead, man. Just do the fake concern thing, bro.
No, I'm just saying that's what I would be concerned about.
You're actually trolling, but you're doing like the fake concern thing. I would be concerned about.
I'm not concerned. You're right.
Papa, be nice.
Oh boy.
Y'all time is coming, bro, because y'all ain't even that good. Y'all are trying to outscore people.
We're actually not.
Okay. What the numbers say. That's not what the numbers say. We have an average defense. Do you think average is good enough?
It's moved up from where it was. It's moved up from 23. It's moved up 9 slots in the last week and a half.
All right.
We're at 14th now. You guys are 11th.
All right.
No longer in the top 10.
It's above average. It's not good enough, man. If you really want to be a good NBA team, you got to play defense.
If they can squeeze in the top 12, I'd be stoked. And then have a top 5 offense. There's a pathway there.
If you're not a good team, yeah. You see, like how Denver was in the top, or they were like in the top 4. Now they kind of fell out. They're probably going to stay like in that 12 to 15 range.
Who, y'all?
No, Denver. Denver, yeah.
But again,
it's early. You know the Spurs is still winning games, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Wemby is out.
Defense.
That's fucking scary.
They're still playing defense.
That's scary. That is definitely scary. No longer under surveillance? Why not? Lee, I'm no longer under surveillance. What's wrong?
Daddy, why do the Warriors suck, Daddy?
Yeah, you little bitch.
Tonight is a classic pod spot. What's Pods' numbers going to be tonight? I think Pods is going to give us like 25 and 5 tonight. Do you think Pod starts tonight? Pods is starting tonight, I think. Pods has beaten out every starter. Beaten out Klay Thompson. Beaten out Andrew Wiggins. Beaten out Jonathan Kuminga. Beaten out Will Richard. Beaten out Moody. He's beat out everybody that's ever been in his way. And he will be triumphant. My guy Pods. How many guys has Pods beaten out?
It's the real second option, right?
Yeah. Best draft pick in a decade. Brandon Pajemski. That's who he is. Don't fight fate. Don't fight fate. And this is a Pods movement over here. Don't fight fate. Help Curry, man. What's good? Who's that, Slimy?
Yo, what up, Bert?
What's good?
It's Slimy.
What's the word?
Nah, chilling. I was just trying to see, don't the Warriors play tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slimy, I don't do this as much anymore. Like I'll do it for like a couple of hours, but I think by the time you wake up and I'm on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's good to hear from you, bro. What you been up to?
I've been chilling, bro. Just, grinding, taking care of my kids.
Okay. Supposed to take care of your kids, but
Watching the Warriors, they waste my time every night. I'm like,
feel you, bro.
it's ridiculous.
Just don't be betting on them, bro, because
Oh no, I bet
this team is
I
like so unpredictable. I'm
I
gonna be
bet
honest.
against the Warriors.
Huh?
I said I'll be betting against the Warriors.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. You took the money line at half? Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I took that money line too. The moment I see Steve Kerr pull out them baby lineups, I off rip take the money line.
Yeah. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I broke down the league conditions, right? And it's an up-tempo league. We don't got a lot of athletes to be doing all of that shit. We don't have rebounding. So we're just gonna be night to night, night to night. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of struggle ahead of us, and it's gonna be up and down, up and down, up and down. That's what I'm telling y'all, bro. So don't have like no crazy expectations like they're about to go on a 10-game win streak. It ain't happening. They're just going to be like a 500 team from here to the end of the season. That's what's going to happen. I hope I'm wrong, though. I hope I'm wrong.
Yo, Irk, I think
get Kerr fired.
I think the Warriors gonna become better once they get DeAnthony Melton back. I just think DeAnthony Melton is a better player than Pods, a better defender. I just think the Warriors will get better once he's back.
Yeah.
I said 10-game losing streak, Kerr should be fired. That's what I'm hoping for.
Steph Curry. You know what's concerning as well, bro, is that Steph is averaging 28, almost 29 points a game, 4 assists, 4 rebounds roughly. He's shooting the fuck out of the ball too. He's shooting it 59 point, almost 60% effective. You know how fucking elite this is? That he's shooting the ball like this? So we're getting this type of season from Steph, right? We're getting this type of season from Steph. And we're not good. You know how crazy that is that we're getting this season and we're not good?
But Irk, don't you think that's suspicious? So like we're looking at the Lakers, right? LeBron been watching his manicure the past 2 months. These niggas, look at these niggas' record, right? With just Reeves and Luka, and we know they not like that really defensively, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers suggest Steph is having an elite year. Jimmy Butler, by his standards,
Shut the fuck up.
Man, stop talking to me like I'm one of them Chicos. Nigga, I'll pull up on you, Matt. Stop playing with me, man. For real. Stop playing with me. And if that's Irk on the soundboard, you're a damn fool. If that's Irk on the soundboard, you're a damn fool. I'm about to run down on Matt. I'm about to run down on that boy. Hey, look. Hey, trolling aside though, right, Irk? Don't you think that's suspicious, bro? Like, Wemby's not playing. The team is having success. Steph is playing elite. Jimmy's playing elite. And we trying to figure out what's the reason why this team is not good.
Oh, I know why they're not good. I sat here and I broke it down all morning. I mean, it's a bunch of 500 ball that they're going to play from here on out, bro. You know?
Busted, man.
And especially, right? Especially if, and then on top of it, if they can't make Kuminga fit, and I don't see how they're going to make Kuminga fit, if that's what they're doing, they're not going to be very good because we're going to be resting them older guys here and there, you know, and we're going to have problems, bro. And now I think Draymond might not play tonight. Holy shit.
Yo, Irk. So Steph Curry this year is 50, 40, 90, and we 500. That's crazy.
That's wild.
No, but Slime, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just proves he's not necessarily the issue. And we get it. He's not like Goliath on defense. So, like, you could always say there's some type of trade-off, but he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Even at this age, like, he's overachieving. So you just got to look at the others at that point and who was the main catalyst. Like you can't even look at a young guy because some of the young guys wasn't playing 3-4 years ago when Clay came back and let's say like Erg mentioned, you've been playing 500 ball. So who are the individuals who've been playing the most? You kind of got to look at it from that standpoint. You can't use a small sample size. You don't even got to look at Jimmy. You just got to look at the others.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's more so lineup issues than the players. I just think it's the lineups. Because when Kerr actually went to that double big lineup, I forgot what game. I think it was the game before last game. That actually worked with Post and Horford. That actually worked for the minutes it was out
And then
there.
he went back to the 4 guard lineup, and
And
that's
then
when
he
we
went
lost.
back to that buddy. It's like you can't play Pods and Draymond together. Do y'all agree with that, or y'all think? I don't think you can play Pods and Draymond Green together, bro. I think that's a problem.
I think the biggest problem is Draymond Green being your starting center for 82 games. The nigga is 6'5" without shoes, essentially. He's probably 6'4". And like, let's just call it a spade, bro. He can't really be like he's still intelligent defensively. But bro, I'm seeing you finish some games. Some games you can't even wrong him, but some games you finish him with 4 rebounds. And I mean, I'm just looking at other teams having success in the front court, dog. Like, even if you know that they're a first round exit, they're cruising to the first round. You see what I mean? And that's the issue. Like, we know you a first round exit, you a second round exit, but at least you're not going through a gauntlet because you can win against teams, especially when they playing the G League players. Like, hella games that should have been won this year, bro. And niggas just keep dropping the games. Don't make no sense.
But it's easy to drop games when you getting out rebounded, and then on
Yeah.
top of that, you're getting blown by every possession. We don't
Yeah,
have
100%.
we don't have a POA defender on our team. Like I know a lot of people come in the comments said, "Oh, Jimmy, that was last year. This is a whole new year." Jimmy did come and help last year, but this team, bro, like we don't have no elite point of attack defender. None. It's like I don't see it, bro. I don't think we're gonna win a lot of games. I don't think.
You look at a team like the Miami Heat, right? Tyler Hero ain't played all year. He probably gonna make his comeback tonight, right? But they got a top 5 defense. And I don't know if niggas is really paying attention to them or if niggas want to factor in like numbers to do all that. Man, use your eyes right now. Them boys got a second-year player, Khalil Ware, who's starting now. This dude is very impactful. He's averaging a double-double. He making Bam night easy, right? They don't even got a true point guard in the sense of what most teams have. They got like a midget out there, Davion, who could defend to a T. But like, bro, they clicking on all cylinders, bro. And everybody was trolling like point of attack, point of attack. Knowing Power like not the best defender or whatever the case is. And they playing some other no-name guys, Keyshawn Johnson, Pell Larson. A lot of people never heard of these niggas, bro. So that's my whole thing. Like, bro, there are dudes out there, bro, who could contribute. And that don't
We could
cost
go
nothing.
get people from the fucking our G League team that'll contribute better than Buddy Hill, GP2, and Pods.
But
But
see, but
they're a
see,
whole
but
ass
see,
motherfucker.
but see what you just said? One organization is willing to empower a no name. Another organization is holding on to like nostalgia. You can't do that and win games all the time, bro.
Hey, yo, Cam. Another thing that's alarming to me with the Warriors was actually the Miami Heat game they played without Steph, Jimmy, and them. Like for them to only score 2 points in 7 minutes, and they're NBA players, bro. It kind of make you look at it like, is these players out here actually real NBA players? Like it really.
Hey, Slime,
Once
Slime,
upon a time, they was not in 2025.
Slime.
No, I'm
They
serious.
real
Like,
NBA players, but at that point you gotta wake up and just call a spade a spade. Some of those players, like like I ain't gonna say no names, but like it's no coincidence. Some of these players play with Steph and their numbers are good, and they leave and it's like their career is over, bro. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Hey,
Some
So
and
that's
shit, at the same time, I believe some of the players could play better if they wasn't out of fucking position, if they was playing
well, that's a
in their
fact.
right position and it
That's a
wasn't
fact.
popping to be a power forward when they are a fucking 2.
Yeah,
They might do
that's a
better.
fact. That's a fact right there. That's a fact.
I just think the players on our team is inflated by Steph Curry, bro. Like,
That's true as
see,
well.
it's crazy to think. I just think that all those players, bro, ain't real starting NBA players. Like, they G League
Just
players.
like our coaches
And I
inflated.
suggest
Steph
like
Curry
look.
is just like the biggest, make everybody look better. The coach, GM. But if Steph was up out of there, then niggas would be a 5-win team like we was a couple years ago.
Did everyone get muted? What happened?
Yo, I'm back. My phone. I had a phone call.
Oh,
But yeah, Bruce, like you're right though. Like I just feel like those are inflated basketball players. Like, and it's
Yeah, and Islam, I think that displays like the arrogant standpoint. Like, for example, the playoffs, we experienced the playoffs last year, and we know if Steph don't get hurt, it look a lot different. But I think
yeah.
when he got hurt, I think upstairs just said, you know what, we're in good shape. We'll probably just make one or two additions and wait till the trade deadline. We're in good shape. But they didn't take into consideration like they struggled without Steph. Like the series, there was a graphic that pulled up on the screen. I want to say last year in the Denver game, and I think it was in the Timberwolves series. There was a graphic that pulled up saying like pretty much Steph was either responsible for every shot made or assisted for like 2 quarters, right? Or like 16 minutes straight. The 4 minutes or whatever he was like on the bench, they were scoreless. And you still see those little situations where whether it's the offense trying to run the whole Kerr thing and there are no Steph Curry type guys on the floor, or just the standpoint of like nobody outside of like Steph or Jimmy Kuminga that series, they couldn't really create their own shot. Even
hey
if
Bruce.
they
Bruce.
didn't make the shot. What up?
Bruce. In this era, if you take Steph Curry off the court and say you even have the most ideal guys out there for the Curry shit without Steph,
Hmm.
it's going to look score. It's going to be the same result, bro.
Yeah, that's
Even
nasty.
if you have them, because bro, I'm telling you, the way that this team works, right? You have to have a one-to-one relationship between movement shooter and spacer, or sorry, movement shooter and connector, right? You know, like how like you went to prom or whatever, you asked a girl out on a date, and that's like your dance partner and all of that stuff. You need to have some type of partnership. It needs to be like a one-to-one relationship. If you don't have that, then you're cooked. You're fried.
Travesty, man.
And that's what's happening with this
Irk,
team.
yo, Irk, I got a question. I
Yo,
think really last year's playoff, now that I'm looking at it going into this year, it really exposed the Warriors, bro. It exposed all the whole roster. When Steph got hurt, it exposed everything.
That's what I'm saying.
absolutely. Yeah.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
they was looking like an elite. They actually won game one versus the Timberwolves. They won the first game.
And Slum, you notice Curry got hurt in the first quarter, bro. But the reason why, in my opinion, the reason why I think, because I'm pretty sure it was the first quarter he got hurt. The reason why I think they still won that game, because this nigga was feeling it. If you go back into the nigga was hurt and was still smacking them boys like, bro, when certain guys are on that floor, on that field, man, you afraid. It don't matter how good you are. If you ain't better than them, you just know like, yeah, ain't nothing we could do.
Going home, I
So
bet the
so
Timberwolves.
so I feel like the team was empowered and thinking, yeah, Steph will probably be all right. He probably tweak something. And then they're like, yeah, Steph out for the series unless them boys could force game 6 or game 7. Them niggas just get deflated.
And they
So
couldn't even win a game, bro.
yeah, they couldn't because I'm telling you, he when he's on the floor, bro,
Mm.
he boosts your confidence. Like I know we play like 2K and you might see these badges and you know like how there's a badge slimy called like Dimer and stuff like that, and your Dimer's on Hall of Fame, so now all of a sudden niggas can make a wide open shot that they couldn't make. It's like the same thing, bro. You know what I mean? Like it might.
Well,
I know a lot of like trolls be like gravity and all that, bro. It exists, bro. You know what I
the
mean?
crazy shit is we could have won the game. This motherfucker had Kaminga. Kaminga went crazy in the next game. He was like the sixth man off the bench after GP2, after all these trash players. That was when we lost
Yeah,
the
that was
fucking
nasty.
series, when he didn't want to,
That
when he was playing pods more than he was playing fucking Kaminga.
I
And
mean,
pods wasn't
starting
doing shit.
starting TJD was, I think, a mistake.
Another thing was in game 2, the Warriors went on a run in the third quarter and they had like a decent lineup out there. And then once they went on that run, Kirk immediately switched up the lineup, bro, and put a whack lineup out there, bro. And then the
Hey,
Timberwolves.
hold on. So Underdog reporting that Draymond is out today. Hey, Eric, is Steph playing today or is he out?
No, I'm pretty sure that Steph is playing.
Wouldn't it
Hey,
be crazy? Hold on, wait, before you get that point up, wouldn't it be crazy tonight, Eric, if Steph and Jimmy have like probably the best two-man game we've seen them have thus far, and then it just seems as if we should go away from a certain somebody? What you think, Eric?
bro, I don't even think they're prepared to go away from Draymond. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't think they're prepared to go away from Draymond. They're not equipped. They don't have the personnel to go away from him. So it's almost like they're stuck, dog. Like they're 100% stuck. If they don't have Draymond out there, they're not going to be good. You know, not defensively at least. Offensively, they might be able to do more things, but defensively, they're fried. Yeah.
I think Irk, this season, bro, we're gonna be lucky. We gonna be in the play-in, and we just better hope we can win one of those
Yeah.
play-in games. I just be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like,
No. I think the Suns at some point are going to fall on their face. I think a couple of these teams are going to fall on their face, right? But we during this time we got to capitalize. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going to lose games too. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to hold on for a little bit, and you know.
I mean, for what it's worth, Golden State has had one of the more difficult starts. So the schedule will get easier. So there's that. They just got to figure out, like Irk. I just don't appreciate when a coach is changing the lineup every single game. I just don't know how you have a level of consistent confidence at that point.
Because he don't got no answers, bro. I'm telling you, he has
But these
no
are the
answers.
but these are the guys that he wanted. The Kerr guys, the pods, and these dudes.
Yeah, he has no answers, bro. There's no answers.
I mean, I honestly just think Kurt is the problem with this whole situation. He is the problem. That's just what
The
I
thing
believe.
is,
I don't think it's just him, bro. I think it's across the board. I don't think
Yeah.
it's just Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Dead ass, bro. I don't think it's just Kerr. I think it's across the board. I think everybody's to blame.
But Irk, you gotta be honest. Steve Kerr don't make no in-game adjustments. You gotta be honest with that one. He doesn't make no adjustments in game.
Yeah. It's not just him, bro. Like so we said, all right, cool. We don't want these 3-guard lineups, but there's a shitload of guards on the roster, bro.
Yeah,
We don't have a
ridiculous.
choice. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. But I'm watching
Fucking choice,
very.
man. We can play fucking Gee, bring up somebody from the fucking G League, nigga. Anything but these fucking guard ass lineups.
Yeah. Problem is that Guy Santos ain't that much better, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, put some length out there, like something.
But there ain't no length though. That's the problem. I mean, there's no length to pick from.
Hold on, man. This is actually insane. Like this roster is just insane.
Bro, we have nothing to pick from. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish it were different though.
I'm gonna be real with you. My only that's why. My only thing though, Irk, like I said, like when I'm looking at this particular season, Irk,
I'm looking at OKC, and I'm not marveled at anything OKC is doing because most true champions usually get better the next year, but they're doing it without J Dub, and so I appreciate that. I'm looking at Atlanta lose Trey Young to like an MCL sprain, and then I'm looking at Jalen and Onyeka and Conwu get even better because they were already playing good last year, right? So I'm looking at those guys get better. I'm looking at Devin Vassell and all those young dudes in San Antonio get better with Wemby is out. So I'm just looking at all these teams, right? Giannis is out. Ryan Rollins is going crazy. I'm just looking at all of the young players stepping up, right? Austin Reeves, whoever you want to name, young players stepping up, right? Weather the storm for their, true stars or whatever. Even if it's a clunky, roster fit or however you want to do it, it doesn't even matter, bro. Some of these teams, when you're looking at it, you're like, yeah, they shouldn't be winning no games, and they're finding a way to win games. And I'm just figuring out like what is it like that the Warriors are lacking, or why is it that they overvalued some of these, players or some of the philosophy, dog? Because like they got to answer for this. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I like when Steph, like, let's say, is out for like a week or two, whatever it's like an ankle, whatever the case is, just so you can see everybody. But right now his numbers are so crazy. There's just no way you could justify like the others playing so bad.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Steph Curry right now is playing at an MVP level as a player, but his team is playing like I don't know.
Let's go.
It's ridiculous.
All right. Let me shut this bad boy down until a game later. I'm going to connect with y'all later.